va. Ouais, écoute.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Ladies and gentlemen, the race is back on.
A place like no other.
Oh, insane.
Les meilleurs riders de la planète se sont donné rendez-vous.
Now that was intense.
C'est quand même incroyable.
Les souvenirs sont éternels. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it once again. We are back live from Chamonix to kick off another week here for the UTMB World Series final. And right in front of you, OCC together, get in there, get on, and we're gonna pop in because you need to see us all. Looks like we're not getting the chance to show our faces on the screen, but that's okay. I'm here with Keith and Stephanie, everyone here on that team. We've been here for many years. We've been with you all year long. So we are super excited to be back for the start of this OCC. We're just going to check something with the studios, making sure you hear us loud and clear. Perhaps you can let us know if you hear us in the chat.
Les top formes sont là. COCC, c'est de la CCC.
Right, team test.
No.
Yeah. Steph, no.
So you can already come inside the front paddock, the one for the top athletes, please. Para todos los atletas de Tokio, acabamos de nombrar si pueden acercarse a esta zona élite.
Test. Huh? Yeah, but we can't hear each other.
Donc, tout à fait pour le départ de la OCC, dans les minutes, on va essayer d'appeler
Non, because
les top élites au féminin masculin. En fait, je vais vous appeler, vous êtes plus loin ici sur la première ligne, où il y aura les messages des élus, puis on sera, bien sûr, on sera sur l'est à gauche.
Hello, team. All right, looks like we're back in business. Beautiful, thanks for bearing with us. So we're not too sure what you
turn the volume down of that.
Heard of nut. And there we go. You know, it's the first time we're doing this thing, so yeah, thanks for your understanding.
We are all having our morning coffee, but don't worry, we will be with you all day today and for the next 2 days. Today we are following the OCC, which is the first race, the 50-kilometer category race in the UTMB finals, and we've had some course changes due to the weather. Still going to be an incredibly exciting day, but instead of a 57-kilometer, 3,500-meter race, we are looking at 61 kilometers and 3,400 meters. The course changes were because of the rain. We had quite heavy rain this morning, but you can see as the elites are coming into the start line, we have a bit of a break in the weather.
Yeah. Although, like, for all of the people who were in the valley all through the night, it's been raining constantly. So it will make it interesting because as much as the weather is warm, actually, we were talking about this with Keith, it is extremely warm in the Chamonix Valley, which will mean that even though it's wet, they're going to have to hydrate and pay attention to that because there's going to be a lot of sweating. But the ground is going to be filled with water, which is going to turn into mud, and we're going to most likely see the technical runners take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, morning, gang. So good morning to Stephanie Case and to Martin Gafuri. This is going to be fun all day today and Friday and Saturday. So we're going to be covering the three big races, the 50K, the 100K, and the 100 miles. As Martin said, we are already sweating in the humidity here in the valley. And you can see the weatherman, the UTMB weatherman or weather person, has kind of nailed the weather this morning. There's going to be 2-hour delay because of all the rain overnight. And now we're going to unleash the athletes on the updated course that you see on the screen right now. And they're going to be going away in about 20 minutes time.
Yeah, and it's good to see that 3D map because that's the big change that we're getting
compared to the original course. And that climb from Martigny to Col de la Forclaz is going to be very decisive because it's a lot of elevation. So basically everything is front loaded, and then Col de Balme from there, Keith, you were saying almost like over a half marathon to the finish, and it's all downhill and then flat Argentière, Le Lavancher, and the finish line. As opposed to, if you are familiar with the course, it was going all the way up to La Flégère and then a very steep and technical downhill. So that will favor the runners who have wheels.
Absolutely. So instead of kind of 3 major climbs, now we have 2. But that second climb from Martigny at 500 meters up to 2,200 meters is going to pack a punch. But as long as the runners can save something in their legs, it is going to be like marathon sprint for that last bit as the runners descend now from Lavancher through Les Bois all the way to the finish. I'm super excited to see what happens in those final kilometers.
Oh, I think we're going to see big changes between Col de la Forclaz and the finish line, and whoever is getting to Col de Balme with like gas in the tank, that's going to be a biggie.
Yeah, and historically on the OCC, the crux was the top of the Col de Balme before the climb up to La Flégère. The climb to La Flégère is not in the course this year. So 2 cruxes, the top of the Col de Forclaz, 1,000 meters all the way up from Martigny. And then if you're still in the game, the next crux is Col de Balme, and then as Martin already said, full gas all the way back to Chamonix. So we are 20 minutes away from the start. We're going to be trying something new this morning for all of you at home as well. So we will be introducing the top 10 elite athletes, male and female, before the start. They'll be rolling them up to the front there. So now, like the rest of you, we're spotting our elite athletes. There's Hannah Orgood from Team Terex already on the start line.
Kane Rally, Cat from South Africa. He will like that weather. He's excellent on technical.
Now the OCC race. Yep. The OCC race goes back to 2014, and just because it's the shortest one of the UTMB finals, make no mistake, this one is actually looking, if we look at the UTMB indexes, some numbers were being crunched before the races start. If you look at the top 25 runners in each of these races, OCC is actually the most competitive just by going by UTMB index.
Yeah, it is not surprising. I mean, it's basically giving the chance to the I want to say non-ultra runners, but it is technically an ultra. It's above marathon distance, and now we're stretching it to 61K. But for the faster runners, like who were excluded from the 100-mile party, now they're like, oh, I can be at the UTMB World Series final in that distance. I'm coming. And you see runners like Peter Engdahl right here on your screen. I mean, he's gone longer. He's won, and he still has the course record for CCC, and he chooses to go back down a distance because this is where he feels like he could have the most excitement.
Yep, and then also at some point we're going to see Jim Walmsley, winner of the UTMB in 2023. Jim dropping down to the 50K in preparation for the World Championships at the end of next month. Sara Alonso. Sara, as if you haven't heard this story, Sara's been wrestling with a cow or a bull, ended up with a broken rib, but is back on the start line. So one of our race favorites today as well.
Absolutely, she really stepped up her game this year, and yes, it's been a bit of a dent in her preparation, but luckily it was more scary for her. Like she really thought that was the end of it. But then eventually it was only like broken rib, and 2 weeks later she was back at running, and during these 2 weeks she was still on the elliptical, so it's not like she lost too much fitness. If anything, she might be fresher on the start. And she's most likely going to be racing alongside Judith Wieder from Switzerland, representing HOKA. And these two they're extremely used to racing each other. So if they end up together, that's probably going to be a positive things for them both. And then whenever they decide to throw it down between them two, then we'll see a big fight. But again, with that course, a lot is going to happen on the late stage, where there's going to be that long downhill and then that long kind of flattish descent.
Yeah, absolutely. And with Sarah and her recovery, I've heard little murmurings that the rib might still be bugging her on the downhill. So we should take a look at that downhill from that huge climb that they have to see how she's adapting. But her coach, Andrea Sadoro, adapted her plan day by day to make sure that she could really get to this start line. We weren't sure that we would see her here, but I think we will now get to see quite a battle with Judith Wieder. She was second last year and has had a really strong 2025. And actually, if we just talk about the women's field in general for the OCC, we have 3 of last year's top 5 coming back. We have Yao Miao, we have Judith Wieder, we have Sarah Alonso Martinez. So the battle between the 3 of them, I think, is going to be incredibly exciting.
And then we'll have, I wouldn't say outsiders, but like ladies who don't necessarily are expected or are more known, but also from Switzerland. Thérèse Leboeuf, like she's always in the mix. And
we saw her get second at the Eiger. I think we were commentating that. That one I might have done with Tony McCann.
She did on me.
You're such a world traveler, Stephanie Case.
She was second behind Laura Hottenrott, and that was we really saw a strong performance from her there. And she was 11th at OCC last year. So we'll see if she can better her performance from last year at this year's race. Keith, who else are you looking out for on the women's side?
Look at the women further down. We've got Maud Matisse is in there, and also Jasmine Lowther. We were just talking about Jasmine. Jasmine's she's kind of having one of those, I guess we would call it an up and down season. Some great results and then some not so good results. So we're curious to see how Jasmine's going to go today. So that's how I'm kind of looking at it there. So yeah, in the men's, we're kind of talking about AMP. I've kind of started Antonio Martinez Perez. So he is he's a two-time second place here, third as well here, and so he's looking very interesting. Obviously, everyone's been all the noise beforehand was about Jim Walmsley, and he's become everyone's top tip. And also, when they announced the adjusted course, they were like, did Jim do the adjusted course on behalf of the UTMB? So just throwing that 1,000-meter climb. So, it's going to be Jim. We talked about the weather. Is it going to be something for the Scandinavians, Petter Engdahl, kind of to make the most of this? But we've also, the Italian team is super excited about some of the other runners in there. And kind of like we've got Luca Del Pero. He's looking strong as well. So
and part of the Italians, actually, we're missing 2 big names.
Yes. Nadir Maigret and David Magnini. We were really looking for an Italian showdown here to chase down Jim. But as you've said, we still have some really strong Italians in the mix.
And here's Sophia Lauchley. She stepped out of the Golden Trail World Series to try and look after herself and regroup. She's focused a whole lot more on her ski training, even though that was on roller skis and all throughout the summer. But she wanted to come here and see what she could do. So
she's quite an interesting one because coming from this Olympic Nordic skier background, when she switched to trail running, she just blew up the scene winning the Golden Trail Series. But as you say, she's been dealing with some injuries, and she was, I say, only 9th at the Mont Blanc Marathon earlier this year, which
after winning it last year. So that's why, giving context, it is a bit of a lesser performance for her. But yeah, it was. I don't think when she started dipping her feet into the trail running world, I don't think she was hoping to become a trail runner.
Right.
Like, and ski is still her in her heart, and that's why this last season she was trying to do both and realized that it just wasn't going to work. Plus, had a bit of a bike accident early in the season that really didn't help. And so this year she was like, okay, no, I'm going to focus on biking, on skiing. Sorry. So she did all her ski prep over the summer, but that kind of fitness is what she had when she first came in. So she was like, well, I might give it a crack and see how I can go on that. So a bit of a question mark because she's been a bit absent from the trail running scene, but it doesn't mean like she's been sitting on a couch eating chips.
Yeah, and anything can happen. I would not count her out.
No, we also saw all good there. So Hannah was 7th at Western States this year. So we've got a lot of runners across the different races also showing up to do some kind of Western States UTMB double. Either it's in the OCC, the CCC, or the UTMB.
There is Rosa Lara Feyu from Spain, representing Team Compress Sport. She is also one of the ones who could do extremely well.
And you know what's interesting about her? When we like to collect information from the elites, we ask them some questions before we go into the races. And when asking her about who does she think the competition would be, she said there are 15 to 20 girls. That will make things very difficult for all of us. So I think that gives us a sense of the level of competition.
And Rosa, she was in the top 10 last year, so 9th position here. So chance to better that in 2025. So we are now within just over 10 minutes until the race start. We will be having a welcome and an introduction from one of the founding leaders of UTMB, Catherine Paletti. She's going to be talking in a few minutes, and we'll be articulating what she said in English. We're also going to be introducing to you the top 10 female and male athletes. They're going to be pulled up, trying something new this year, so you can see your heroes. And then we're also trying to see all of our other heroes, our friends out on the course who are not elite athletes, but are out there to the journey. Here we go.
There we
Here's
go.
our
So
top
that's
5 on the screen right now, and some of their top 3 race results.
So we're talking about her, Sarah Alonso, first, massive win at Zegama at home. She was so stoked about this, and she showed that she was one of the best trail runners in the world on that distance for this year before her problem. We talked about her, we just saw her. Rosa Lara Feyu is in the mix to be top 5. I really believe that.
Yeah.
Jolene Chemgeno, she is close to unbeatable on a 30K distance, twice seriously now winner, but
this will be her longest run for her so far.
And the weather conditions and the mud, Jolene, obviously coming from Kenya, will see multiple challenges today. Yao Miao, she is extremely strong. She's been the winner of the CCC, as you can see on your screen, as well as OCC. This year, I don't feel like she's pulled off the perfect race yet, but again, we can't rule her out.
No.
And the one and only Judith Vitter, Mrs. Consistent. She's always there, second at Mont-Blanc Marathon this year, winning it last year, Chianti, and then OCC winner.
And Stephanie Case flying the flag for the mums.
Oh, I am cheering for her. Of course, we are totally neutral. We're unbiased here, but as a new mom myself, I really hope that she has a good day today.
Okay, so top 5 in the men. Here we go. AMP, Antonio Martinez Perez. So as we've already said, he's got some serious history in this race. Second twice and third again. Luca Del Perro was close, right behind Francesco Puppi to 50K at Lavaredo at the end of June. So definitely one to watch today. So you see all the other results there from Zegama.
One thing to note, he raced last weekend.
Right.
Zermatt, so I don't know how
exactly. Yep.
Christian Mignoggio, ladies and gentlemen, 41 years old. He's an old-timer, but I like to call him the Italian Aritz Echea, because they're both fantastic humans, very, very strong. We've seen him perform extremely well earlier at Monte Rosa. I don't know if how well he's going to be able to do, but we can't rule him out either. Roberto De Lorenzi, he's got wheels, so for that course change, that will be one of the runners that will be suited by this. And there we go, part of the UTMB legends, Sir Jim Walmsley, 4 times winner of the Western States. I mean, we could have like a list that would not stop. Winner this year at Chianti in weather conditions. That was interesting. This was the kind of the talk. It's like, oh, the weather's going to be bad. And then we pulled out the stereotypes. Americans are going to suffer. They're not going to be able to run on technical on mud. And then we're like, yeah, it was about the same weather in Chianti. And that didn't seem to bother him one bit.
Yeah, and yesterday afternoon, while we were having the presentation of the elites and the adaptive athletes in Chamonix, Jim wasn't there. Jim and his team were already over in Switzerland. He is such a pro.
He's there now. And so right behind the man with, there we go on the right, Andrzej Witek. That is also one to watch.
Absolutely. The Polish runners have really been rising to the top lately, as we've seen throughout the UTMB World Series. Andrzej Witek can run a 2:18 marathon. So that last part of the course, that's going to be flat and fast. I'm expecting him to really take that down.
And there we go. Here she is, Jordan Chepgeno, and together with, I think it was Timothy.
Ezekiel Ruto.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And
yeah, we're ready.
The amount of talent on that line is ridiculous.
And all the talk beforehand was, across all of the three races, was would we have a dilution of the talent based on the fact the World Championships? And the simple answer is no way.
Deeper and deeper.
Yeah.
All right, this is it.
Very important message for all those of you who are queuing for the toilet.
That was just to make sure they were, people were self-seating in a different start line waves, even though there's, yeah. Oh, a bit of confusion here. Because we're waiting, as we were telling you, Catherine here on the screen will speak, and so we just want to be sure we don't miss that.
Right now, I think they're saying that we're going to, before the runners set off from Morsières to Chamonix, Champ Lac, we will take a moment together. Look around you, smile, raise your arms to the peaks. We are one community, although I don't see them raising their arms yet. So it might not be that hard.
Because Isabel's talking right now. I understood that's going to be the speech from Catherine.
Yes.
Yeah,
Catherine
but
always, yeah.
what she was saying.
Is,
So,
yeah.
so you were spot on with the translation.
And there, the hands in the air. I think that's why I had the translation right, but we just the instructions. The runners weren't following the instructions yet.
But is the here's Jim. But is the song playing? Look at Judith. Judith is the mom by essence.
Yeah.
Like Jim was stuck in his pack, and she said, "Let me help you, son. I'm going to show you how it's done." And it's is it playing yet?
No. There's more.
We're getting there, yeah.
There we have the sound of What a Wonderful World playing in the background. Quite a different vibe than what we're used to hearing before a UTMB race.
But that's going to be good. People are going to be able to go in their zone. I love you.
Well, you know, the reason the music's such a big part of UTMB is Catherine and Michelle Paletti, back in the 90s, they used to own a music store in Chamonix. And so music is such a huge part of the whole experience here at UTMB.
You know, we're so used to hearing the Conquest
Paradise
before the main UTMB.
Yeah.
And I know a friend who actually played that song while giving birth. So it has multiple uses if you really want to get in the zone.
What instrument were they playing?
Just on the radio.
Wow. Yeah. Sorry, now I get it. There's AMP.
I gotta say, looking at Judith's face on the line, she is good.
She looks relaxed.
She's good. You can tell when, you know, things are good or things are like she's had issues this year, and last year on the personal side.
I can't hear.
Yeah. So in a world filled with turmoil, you represent humanity brought together by passion and a shared love for the mountains. Sports has this incredible power to unite us beyond everything that divides us. So just look around at the faces from so many different places. Here, Valley Alps, borders fade in a spirit of kindship takes over. Do you want to carry on? So we have a bit of a different accent.
Yeah, you should have done your best, Catherine Paletti there, Martin. Mes amis. Sorry, Catherine.
What Katrine is really talking about to the runners is how it's a great privilege, one that many do not have, to be able to run through the mountains. Those who are suffering, whose countries have burned, been swept away by storms or destroyed by war. And we're in this moment in the world where there's so much suffering happening, but today is about coming together. So let's use this race as a call for peace, for wisdom, and for respect for others and for freedom.
All right, team, couple of minutes before the start. This is getting real.
Yeah, and the first part of the OCC course is the classic course. They're going to be firing up the hill. And we normally tradition, there's somebody, almost like in one of the classic road marathons, there's always somebody that rolls straight out of the front of the pack and breaks up the climb. And then it's always fun trying to identify who that is. We had Christian Allen one year. We had one of the Chinese athletes another year. I can't remember his name. So, yeah, so there's, we'll see.
Swiss guy, Dorian, also, and he actually held it together for most of the climb.
Yeah.
Now, if you're watching along, jump into the live chat. Let us know. We've been talking about the runners this morning. Who have we missed? Who are your dark horses? Who do you think is going to rise to the top on the men and the women's side? We're interested to know.
Yeah, and again, this is the reason why we do have this live chat here and not on YouTube, because we can have gifts. And so you guys are rightly onto it.
Oh, yeah.
Karsten, this is how we do it. Everyone, you can go ahead and blow up the chat. Oh, there we go. With the blue, right behind Peter Engdahl. Peter is with the Terex white cap. Right behind is Ikram, and Ikram has really fast reference, and she's been working this past winter on speed. So again, this could be a runner that, we won't see maybe in the first 3-4 hours, but could really pop out and burst onto the top 5 or better by the end.
So you can see all of the elite runners, they're really pared down in terms of their dress, speaking to that humidity. Even though the weather has been bad, we've had really cool nights. They're all starting off really expecting kind of warmer, fast temperatures.
Yeah, I was really surprised this morning, and I think nobody was expecting this. Like, your mindset is like, oh, it's going to rain, therefore you associate it with cold, especially when you see there's clouds and everything. But it is really warm in the valley. So, like Yao Miao has arm sleeves, but you can see everyone else. There's no jacket. Like, the traditional racing kit is on.
Yeah. In the chat, everyone's saying Christian Jones, dark horse, 100%.
Yep.
6th last year. This is prime UK weather today as well. So, yeah, definitely a good call there.
Exactly. He won the 50K Ultra Trail Snowdonia earlier this year and has been quite a strong UK athlete.
And such a pedigree in international racing. Here we go, gang.
All right. And Jimin Yudit still shooting the
Yeah, right in the middle there, Andre Vitek. 6015, Andre Vitek. He's definitely one to watch today. He has the speed. Dylan Bowman just sent me a note. Dylan's been speculating all week about is Jim going to run with poles.
I heard that, but I didn't see them.
No, I don't think, I'm not expecting to see a single set of poles in the front of this race. No.
Absolutely not. It's too fast. It's too much of a pain.
It's going to be very different at the end of September. But for this race, no chance. I mean, yeah.
Even to just have them bouncing around as you're flying down that last flatbed.
There you go. Jim Wormsley, Peter Engdahl, Judith Vida, Maud Matisse, Yao Miao, Joylene. Andre,
We're on.
and we go. Woohoo!
2025 edition of the OCC is on.
What a fantastic sea of runners. I am so excited.
Yeah, there we are on the other side. We're in Switzerland right now, and France is waiting for our champions. Our first of the World Series final races, OCC, 61 kilometers adjusted and 3,400 meters of positive elevation. Actually, one thing I always remember here, they normally let the kids out of school early this morning. So on this first section, you should see all the kids out with their flags and everything.
That's right. That is correct.
Fantastic. We've got 5 aid stations through this course. There is no crewing on the OCC.
Nope. Yep.
And I just see in the chat, if you're just joining us, yes, we are watching Jim Walmsley. Why is he doing such a short course? Because he is using this presumably as a tune-up for the World Championships coming up.
And Stephanie Case, this is wave number 1. There are 3 waves, and no one ever wins out of wave 2 or wave 3, right, Stephanie Case?
I can tell you from personal experience, it is possible. Do not count out those runners in the second or third wave. I came to do the 100K at Ultra Trail Snowdonia in Wales in May, and because of pregnancy and other things, I lost my UTMB index, and I ended up winning from the third wave. So you just don't know.
Well, for this event, we actually know, and I think your case was a very good thing, so they could actually realize when somebody asks, they should actually listen, because you did ask to be put in the first wave, didn't you?
I did.
Or
the second. Yeah. Any wave but the third.
They were like, okay, and they didn't pay attention, so clearly you got their attention.
Well, I think they are working on seeing how we can do a pause on the UTMB indexes for women to support them through pregnancy. We see this in other sports, in the World Triathlon Association, in tennis, and so to see how we can do that with UTMB, I think would be a huge step.
So I think our race leader, we always predict somebody pops out the front, one of our Chinese athletes. So that is Guan Yusheng, and talking to our, because we have 6 languages beaming out the coverage this year. Our Chinese team were calling out that he would be one of their favorites for this year's race from China.
And so at the front, we're just catching a glimpse of the top women, and all the big names are in there. And as we know, women race far smarter than men, so there's probably going to be much less blowouts and probably a bit more of a conservative start.
Yeah, and one of the other conversations this week, because we don't necessarily see it here, but will we have a running pack for a long period of the course here, or are we going to get it stretched out? I guess we're going to find out, but those 2 significant climbs, the one from Martigny and then the one up to the Col de Balme, we'll find out soon enough.
So we have Ikram here with the blue t-shirt, and we just saw Maud Matisse a little further back. Yao Miao right behind. So no, actually, weren't they ahead of the other group that we saw? Here you got Petter with Riweda as well with the Red Bull cap.
This is the front.
Japan. This is our front leaders. Jim's with them as well.
I would love to know what pace they're actually running at. Sometimes we can get a good kilometer per hour.
Yeah, I think at some point our graphics crew will actually normally give us a speed check of the e-bike. That's probably just filming these guys right today. One update this year, everybody, is that now all of the e-bikes also have the Starlink, so 1 or 2 dark spots that we would normally have on the course, of which there are not so many now. So we should have even more coverage than we already have for everybody.
Yeah, this is a technology we've been using now all year throughout the UTMB World Series, all the races we were covering live, and
there we are.
We are on a mission.
So again, for on the women's side, we have 3 of last year's top 5 battling it out. Yao Miao, Judith Rieder, and Sarah Alonso Martinez. On the men's side, Eli Hemming, who was the winner from last year, he's upgraded to the CCC.
Yes, indeed.
Second place from last year, Francesco Pupi, is racing the CCC as well. So all eyes are on third place, Antonio Martinez Perez.
Yeah, and so here we've got our lead woman, led by Yao Miao, always aggressive on the start.
Yeah.
She never doubts and she goes out hard. But now her competition knows it, so it's not necessarily keep up with her. And Maud Matisse, the record holder of CRC now, so she can run fast on shorter distances as well as on steep climbs. This might be a bit long for her, especially because she's still quite fragile with her Achilles.
Yep.
So we'll see how this goes. It's good to see Riweda. It's either hit or miss, but when he delivers, he is extremely strong.
And there's Sophia Lockley running behind Ikram as well.
Yeah.
What a group. Also, what a group.
Yeah.
Sarah Alonso Joylene is in there. Wow.
Now, as we were saying earlier in the broadcast, this is a changed course because of the weather. So we can't exactly compare the times that we're going to see in this course compared to previous years. But I think it's important to note that Yao Miao, who's our defending champion, she has the course record in the only woman to run this course in under 6 hours. She's also one of only 4 women to win 2 of the UTMB finals.
In addition to, we've got wave 1 out now, so in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 10:30, our second wave is going to go out, and then wave 3 goes out at 10:45. So, and I think historically we tend to watch the start of all the 3 waves.
We go back to those starts.
Yeah.
Stephanie, I have a question now because
Tell me.
You said one of the 4 who's won 2.
Who are the other ones?
Yeah, because I'm missing one. Do you know? Or this is a trick question? And
I have this in my notes.
Because I know Ruth has. Tony McCann.
Tony McCann, yep.
But as you said 4. So there's Yao Miao. And I'm missing the last one, Dean.
So
pop in the chat. Help me out.
I wasn't paying attention. What was the statement and what was the question?
Martin is testing my knowledge that I could be corrected on. I was saying that Yao Miao was one of only 4 women to win 2 UTMB finals, and we are only counting
different distances.
Yep,
Right.
we're only counting 3. We've got Ruth.
Yes.
Who I actually shared a room with her when she won the CCC.
Back in 2015.
Yep. 2015.
15.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have Yao Miao and Tony McCann. There's one more.
Is it Blondine?
Yes.
I think it's Blondine Irvandel.
Hey,
there we go.
We all make it work. There we go.
Here we go. So, courtesy of our friends at Strava, these are the segments for this first climb.
Fastest climbs here, Christian Allen and Danny Moreno.
Yep, and then the third time was for mere mortals, the average time of the ordinary humans, the non-elite athletes. There we go. New addition a couple of years ago now, so we've got the illumination of the trail, and I think sometimes with the tracker we normally will highlight certain runners on the climb.
Yes.
This is going to come into play at the climb to Col de la Forclaz and Col de Balme.
Okay. So Riweda leading the men's field, only a few meters ahead of the rest of the pack. And I think he's absolutely right to do this, because even though he can run fast, he's more of a mountain runner, so he needs to play his cards in the early parts of the race.
And we are just coming up to 10 minutes into the OCC race, going out at quite a good pace.
Yeah, and those of you familiar with both the CCC and the UTMB courses, then the OCC climb up to Champ Lac is very, very different. Obviously, they're coming up from OCC, which is further down the valley than Praz 4, where the runners go work their way up there. So if this is a slightly different ascent up to Champ Lac. So we're going to go for a break. We'll be back shortly.
Stay with us.
Tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back following the OCC, the first race in the UTMB finals in this 50-kilometer category. We are on the alternate course today, 61 kilometers, 3,400 meters of climb with some pretty interesting course changes that well, now means that we have 2 big climbs and a very, very fast finish.
Yeah, Steph, that's completely reshuffling the cards in terms of race strategy, as well as the runners were thinking who could do well or possibly not benefit from that kind of change. Oh!
And there we see some of the polls we had predicted.
Debo. Obviously, it wasn't going to be on Jim, but you saw it. You saw it coming.
That we were not expecting. We thought with a race this fast, we would not see any of the front runners with poles, but now we have seen 2 of them. So Dylan Bowman, it might not be Jim Walmsley that brings out the poles, but we shouldn't have dismissed your prediction too much.
And so there you go. We are with the lead woman, and in that pack, Joylene Shepgeno, Judith Vitter, Sarah Alonso, Yao Miao,
Sophia Lokley.
Sophia indeed is in there. Maud Matisse. So we're just asking ourselves, Rosa Lara Fayou is actually not in there, so I don't know how far back she is.
But she was right in her prediction when she said, in terms of competition, there will be 15 to 20 of them that will make it difficult. And we're seeing the lead pack of women all really sticking together. That is going to really make all of them, I think, kind of put their foot on the gas.
Let's see if it's indeed a race of attrition. And now we're with our men's leader, and it is actually also a big pack, to be fair. Here with the Brooks t-shirt, Roberto De Lorenzi with the white cap backwards, and the Brooks t-shirt being like kind of neon yellow and blue.
Now, Roberto, he often trains with his brother, and his brother sometimes paces him on his bike when he does the flat intervals. He's also, interestingly, developing a trail running project for youth. So he organizes trainings for about 20 boys and girls between 11 and 19 years old to help inspire the next generation, which I thought was pretty cool. Always nice to hear about.
Like we have our second wave, who's just been released, been sent off. And it's pretty cool to see a smile on all his faces, the excitement.
Let's see if we have any breakout runners from the second wave trying to chase down the first. Now, the last time Roberto ran the OCC, I think was in 2019, and he was only 19th. But he really can do well on this distance.
Yeah, he's suffered a little bit this season.
But we know he's good on flat. So again, this is another runner where I will expect him to either chase Jim down or put some distance on those behind him when we get to that back end of the course.
Yeah, it was interesting. The whole European Brooks team, like over the winter, like did a whole lot of fast training, and they all like wrapped it up the season with a road race, whether it was a 10K marathon or half marathon. And they all came out with pretty solid references. So if they've all carried that across through to the trail season, that's definitely going to pay off on that course, on that new course.
So we can see the elevation that this pack is at right now is just over 1,000 meters. On this alternate course, they will be going as high as about 2,200 meters.
And there we go. It's starting to spread in the lead. Jim and Peter Engdahl together are stretching the front pack. Right behind, Riweda is still there, but we're seeing less and less runners keeping up with the pace of our two leaders. Again, the very early kilometers of this race.
Now, Peter won CCC in 2022. And he was third in OCC in 2021. Do we think he's aiming for a second, or do you think he's trying for the first?
Oh, he's going for the first.
Okay.
Like, he's been training all season for that. That was his A race. And so he really wanted to do well, and he loves that kind of stuff. And we've seen him as well. Like, he was in Monterosa, like absolutely crushed the field. And even though he had a bit of a comfortable gap, like he just never let go of the gas pedal, always looking at his watch. We were joking about that as well. He's very analytic. He's got his prediction, times he wants to hit, and it was all leading up into OCC.
Est-ce que vous voulez que je passe en tête ou pas, Tina?
Now, it's interesting, the strategy when on a race that's this short, and I say short, but it's still 61 kilometers long.
Oh yeah.
You know, do you hold back? Do you just go out guns blazing from the beginning? You know, how much do you save in your legs for that very fast finish? There really is quite a bit of strategy that comes into a race like this. I was actually listening to Rosanna Buschauer, who I haven't seen yet today, I don't think. And when she was talking about her strategy, she said she was going to climb super hard on the uphills and then go all out because the last 10K was fast. So all I heard was go hard, go all out. There didn't seem to be any kind of a pullback at any part of the race. I'm wondering what's in Jim's head in terms of strategy.
Well, I mean, for what we know, his biggest reference are in a 100-mile race. But like recently, he was over in France and he
the VK at Maribel.
He blasted a course record on the VK, which is like a just over half-hour effort.
Yep.
And so the fact that he was able to do that, and that record was not particularly soft either. So it's like, wow, okay, so he's got the speed in his leg, and look at him. People are there cheering, and he's got a bit of a smile on his face. Just behind, Peter Engdahl was also looking around, so he didn't seem like he was too much in the red zone. So it's like these gentlemen are in control at a pace that is already challenging some of our top runners.
And we've got some questions in the chat around the camera people. I think we had seen a bit of footage of someone holding a camera or a GoPro. I don't think that person we saw was one of the official photographers, or filmmakers. But we have just an incredible team on the ground to help support the UTMB Live to bring you these images. We have runners with cameras. We have the bikes with cameras. We have a whole system set up for you so you can feel like you are in the race alongside the runners.
And here you can see the front pack of the ladies, and right behind, as you were talking about cameramen, just behind this on the left corner of your screen, but he's disappeared, Hiroki Kai from Japan. He's also infamous for streaming live all his races. He's got a Wii camera on his cap, and he's streaming everything.
Oh, that's fantastic.
But the thing is, like, he said himself, like, oh, I'm cooked. I'm super excited to be here, but he's raced so much. He's basically done Western States, and the weekend after, he was racing, like, the Gold Coast Road Marathon. And so he's just like, I'm a bit tired. I saw him at CEST. Now he's at every race basically, and we'll see him at World Champs as well. But like, yeah, it's pretty cool to see that some people, even though they are super legit and they can do really well at races, they chose quantity over quality. But yeah, I second you for giving a big shout out to all the cam runners out there. So we have camp runners, we have runners on mountain bikes. We were talking about. You can actually see here on the sometimes popping up the Starlink that is fixed at the back of the mountain bike, and obviously drone pilots. Even though they might be a little bit out of job if the clouds are too low, or if it starts raining. Team, I see a third runner in the top three right here, and I don't have a name.
Help us out in the chat if you know who is that third runner.
Who do we get?
Yeah. Exciting. And we will get updated splits as soon as they go through the first checkpoint, but I would love to know who it is right now. And all of there's the top women on the left-hand side, still sticking together. I think we've had a few drop back. Yeah, Roy in the chat also wondering who that third guy is in the black shirt.
Yeah, and so is that a Salomon pack? Trying to figure out whether this is like a uniform outfit from a sponsored athlete, or if it's just someone coming out of nowhere and be like, guys, I'm gonna be the dog horse. I'm gonna be the dog horse this year.
I'm here for it.
Here we go. That's the man, and still does not look too familiar. Exciting times.
Now, if you want to follow along another way, you can also go on the website and actually look to see where the top runners are running along the profile of the course. So you can see the top men are now just about halfway up that first climb.
Here we go, back with the women's race, and we have Sarah Alonso, Judith Wider, Yao Miao, Joylene Chepgeno, and then power hacking right behind Maud Matisse, still in the mix. And you can see already they're starting to creep up on the mains.
Can hear Jim is actually working pretty hard. You can hear his breathing. He is going out from the start.
All right, we got someone in the chat who might have the answer of our mystery runner. Oh, Sam Henry from Canada? No. I mean, I feel like I would have recognized him. If it's Sam, that's awesome. And look at these two, and you can see the difference. This is what we need to start reading. Like as soon as the climb gets steeper, you can see Petter just taking the lead over Jim that was leading for this whole like more runnable, flatter road section. And see, oh, this is a sign. I mean, Jim power hiking while Petter is still running up. Here is our Italian Christian Minocchio, who's still in the mix. So it's super cool to see him here. And we got a Chinese runner here right behind, and Weda chasing.
No, but you were right there. That was an interesting switch. Petter looked quite a bit more comfortable up the climb, really just dancing his way up the hill while Jim changed to a power hike.
All right, it's been confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sam Henry. Wow, well done. We've seen him a few times at the Golden Trail Series, and right now I'm being told, thanks to Tabor Heming for being our behind-the-scene helper, and he's studying to be a doctor as well. So not only a fast pair of legs, but ladies and gentlemen, he is a fast one. But confusion is at its peak because we do not see Sam Henry as part of the participants. So did he pick up someone else's bib and try to create confusion in the life? I don't know, but I guess if Tabor recognizes him, that's what's happening. So I like that you guys can give us a little bit of insight. Jim's power hiking. Jim's smart, conserving energy while others are going to riff. I don't know. We've seen Petter, and Petter doesn't get worried. He always runs uphill, but it's not because he's trying to prove a point. That's how he rolls.
Sometimes it's easier just to keep up the same rhythm rather than switching between a running stride and a power hiking stride. It's really a personal decision.
And depending on the way you're built, you can be like a posterior chain or anterior chain runner. And if you're actually like the posterior chain with more calf person, it actually costs you less energy to keep running and be on your toes than power hiking, where you be using more your quads. So again, it's up to everyone's. Oh, we got a quick commercial break coming up, team. We'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining
a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back following the leaders in the OCC race, the 50-kilometer category race in the UTMB finals. And here we have on the screen Judith Wieder from Switzerland, who is really, she's been leading this pack of women near the front, but we've got Yao Miao in front of her.
And you can see
last year's champion.
And you can see her like power hiking and still pulling away from Judith, who is running.
Mm-hmm.
So it shows that, again, if you're comfortable with that, whenever the slope gets that steep, you're actually better off pulling away. So this is now a duel, and Peter Engdahl and Jim Walmsley are together in the lead, going almost stride for stride. And I think this is going to be a battle until very, very late.
And they are only about 800 meters from the checkpoint at Champ Lac. And just to let you know, if you've got a friend or runner who is going to be going through this OCC race, because we're only following the leaders, it doesn't mean that you won't get imagery. There are static cameras at a couple of the checkpoints, and Champ Lac is one of them. So hop online and try to look out for your friends, your family, your favorite runner.
All right, we do have a bit of a noise in the background. I don't know if you're getting this at home. We're going to try and fix that. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Whew, that was a bit of a stressful moment. And look at these two gentlemen just cruising through that bit of flatter terrain, but with technical, like a bit of roots, a bit of rocks, and then it's getting smooth again. They're traversing now. They're getting close to the Champ Lac aid station. And that's where usually they start, like they carry on their original course, and now they're going to drop back down into Martigny and then essentially do the whole MCC course that took place on Monday. And so this is indeed where they're going to be front-loading with all the uphill and the downhill. And as soon as they get to Col de Balme, as we said, it's all downhill. And flag Christian Minogio still in the mix, I believe in third or no, probably fourth place. We still have our Sam Henry possibly sitting in third, but then Riweda is right on his heels chasing. There's really not much distance between them and the leaders at that point.
Now, Christian's done a lot of sky races this year already. He's done 6 races with 4 wins, and all 6 of those were podiums in 2025, which including first at Monte Rosa 100 kilometer, which he won by almost an hour. Now, coming back to the women with Yao Miao, our defending champ and course record holder, still being chased by Judith Wieder. Judith, we were talking a bit offline about how she trains around her home on a hill that's only a few hundred meters high. So pretty incredible that she is able to perform in races like that. You know, it shows that you don't have to have the most perfect training conditions. And there we have Sophia Lockley. We were also speaking about at the beginning of the broadcast, coming from a skiing background, Nordic skiing background. She's had a tough time, I think, this year, some ups and downs. but people have been naming her as a potential dark horse.
See how she goes.
We also saw earlier Hannah Allgood, who actually, Danny Moreno, who I believe was 6th at OCC last year, she had named Hannah Allgood as a dark horse for this. Hannah was previously 7th at Western States earlier this year and also 2nd at the Javelina 100.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a tricky challenge to go like hard at Western States and then come and try to turn it around within just under 2 months. There we go. They're coming into the road. They're going to cross the road and then go on the right-hand side of that street and up on the last few switchbacks to get into the Champ Lac aid station. Quick look over his shoulder, Petter, to see the damage that these two gentlemen have done already. And then here, you were talking about her, Hannah Allgood. She is right there. And I think she is chasing that lead pack that now led by Yao Miao. And Joylene is now sitting on Yao Miao's heels for that steep climbing section. But they are all there, top 4 ladies. Stride for stride.
Oh, and there we have Jolene Chepgeno. She won Sierra Zinal this year and the Mont-Blanc Marathon. But there's been a question in the pre-race chat about whether OCC will be a little bit too technical for her. She qualified for this race at the Restonica Trail, which was a bit technical. And I say she only came in 3rd at that one, but that's coming after some really epic wins. I mean, when you win Sierra Zinal, that is kind of the golden nugget, isn't it? And this will be her longest race so far. But if she wins, you know, coming from Kenya, I think that would be, even just to get on the podium would be such a cool event.
And so here we're probably with, that's it, chasing group. Sophia Lauchley, and I got to say, I'm used to seeing her, and I feel like she's grown stronger legs.
Well, she does a lot of her training actually, you know, doing the skiing or roller skiing.
Yep. So she'll have a lot of power, very similar to actually Ree Wida right here on your screen. Ree, who just overtook, again, Christian Minoggio. So these two gentlemen are most likely either 3rd or 4th and 5th. There's still maybe Sam Henry right in between. I think last, all right, these two gentlemen coming into the aid station, as you were saying, there's no crew, so they will be filling up in whatever fluids, fuel they need. Let's see how it goes. That's
they're just gonna burn right through.
No stopping for Jim. Very, very well played by Petter. And see, he's shaking his flask, meaning that was an empty flask with energy drink in it. So he's got fuel in there as well as fluids. And look at that. That was swift. And then while Jim did not refill, so either he started heavier with more fluids or he's taken a chance and be like, okay, well, I'm going to actually only refill down in Martigny. But it looks like Petter is going to make an effort to try and close the gap on a section that might not suit him compared to Jim, because what we've seen since the start is that Petter was better on the climbs and Jim was faster on the flat. But I think it's not enough of a gap for Jim to try and pull away from Petter at this point.
Yeah, but it's also mentally. Yeah, sometimes mentally, even just if it's only another 20 meters, but just putting a little bit of distance. Maybe he's showing Petter that, hey, I'm not going to let you rest. I'm not going to bother stopping for any water. So keep up.
But I mean, if I'm in Petter's head right now, and I know I'm closing on Jim just to make sure you stay in contact, I'm like, hey, bro, I refilled. I've got water. I don't know.
Now he's in a better place because he's better fueled.
Exactly. Like 60K, you cannot neglect your nutrition.
Nope. sometimes taking that extra 3-5 seconds earlier on in the race can really come back to you in 30 seconds, 45 seconds later on. And when we have competition like we are seeing here today, 45 seconds can make or break you.
So there we go. It's good to see that the clouds at least have lifted above Champ Lac. And so we're getting a few drone shots.
And so now we know that this mystery third place person isn't Sam Henry, but Sam Hendry from Canada.
Still the runner we thought. It's just like there was an R that had gotten lost in translation.
And just about 30 seconds behind Petter. Now we're back to the lead women here. Judith Wieder now just ahead of Yao Miao. And again, she was second last year at OCC. So she is going to be, she is looking quite strong and will obviously be trying to get into first place this year. And you were saying, Martin, you think that she's probably got it in her because Yao Miao wasn't looking hasn't been as strong as you think this year.
Yeah, I don't feel like we've seen her in the shape she was when she won OCC, for example.
Right.
But again, you know, sometimes runners are choosing races and like, yep, no, I'm going to do this, but this is not going to be an A race. Yeah. So as much as we feel like the performance is on the par, it's just because they haven't gone full blast, or maybe they didn't taper as much. So yeah, everything is possible, and these four ladies are now going to be the ones to count on for the top podium positions.
It's nice seeing them run together because actually Sarah Alonso, I believe, was on a training run on the course with Yao Miao just last week.
Yeah, I mean, these ladies race each other a lot throughout the season, so they know each other, they're good friends, and that certainly makes a difference. Yeah. She is cracking up. Like, Judith is in the lead and having a ball. Like, I don't know if she knew someone on the side of the trail or something, but she had a bright smile on her face, laughing away as she was leading the women's pack. It is a good sign. I was telling you, seeing her on the start line, she looks like she's in the right spirits. And if the training's done, I know like she's been working with Arnaud Tortel when it comes to like body work and the last fine tuning. And yeah, she's ready.
And that section that they're on right now, it doesn't look that steep, but the fact that they were showing at 8 kilometers an hour going up that climb is quite impressive.
Oh yeah, and those last switchbacks before the aid station are pretty steep. They really are.
You can get a better sense of it from behind, I think, but when the camera's in front,
yeah, sometimes it flattens a bit the terrain. There you go. And now the switch back, and that's going to be the last one before the aid station. You can see, like, it looks like the fog's coming down a little bit. Which, again, will probably lower the temperatures a little bit, which would be good, because we were telling you, when they're going to cross over into France, into the Chamonix Valley, it is really hot. So in the men's, just a little further back, we have Luo Tao that we saw on the line at the beginning. And I don't know if you remember, but he was leading OCC a few years back. He ended up 8th, but he was an absolute savage on the downhill. Our camera could not even keep up with him. And so if he's coming back with more experience and a little bit less of a suicidal approach, it's going to be interesting. He might be one of the few that could actually come back.
And maybe on that descent from Col de Baume, that's where we'll see him surge forward. Okay, let's see as the top women come into the aid station. Judith has got her last ready to go. We are not wasting any time.
Here we go. So different strategies again. Yao Miao as well as Joeline choose to go no aid, just like Jim Walmsley did. And in the meantime, where's that runner coming from? But in the meantime, Sarah Alonso and Judith Vider did refill, and look at that. They're already
Right
back
there.
with them.
Yep.
And we got indeed the two moms in the top 4. Jolene Shipgeno, man, her story. Is it too early for tears, or like do we just
bring it.
go full swing?
Bring it.
Her story is quite amazing in itself. Like when she was really young, she was training because that's what you do in Kenya. She was just running with other female athletes. But then eventually she got married and had kids quite early, and so stepped away from competition, and that was done. She was going to be a mom, but then she ended up finding herself alone, having to raise her kids. And in the meantime, she was seeing the ladies she was training with at the time, like scoring big contracts and running at the Olympics and World Champs. And she's like, man, this could be my way to actually support my family. And so she went on the journey, on the quest back to elite racing. And for a year and a half, she ran a marathon a day.
Wow.
She ran a marathon a day, and over the course of this year and a half, she lost 20 kgs and eventually got to a level where she got picked up by the Many Runners, now sponsored by Salomon, and that her first international race on trails was CEST last year that she won.
Which, for those of you who haven't heard of CEST, this is not a race that you can win off the bat. This is a race that if you get anywhere close to the top 10, you are world class.
Absolutely. And so bursting on the scene in that fashion, it was like, whoa, who is that name? So it was too late for her to compete in the whole Golden Trail World Series, but she came to the final as well. And the interview we had with her at the end is like, well, what if you win and you make the prize money?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, I'm going to buy my son a bike.
Oh.
And that was a reality check for all of us. Like, oh my God, okay, this is what she's in for. It's just like, she races to support her family. And we always say, like, you need to have a really good why racing. Yep. Imagine when you know that your children depend on you.
Yep.
That is fuel.
And of course, the prize money for the UTMB finals is quite significant.
Substantial, 13 or 13.5. Sorry, I'm getting that wrong. Around the ballpark, like 13. We'll check that to have accurate numbers. But it's 13 for the win, both for CCC and OCC, and it's 20 for the win for UTMB.
Incredible.
So yeah, that is, those are life-changing amounts. So yes, 13, and then it goes, all races go 10 deep. So from 13, 7.5, 5,000, 3.5, 2.5, 2,000, 1,500, and then 1,000 from 8th to 10. And then for UTMB, if you're interested, we're moving a little bit ahead, but since we're talking numbers, for the win, it's 20,000, and then 12, 8, 6, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 for 7, 1,500 for 8th through to 10th.
And look at that, we've got...
Keith is not talking because, we need to be on E2 on the live, but hey, he's here listening and providing very valuable data. So that is a total prize money for the UTMB World Series final of almost 200K euros.
And as we are about to go into a commercial break, we are looking at Hannah Allgood and Sophia Lockley chasing down the leaders. Very exciting.
It's not that far, so stay tuned, team. We'll be right back.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, and just like that, we're back with the men's leader. If you're joining us today, welcome again. We're following the OCC, the UTMB World Series final in the 50K category. You can see this, and we're just under an hour since the first wave started from Orsières in Switzerland. As you can see, the weather conditions are suboptimal, at least for maintaining the original course. So we changed the course, and it is now 61 kilometers and 3,400 meters of elevation gain, which means compared to the original course, it's 3Ks more and only 100 meters less of elevation. However, the course profile is extremely different, and it's going to be the whole front of the race that will have, as you can see here on the screen, two big climbs, and then once they are at Col de Balme, these runners will drop down into Le Tour and then in the valley floor of Chamonix instead of originally climbing all the way up to La Fégère and down into Chamonix.
And it's important to point out, often when we get an alternate course because of weather, that it tends to be maybe an easier course. There's not as much climb. That is not the case here, because now, instead of these 3 big climbs, with the 2 big climbs, we have runners descending all the way down to Martigny at 500 meters, going all the way up to 2,200 meters. That is really quite a difference. And then, as we say, that last bit of flat, that is going to be tough. That is going to burn after the runners have gone through, probably 45, 50K. They are going to have to really push it to the finish. So I would say we definitely do not have an easier course here.
And I was just going to say, it would be good to see the pace, and I suspect this is actually even faster than that. And it's interesting to see them to, again, same strategy at the Champ Lac X station, not stopping, and now they're breaking away from the rest of the women's lead pack, leaving Sarah Alonso and Judith Wider slightly behind, and running at a very aggressive pace. So sure, this is like a slightly downhill section, but again, do you want to blast your quads that early and taking a chance of having your legs falling apart just on knowing that on that course, you were saying, Steph, from Col de Balme down, you better have wheels. So it's going to be interesting to see. Maybe they just have the conditioning and it's going to be fine for them both. Like, we know that they're super strong downhill runners, but so is Judith.
This is what I find so interesting about the races now, because the competition is so high. There's more and more talk about how in order to do well at these races, you have to really train specifically for the course, for the conditions. But then at the last minute, you could get an alternate course. And so how specific people have gone in their training, how wedded they are to the original course, that might shake things up in terms of the predictions. And follow us along in the chat. We are looking at the live chat. Who are you cheering for? Again, just because you can't see them on the live screen with the cameras, there are static cameras at Champ Lac, at Martigny, at the other aid stations. So if you keep that camera on, you can hopefully see a little snippet of your friend or family member or someone that you just want to follow coming through. Wow, look at that stride.
There we go. Yeah, I think Judith is not wanting to go at a suicidal pace. However, she does not want to give too much of a gap to Jolene and Yao Miao up at the front. Sarah Alonso keeping up. And the race is on. The race actually.
This is incredible.
Yeah, like we're starting to see things shaping up. But it's not over yet, by no means. That's going to be that long descent now into Martigny, and perfect view with our camera mountain bike here. We trying to catch a glimpse of Sarah and Judith, but they are a little further back.
And they are about 10 kilometers into this race, with the men, of course, a little bit ahead. We can see the gap then between Jim Walmsley at the front of the men's race, followed by Yao Miao and Jolene. Shapgano leading for the women.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see like the rankings once we get to Martigny after that long descent.
Yep.
And because so far we've had a big climb and a bit of flat, so now all the solid downhill runners will be playing their cards. And this is a very familiar sight here. I apologize, but at least all the Spanish runners will know his name. He's finished Zegama a few times. This is one of the very famous athletes who's competing in our UTMB World Series races. No, I think this is Paul. I think you're right, Keith. There's a little bit of a teddy bear here. There's probably a story behind that as well.
Well, if something gives you a little bit of extra motivation, you might as well bring it along for the ride.
Take it. It's fair game.
And there we have Judith Wieder and Sarah Alonso, and then Yao Miao and Jolene in the lead. We were speaking earlier at the top of the broadcast, some of the interesting stories coming into this race, and some of the weirder stories. Sarah Alonso, who we weren't sure was going to be starting until recently, because she was attacked by a cow in the summer that broke her rib. She really had to adapt her training plan, do some cross training, as you were saying, work on the elliptical, see if she could get back into a state to be able to run this course. Now that rib might be bugging her when she hits more of the steeper downhills, but she is not showing any sign of pulling back at this point. And I can say, as someone who's been attacked by a donkey mid-race, it is terrifying to have a large animal really come at you, not something that you would expect.
So here we go, together with Paul seems Franck Derrien.
Ah mais là il devrait être ici hein.
And look at the smile on his face. He's absolutely loving it.
And we've got an interesting comment in the chat about Yao Miao. The reason why we're saying Yao Miao and not Miao Yao is because from China, you say the last name first.
Yes, this is a sign of respect. This is how they pronounce it themselves. But that's a good question, because then we get the chance to actually explain why we're saying it backwards for us, like Westerners. But this is this is what we've learned over the years, making many mistakes with names, first names, family names. But these ones we actually get it right, and we want to say it as close as possible to the way their true names are.
Absolutely. We won't always get the pronunciation right or the cultural references right, but we are always open to feedback, and you guys are so good at giving it to us. So hop in the chat if you think we've gotten something wrong.
And so here, Frank and Teddy, Teddy Bear.
Lots of love for these runners in the chat. And we can see a bit of rain there from the camera. We were just checking, Keith was checking for us on the weather outside. The rain is kind of moving through the valley, so it's hitting the runners at different spots. But you can see, again, no one's taking out the waterproofs, no one's putting any extra layers on because of the humidity, because it is still warmer than we were anticipating. I was out for a run the other day in Chamonix Valley, and when I came back after a couple of hours, I was absolutely drenched, not from any kind of rain, but just because there was so much moisture in the air.
Yeah,
now,
it is saturated.
On a run that's 50K, 60K, you can get through it, it's fine. But for the runners that will be going on the longer races, of course, we have PTL, we have the 300-kilometer race going on. That could actually really cause some problems. Now, just to kind of take a step back, you know, we are of course looking at the OCC race, but we have 8 races going on through the week at the UTMB races. 3 of them are the finals, the OCC, CCC, and UTMB. We will be with you on the live stream for all 3 of those races. There are 10,000 runners who have come to Chamonix to participate in these races, and that is out of the 25,000 runners who have entered the lottery. So really, truly global, with over 120 nationalities represented.
And those are the runners, but in the Chamonix Valley and around the 3 different countries that these courses cover, that draws over 100,000 people from around the world. And so that's why UTMB is working so hard to make sure that the carbon emissions generated by this event are minimized as much as possible. And this is why there's so much mobility solutions that are put in place with all the buses and the shuttles, and avoiding people going to places that are too crowded. And yeah, that's work in process. And as much as it's already a big setup, they're working extremely hard for the coming years to improve that even more.
As a Chamonix local, it's much appreciated. And we are about to go to a commercial break. Stay with us when we will come back to give you the latest updates.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back at the OCC following the top men and the top women, as well as some of our adaptive athletes as we progress through this race, this 61-kilometer race with 3,400 meters of climb. The top men at the head of the race are 14.3 kilometers through, and we are looking at Jim Walmsley in the lead with Peter Engel and Sam Hendry from Canada.
So we're live. This is not a replay. So Sam is back.
It appears so.
Wow. This is awesome. I want to double check that because I think Sam Hendry was with the trail team in the US, which is led by Andy Walker, helping like up-and-coming trail runners or collegiate athletes to who are used to track and cross-country to transition into trails, and it's been really successful.
Now, whatever time zone you are in as you're following along, I have personally gotten a little bowl of popcorn to sit as I watch these runners go through. It is better than any movie, any Netflix that you will see on TV. Stay with us. We will be live streaming all three finals over the next 3 days.
And there we go. Riweda can't be too far behind. There you go. Left hand turning to Martini.
Now they're coming down towards the lowest point of the course. Martigny is lower than the start at Orsières.
And so you can see now that Sam Hendry, that's what we're talking about. Like now there's been a descent, and all of a sudden he's back with our two leaders, Peter Engel and Jim Walmsley. So knowing that descent, like that back end of the course from Col de Balme is a long descent with a bit of flat as well. That might suit the Canadian runner as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, what do we know about Sam Hendry?
I can already tell you he's a good guy to start with.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Because he's
Fantastic
Canadian?
person. Yeah, we can make that generalization.
So if we look at Sam's background, he was second last year in the Spico mountain races, the 50-kilometer category. He tends to race in the 20 and the 50-kilometer categories. But I don't have any races on his record for this year yet.
Yeah, maybe he's been just training in the dark.
Yeah, training in secret, so he can really surprise us all, as he has done by coming into the lead here.
And I don't know if we are with the mountain bike or with the runner here on that section. It sounds like a mountain bike. Oh, that car. Yeah, there you go. Okay, we good. Okay, we. There we go. So it looks like Peter is just sitting at the back, which is smart because you want to give a bit of room of people in front of you when you're running downhill, because if anybody takes a tumble or doesn't have your right rhythm, you don't want to be braking too much. You just want to be flowing and limiting the pounding on your legs, because these are still early times, just under an hour 10 into the race. And as you can see on the profile on the top left corner of your screen, they're going down into Martigny, and then the serious business will kick off.
And if you are just joining us, you might be surprised if you haven't been following along in the prep to see Jim Walmsley in the 50K category. But the reason is because he is using this as a tune-up to the World Champs next month. He's had a tough year with some injuries. Of course, missed doing Western States because of a knee injury. And I was you and I were both at the Courmayeur aid station last year when he was running UTMB and had to drop at Courmayeur. He was absolutely flying. And then we saw on that last descent into Courmayeur, suddenly Jim wasn't showing up when he was supposed to show up.
Yeah.
And that
Sambouillard popped into the first place, and he had actually passed Jim around Lac Combal, so that was quite a ways. And so he actually did, them being on the same team. He asked him, "Oh, who's ahead?" Jim's like, "That's you, bro." Like, you're leading, and Vincent was like, "Oh." Okay.
And do you remember when he came into the sports center in Courmayeur, the whole mood, everyone got quiet.
He was like,
and it was just out of respect for the fact that Jim was having a tough moment. It was pretty incredible to be there in the room at that time. But now he has come back. He did win Chianti earlier this year against Kylian Jornet and Bouillard. And he seems to be doing well so far.
And we get more runners coming out of the Champ Lac aid station.
Ah ouais, c'est vrai. C'est vraiment bien fait.
Now that is some creative. That is some creative filming. If you're just listening to us and you're not seeing us on the screen, what do you call those little hoverboards?
Oh, I wouldn't even know how to put a name on that.
We have the camera people definitely using all different types of modes of transportation to make sure that we can provide you with these live images. We are 16 kilometers now into the race, and the rain seems to be picking up, at least for this front pack. If you're in the chat, pop in the name of who you were following, give a little bit of love, and again, tell us if there are any dark horses. Who are we missing in the broadcast? Because you just never know. Even though we've got a race that's the shortest race in the UTMB finals, because we have an alternate course, there could be quite a switch up, particularly on that very fast last bit.
Yeah, Steph, it's going to be quite interesting to see when they come into that aid station, because we've seen Sam Hendry come back, but how big of a gap you reckon they will have at that point? And actually, before we get to that aid station, we'll have a quick video edit to revisit Petter Engdahl here on your screen from Team Terex. His win at CCC, the 100K distance of the UTMB World Series final back in 2022. That is coming any second now. There we go.
And he remains the only one to finish the CCC in under 10 hours for the race. He finished in 9 hours and 53
and that time was absolutely disgusting. Like, I mean, imagine you're running faster than 10 kilometers per hour and you have over 6,000 meters of vert for 100K.
That's absolutely insane.
He was on the mission, and he was hoping at the time that John Albin, because these two trained together all year long, that they would go away together, but nobody was able to actually keep up with Petter that year. And we're back now with the women's race, and it's good to see that even though they tried to pull away, we have Judith Witter, who now closed the gap on Yao Miao and Jolene Chepgeno.
And the question is whether Sarah Alonso is just behind the camera or not. Has she dropped back? Now, we said that potentially her previous rib injury from getting attacked by a cow, I've heard in the chatter that it was bothering her on the descents. So there's a chance that maybe on this descent down to Martigny, she has dropped back a bit, but we will have to see.
Yep. All right, Steph, we got our first guest.
Amazing.
So I don't know, because we didn't have the possibility to put the video on earlier, but there we go. We even have the chat. So I just focus on our first guest. We give you the mic.
Here I am, Mark from Suunto. I'm actually doing product testing at Suunto in HQ in Finland. Stephanie.
I have just joined the team, so very excited to have you as a guest.
Yeah, I've already seen some great content from you, and also congrats on Hard Rock.
Oh, thank you so much.
That was really good.
Thank you so much.
Following it on from Finland. No mountains in the south of Finland, so quite jealous also of the trip that you had there, and all these great runners out there now, out there in the rain. even though it's raining, I'd love to be out there myself. But
Well, we had a fun time shooting some content on the top of Brevant, that's at the top of the vertical K out of Chamonix, with Ryan Montgomery and with Hannes Namberger, who was supposed to be in this race, but unfortunately had to drop, or had to not start. But we had a good time running around before the race anyway.
yeah. So I can see Jim here on the screen, and it's a kind of a nice segue to see what I'm doing at Sonto. So obviously Jim's teammate Vincent Bouillard is doing product testing at HOKA, and I'm doing product testing at Sonto. So I'm like a poor man's version of Vincent Bouillard. I'm not quite at this level here, and I'm focusing on the road running myself quite a lot. I have been doing trail running over in Ultra Pyrénées, but we're not here obviously really to listen about what I've been doing, but following these athletes. And obviously I'm sure there's many people out there watching who are, lovers of the outdoors themselves. Everybody's got a GPS watch these days, and technology is moving fast, and how it can help you in your races and how it helps some of these athletes in races. And I wanted to probably discuss a little bit about how somebody can get the best out of their GPS watch, be it a Sonto, be it a Garmin, be it whatever else out there. But obviously I'm a big expert on the Sonto watches, so if you've got any questions as well, you can shoot them over to me.
Well, and maybe come into the chat if you are watching, if you've got a Suunto watch, if there's something that you're wondering about at how you can make better use of it, because there's so many features that sometimes, none of us are very good at reading instructions, and so
I don't read them, so
unless someone tells you what to actually do, how to get the best functionality out of it, you might not know. I mean, what are some of the main features that you think are maybe underused, or that people might need a little bit of help?
Yeah, so like obviously the races here at the UTMB World Series, people are doing a lot of elevation gain and such, and a lot of people don't track their running by kilometers, or maybe they're doing more so duration or vertical meters quite a lot. And then to be able to have the correct setup on your watch, so when you're out there running, so that you can follow the metrics that you want. Obviously we do these standard default screens that we have devised to be what is the best for everyone. But you can actually create your own custom sports modes, so you can actually leave off of stuff if you want to. You don't want to see the pace, because that can be quite disheartening sometimes when you think you're
when
flying.
You're going 2 kilometers an hour up a climb.
Yeah, exactly. So that's probably quite pointless to you. So maybe you want to actually see, how much vertical gain you've already done, the altitude that you're currently at, and let's say the distance the next waypoint to the next aid station. So you can create a custom sports mode in the application. You can set it up to how you want. You can take all the auto laps off, because that's also something that might affect the battery life, and battery life is also like a huge thing for people who are out there, especially. I mean, I don't think Jim's too worried about his watch life, his battery life there, but those people finishing in the 40 hours and stuff come Sunday morning and such like that.
And the feature that I actually have found in races to be the most helpful is being able to have a navigation screen. So having that navigation functionality alongside also tracking how many kilometers I'm doing, what speed I'm doing, what elevation I'm at, has been so useful, because even when you have the best marked course, when you're tired, when you might not be paying attention, it's possible to go off in the wrong way. During Ultra Trail Snowdonia in May, at some point I found myself in the middle of a bog up to my knees.
Funnily enough, I did Ultra Trail Snowdonia back in 2019, I think it was, and there was a woman in front of me, and she took a massive deviation, and she ended up doing 10 kilometers more. She was in third place when it happened.
Yeah, that's a lot of kilometers before finding out you're on the wrong.
Yeah, so being able that it can make or break your race, and having navigation, as Stephanie just said, is like really important. Nowadays, we just launched a new watch as well, Race 2. It's got an even bigger screen, really bright for in those mountainous, like in high mountains, like in Colorado, where you face like sunlight and all different types of conditions. But the navigation is like a really important part, and I think that is one of the strong points about Santos, like navigation, not just on the watch, but also in the application when you're doing the route planning and all those things, and ease of use, I think, as well. Because, yeah, as you said, technology and everything, we don't read the instructions anymore.
No.
We want to be able to pick it up, use it, go out and run, and that's the main thing. Everyone wants to be out there running, doing their training or their racing, and not having to like figure stuff out. But running is a simple sport, but we start to make it more complicated by adding all these extra things in, don't we? And all the other running shoes that you have a running shoe for tempo runs, for uphill workouts, for all these sort of things. So, yeah.
Oh, definitely. When I was training for Hard Rock, I was doing heat training and altitude training and was pairing all of these different devices with the watch, but it just gave me all of this data that could either make me realize to feel more confident about what I was doing, or make me realize that I needed to beef things up in some areas.
I think the real value in like having all this data is maybe not in the moment, but you have this history of data once you've been doing it over the years, and then you can finally then use that to be able to okay, the altitude training camp went well, I recovered well, I would do that before, or maybe I would like leave the altitude camp 3 weeks break, or maybe I might just do it, drop down straight away. So you can see lots of things like that.
Yeah, I was just looking at this chat, and you're getting some love by a bunch of people. Like Powell says, like the race 2 looks nice, but when is the new vertical? Are you testing that at the moment?
Obviously, I can't say anything. I'm always testing something. That's what I'm going to say. So, if you ever see my Instagram or everything, basically my arms are covered. I've like shaded out the pictures so never can see anything. So sometimes we're running with like 4 watches, but today it's only the 2. So
it's only the 2. All right.
You have a watch on each hand, which I appreciate.
Yeah,
you have a left hand and right hand.
Yeah, actually, beyond the testing, it's actually quite practical, because you can have the map on one and you can look at the metrics on the other, but maybe that's just like a very niche thing for people like me.
And you also have, I need to admire Muzo Pambwa, who apparently you've met at the Sunta booth.
Okay, well,
as a
admire,
athlete.
from South Africa. Yeah, we were chatting together. Great guy, and I'm wishing him all the best in his race. I believe he's doing the CCC tomorrow morning. So, yeah, we've had lots of great talks down at Sunta booth. So, feel free to head on down there if you've got any questions. If you're in Chamonix yourself, although I'm not sure if you were in Chamonix, you'd be watching the live stream. I don't know, and you're probably
yeah.
Okay.
You have the big screen right in the town center. You can just sit down and watch it. Might need an umbrella at this point, and there we go. This is the answer we wanted to have. This is Sarah Alonso, who was in a lead pack, and potentially because of the pain that she might still have in her ribs when she's running downhill, had to let go and not actually try to keep up with the rest of the field when Judith Vider had to go pedal to the metal to close the gap. And look, now even lead the women's race just ahead again of Yao Miao and Jolene Chepgeno.
I hope we can find out at some point what that actual gap is. And there's still a potential here that Sarah, once we get through Martigny and up to the climb again, that she will be able to surge forward. But we are certainly looking now at this trio in the lead on the women's side.
Yeah, Sarah's an extremely strong runner. Like, she'll go through pain. I've seen many of her races. Like, she comes with a bloodied face, and like I believe, was it a Zagama, or I can't fully remember, but it was just extremely strong. And even if she's in pain, I'm sure she's got the determination there.
Going to push through it. I've run with broken ribs before, and it is not pleasant. You can do it, but you just have to make sure not to fall.
I saw a slip of a foot there. It must be well.
So that is a quite technical section here on the.
It's beautiful
on the course, and we have another runner who came back in right ahead of Peter Engdahl. So that is 4 gentlemen in the lead. And I'm trying to think amongst all the top athletes who are very strong on the downhill and could have taken advantage of that one to close the gap. I don't think this is the runner we had before. Could it be Antonio Martinez?
That would be exciting. As we were covering at the top of the broadcast, he was 3rd in OCC in 2024, second in 2023, and in 2022. So he's got a really good OCC record.
I thought I would
can fly on the downhill. We know that Antonio really has strengths going downhill. I was listening to a podcast earlier, and we think that the 2 times that he's gotten second place, he really surged ahead at the back end of the course after Argentière when things start to flatten out.
And so on your screen earlier, it named Rui Ueda back in the game. I don't think that's Rui. Man, this is a super cool section. You get the chains, you get that drop on the left-hand side, the right-hand side. Nah, it is not Rui. It is not Rui in the top 4. Who is that? Because Christian Minocchio was with the black top, wasn't he? Ooh, that's exciting. Yes. New profile at the front. And so how do you do when you want to test the durability of your watch? Like, do you run 200 miles?
Well, I'm running quite a lot of volume per week, and it's quite nice that you just go out for work to go and run. So I never made it as a pro athlete, but my job is to run in a sense. So
not yet.
That's exactly not yet. Thank you very much.
It'll come up, you know. You never know.
But yeah, we have a group of like external testers around the world in different countries: Australia, South Africa, lots in Italy, Colorado, and we send them out, and people are testing them ahead before the release to make sure they are used in real life conditions, in tough situations. Like people have run Hard Rock with the Race 2 that was just released, and yeah, so it's great to have. Yeah, it's always good to have good products, but it's good to have good testing and good durability, as you just said.
And I mean, you could kit up all our camera runners. You would get some pretty serious data.
Yeah, that's a good point. There you go. You've just done some recruitment for me. I appreciate it. You're doing my job.
Anytime.
Although I think we are skewing pretty heavily on the male side for our camera runners. So, we're always looking at gender balance here on the UTMB side.
We do have female mountain bikers.
Do we? Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Who is that fourth runner here at the front? Oh, let him go?
Ooh.
Oh. What's up? That was the guy with the camera. All this excitement for nothing. Darn it.
This is a great technical part of the trail.
Wow, it's incredible how they're running up there. Like for me, I inspired. You see it here, and when you're out there, it's just like so hard, and the speed that they go out, just like incredible.
And not for the faint of heart. If you could see those drop-offs on the left-hand side, you really don't want to miss a foot. But again, a shout out to our camera runners. This is incredible footage. I really feel like we are running, as I'm sitting here eating popcorn in the studio, I feel like I am running behind the lead men in the OCC. We are going to a commercial break. Stay with us. We will be back shortly.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that? There we go. And then again, our CAM mountain bikers and runners are doing an amazing job, not only of providing those images, but also screaming and shouting at people that are on the trail and it's like, move away, coming up. So they don't bother the runners and slow them down or like put them in danger, because this is a fast pace, and I'm glad we are with Rui because he's one of the, look at him, he did slide on that slab that did not make him slow down one bit. The skills that Rui has on that kind of terrain are unreal. His, we were talking about this, he's done a lot of skyrunning races, so technical is his forte, and especially those little kicks, like those little roller coaster trails where you just have to keep going and keep pushing. He is excellent at this, and he showed it when he did the 4-stroke project, even though that was much longer, up Mount Fuji. There's 4 trails to ascend Mount Fuji, and he did them all in a row and set up a new FKT, and those trails are gnarly, and he was bombing down each one of them.
I just want to call out, as we've been talking, on the women's side, we now have Judith Wieder drop back to 3rd, and it looked like there's a bit of a gap now going up this climb. So we've got Yao Miao and Jolene Trapgano in 1st and 2nd. There we've got Judith. You can see we can't see 1st and 2nd from her vantage point. So she has fallen back.
Yeah, I believe Mackenzie just asked in the chat about the heart rate armband. Really good question there. Obviously, we're always developing loads and like studying what else is out on the market, and they are very, I believe, it's actually really good for a female, as you mentioned there, because, if you've got a sports bra and such, it's quite uncomfortable. You get a lot of chafing. I think we get feedback on that. Of course, those things are taken in consideration. I'd probably lose my job if I explained everything that I know what's coming in the pipe, but yeah, it is.
Come on, give us a tidbit.
Say something's coming.
I can. There's
I
lots.
can say it for you. Yes, guys, something's coming.
But yeah, there's always something coming. But at the moment, the race 2, the optical heart rate is very much improved on that. So that's one step forward in that, to be able to get a little bit more, not equality, but for people who suffer with chafing or not allergies, what is it called? If you have some allergic reaction to something, so like the heart rate belt or something. So yeah, that's why those heart rate bands, even on the arm, are also quite practical.
Actually, we got quite a bit of flack online in a previous World Series race. Martin and I were commentating on one of the runners we saw in the 100-mile category was wearing a heart rate monitor. And for me, I get chafing just if you look at me strangely. So I was quite surprised to see someone wear a heart rate monitor during the 100-miler. And we got quite a bit of flack online from people just commenting about why we would be surprised about that. But it just doesn't work for everyone. Some can wear a heart rate monitor across their chest in 100 miles, and some can't.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with it. And also, I like to have like the best, the highest quality of data. It's also part of my job, analyzing data between different watches and such. But also, it's another way to save battery from the watch. So if you don't have the optical heart rate on, then you can use the heart rate belt, which saves a little bit of power.
Now, on the bottom of the screen, it was saying that Rui was in first.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. Yeah. We were having a Sunto banter, but like he was actually like.
Just want to call that out.
And then in the lead, indeed. And again, that kind of terrain really suits him. He's a super strong downhill runner, and so he closed the gap again.
Wow.
On the team that were leading. So Peter Engdahl, Jim Walmsley, and Sam Hendry from Canada are now the top 4 men, led by Japanese runner Rui Ueda. Team Rui, because he's got his own clothing range, clothing brand, and also sponsored by Red Bull.
And just go on his UTMB profile. First, 14th, first, second, third. I mean, he just has an incredible string of performances,
and it's
all in the 50K category.
Mm-hmm. And it's always tough for him because when he travels from Japan over either to the US, and actually US is not too bad, but to Europe, it is a big trip. And so the jet lag has often gotten him, and he would deliver under his true potential. And I mean, by the look at how he's running today, like he might be on a good day, and in that case, we can definitely not rule him out.
How would that feel to be leading Jim through a race like this?
That's the thing, he doesn't care. Like that's the beauty of Rui. He does his own thing.
Okay.
And sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. But if he's in the lead, that was never because he wanted to lead the pack or be in front of the camera. It's because he felt that way, he felt easy, and then he just passed them. But again, they're all here in the mix. Actually, Peter's not here. Oh yeah, no, he is. My bad. And then that runner, that mystery runner, is actually a cam runner, but maybe not from our team, unless he was with Rui and got reeled in following the chase pack, and now there's 2 of them on that section.
We are just over 21 kilometers into the OCC race on the men's side. Now on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the top of the women's race.
Actually, I was chatting with Joylene yesterday on the booth, and I've actually been to Kenya myself, and I was running on the roads there, and actually the roads are quite rocky and traily, just like just for road running. So it's great to see Kenyan athletes doing so great and coming over and doing well in these races also, and it's no surprise.
We've been talking about it on the broadcast, how if she can pull it off, this is going to be her longest race, and really just so inspirational for many, not just in Kenya, but in many other underrepresented countries around the world.
Although it's I think it's important to say that like all the Kenyans that we now see up at the front, like Patrick Kimeno, Philemon Obongo, now Kevin Kibet, like they didn't just burn onto the scene. They've been at it for 2-3 years, and this is how much it took for them to figure out the trail, figure out how to run on technical, do the specific training. So it's not like an obvious transition. It's not a given.
Yeah.
So there we go. Jim, Sam.
Now, what's going to happen at Martigny? It looks like he has got his flask out, because remember, Jim did not stop to fill up at the last aid station at Champ Lac.
Indeed, very good point.
But it's been 15.4 kilometers in between Champ Lac and the aid station at Martigny, so he's definitely going to need to fill up here. And you can see he's got his flask ready, and he is going to be moving quickly through this aid station.
And so, have we lost Rui, or is he just ahead and we're following the chase back? Oh no, he's at the back. He's at the back, right in front of that car. So I guess he would have dropped out a little bit. As he would have gotten on the flat. Interesting. There we go, and the cheering crowds are out in Martigny despite the rain. Sam Hendry still there, legend.
Gosh, they look fierce. There's not a lot of chit-chatter going on between the top 3 of them, is there?
They're working it. They are definitely working it.
You might have time to exchange a few words in UTMB, but in the OCC, it's just too quick. You need to save your lungs.
I'd love to know if we asked them now what their rate of perceived effort was. It would be great to know. I'm always thinking about, like, you know, the technical data.
So it seems like, yeah, it would be pretty wet now by the drops we saw earlier on the cameras. And this is with the conditions that awfully resemble to 2022 when Peter Engdahl took away the big W at CCC. We know this is the weather he likes.
So we've had actually all the top 4 men all come in within 4 seconds of one another through Martigny.
Wow.
Jim, Sam, Petter, Rui.
And not even 20 seconds back is Luo Tao, the Chinese runner from Team Adidas Terex, who has everything and more. Oh, and look who just clocked in, Andrew Vitek from Poland, representing Team Asics. He is in-house, so just a minute back. But again, I think if he's pacing himself and waiting for the last 20 plus Ks, he still has chances to reel in some of these top men.
Exactly. If he can even just stay close to the top 5, if he can remain in the top 10, Andrzej Vitek, I think will really surge ahead when he hits that last section because he is a 2:18 marathon runner.
And if you're familiar with the trail running scene, we just had Gabriel here. There you go on the screen. He was filming and cheering from the runner. He's Judith's husband.
Ah.
Yeah. So it's good to know that she will see a familiar face when she gets to that point. And here we're in the lead of the women's race with Yao Mia, who took control of it on that technical section. And it looks like she's dropped Joylene a little bit. I don't know. We'll see when we get a back view of what's happening right behind, because Jolene might just be sitting on. Nope, we get a bit of a mixed match here, but that's all good. Jolene is sitting in second place, and Judith is in third.
So Yao Mia must have heard you doubting her ability to show up at this race, because she is not showing any sign of weakness. She is our defending champ, our course record holder, and the only woman to run OCC in under 6 hours. Again, we cannot compare the times for the course today with previous years because we are running an alternate course, but it is helpful to remind ourselves of that background. So the women now starting to spread out a little bit. But who is that in front of Judith?
Oh, I missed that.
Probably one of the men.
But again, there's plenty of ground to cover, and I think Judith is not getting too excited, and she's playing it safe. You see, like she's not trying to make any mistake on that section, and we'll see the split between our top 3 ladies when they'll get to Martigny. But that section that we've basically never seen, because that is like a B course for the OCC, it is quite challenging. I didn't realize there was going to be like so much little bumps, little ups, little climbs like this. That will take a lot out of you.
And this is part of the MCC course.
Is it yet?
I think.
Because I think they're going to go to Martigny, and then
it's part of the MCC course? Okay.
Martigny.
Good check.
Chamonix. So,
but as they're coming out of, the women are coming in towards Martigny. As the men are coming out of Martigny, they're going up that massive climb, which goes from 500 meters. They do have a little descent kind of halfway through towards Triomphe, but I'm really counting this as part of one sustained effort all the way from 500 meters up to 2,200.
Mm-hmm. And the last part of the climb up to Col de Balme is also quite technical on big slabs. So because it's going to be wet, like we had Ryan Thrower, who was messaging with Keith, and he said the weather up there is hyenas. So they have still a lot of challenges coming up ahead of them.
Yeah, as they're coming down here, actually one feature that is quite useful in trail running that we've got out there and we just put some updates to is the climb guidance. So if you're out there on course and you're doing loads of mountainous stuff, you can see the route profile, you can zoom into it if you've got some waypoints on there, and you can get a detailed breakdown of where you are on that climb or on that descent, because sometimes, in a big picture of things on a long race, you can't remember everything, but you have those nice little footnotes, let's call it like that, to be able to follow along where you are in the race.
Now, Keith has just given us an interesting little nugget about the top 10 men. Now, this is truly an international event across all of the 8 UTMB races. We have over 120 nations or nationalities represented. But amongst the top 10 men right now, we have them coming from 9 different nations.
Wow.
And that's incredible. We are not seeing any particular country dominating right now, which is really cool to see.
And there you go. They are now climbing out of Martigny on their way to Col de la Forclaz. And the pace is ridiculous because that is a steep climb and they are moving.
We are taking a step back. We are an hour and 45 minutes into this race. They've done already a pretty good amount of elevation, and we are at 24 kilometers. Now, many of us would not be able to run 24 kilometers in an hour and 46 minutes on the flat.
That's some people's half marathon personal best.
Yes.
On the road with no climbs.
On flat. Yeah.
In good weather.
Yeah, and not on a trail.
Wow.
And so it looks like Jim's decided to crank another gear because he's dropped a little bit Petter, who's the last one we can actually see in his rear mirror, but no sign of Rui or Sam. So could it be? Because we didn't see them go through the aid station, did we? No. And they have. So
no, I wanted to see the transition. I wanted to see how long they would take to fill up their bottles.
So maybe this is where something happened, and we didn't actually quite catch it.
And we are just yes. Okay, taking a look at the women's side. Just checking the times about when everyone went through the aid station. Because if you look on the course profile, it doesn't look like they've gone through, but we had Edith Jolin and Sarah Alonso. Oh, nope, it's imminent. They are not yet through.
Like now,
apologies. They are coming in just momentarily. I got confused there because we know Sarah has dropped back a bit. But we should be able to get an updated time. Hopefully the cameras will switch over. But we've got our backup, which is the still cameras.
Yeah, I got my eyes on it.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Petter was like in a hurt house there a little bit. I mean, I'm sure they all are, but he's looking at his watch and looking behind him. But that's always
Well, we've seen Petter when he won at Monte Rosa, looking at his watch pretty much every 500 meters. So that's more of a habit that he's got there.
Actually, I believe he's quite a data nerd as well. Actually, I think I remember seeing some posts from him on his socials.
Yeah. So as we have Team Walmsley from the US representing Team HOKA in the lead of the 2025 OCC after they've gone through the Martigny aid station. So then they are on the MCC course, a race that took place on Monday. We have a quick interview of Jim Walmsley coming up. I'll give you an opportunity to hear what he's got to say. We haven't switched the audio yet. Hopefully we will.
Okay. I spend part of my time in the US in Flagstaff and part of my time in Rochefort in France. This year for the UTMB I'm doing the OCC, so it will be a fun, exciting, like faster, different race for me. My first time doing a different race besides UTMB, and I'm excited to run a bit more fast pace and try to withstand the weather this week. Yeah, I think OCC starts really fast, so it's really about absorbing the big fast start and then settling in, and it's still a good 5-hour race, so I'm looking forward to it getting hard and the last climb up La Flégère. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of rain tomorrow for the race, so yeah, I'm choosing this rain jacket, which is a bit more waterproof than maybe my race rain jacket, and yeah, just expecting to be wet and a bit slippery, and just kind of take it at.
Oh well, we didn't get the end of the last sentence, but basically
Keeping us on our toes.
Basically Jim expecting poor weather and the ground being a bit more technical due to the rain and possibly the mud, but that doesn't seem to slow him down one bit. He's now leading the race and seems to have shaken off a little bit Peter Engdahl, but we'll see, not by much, by the sound of our camera runner. I don't know if you can hear it, but Peter is probably still firing on all cylinders going up that hill. And he wants that win, and he's prepared to hurt for it. So I wouldn't say, oh, okay.
Oh my goodness. Now we have the runner stopped for a train, and that's Sarah Alonso and Judith Wieder. Oh my goodness, this is a wrinkle.
Crazy.
This is a wrinkle.
Happening? They're gonna have. I mean, how do you sort that out? How do you sort that out?
Oh, that's stressful. That is stressful because as we can see on the women's side, as we were following the men, the Yao Miao went through Martigny at 1:48.50, and then 19 seconds behind we had Jolyn, but Judith and Sarah were stuck. They have now gone in front of the train, underneath the barrier.
And that was just coming into the aid station.
Oh. But that did stop them for a
fair amount of time. I mean, it gave Moonmat the opportunity to even close. So Judith, who was there, got probably picked up by Sarah very quickly, and both were blocked by the barrier. And then it looks like Maud just came at the right time, didn't get stopped, and all of a sudden she is together with Judith and Sarah.
That is really bad luck.
With the race office to have an understanding, and the gifts are coming in. Well done, team. The gifts are coming in the chat on the live.utmb.world platform. This is where it's at. This is where you want to be watching this live. So we're going to be checking with the race office to get an understanding of how this will be sorted out to kind of even the field, because it's not really fair.
I would really be struggling mentally right now. You could see the looks on their faces from the two of them. You know, we can see now that it's caused it's caused a delay. We don't know how long was due to the train and how long was just due to them falling back. But if we look at when the runners went through Martigny, Sarah Alonso is showing that she came through over 2 minutes behind Jolene. And Judith has now come in behind Sarah, so she's dropped back to 4th.
And it didn't look like Sarah even stopped for water.
Wow.
It looked like that. But.
That is brutal. That is brutal. Now, Yao Miao, when she came through the Martigny aid station, she was 11 minutes behind Jim. So we've got an 11-minute gap between the lead men and the lead women.
I just heard one of the spectators saying you've got 20 seconds, Yao Miao to Joylin. One of the spectators was saying that.
He's actually more than a spectator. He's the coach.
Oh, really? Okay.
Greg Vollet. A lot of you will know his name, part of the Golden Trail World Series.
Yeah, downhill specialist.
Indeed.
Well, you just never know what's going to happen, particularly on an alternate course. Sometimes there are trains, sometimes there are cows, sometimes you never know what you might get, and unfortunately it seems to be luck of the draw for those who got stuck behind the train. So there will be no change in adjusting the times. It just is what it is. So hopefully getting stuck behind that train will put a little bit more fire in their belly to try to make it up.
Yeah, I'm sure as the adrenaline gets that all pumping.
Well, they did, if you look at it in a positive way, they did get a 20, 30, 40-second rest. So maybe they're feeling a bit more fresh.
Same in Tour de France, indeed. But it's, food for thought. Next year, to all the competitive runners who want, well, I guess it's not going to be the same course.
No.
But like...
Check the train schedules before you plan out your route.
So you want to be watching, it was like, can you have a train schedule on your Suunto? Just make sure, like, it's closing in, you get a sprint before the barrier goes down.
You can test it for us, and then you can let us know how it works. But yeah. I know in Ironman races, they obviously have for drafting, they have those penalties and they have to sit in like a different section, and quite a lot of them, you see them doing like a quick stretch, grabbing some gels in, getting the nutrition in. So, it can probably help in that sort of situation. Obviously not the most ideal and you wouldn't want it, but hopefully they can get a little bit more energy back into them, and maybe running as a group also, having people to follow, being around you, maybe that helps spur them on as well.
It's just one of those little wrinkles, one of those little setbacks that the runners will have to get over mentally. But we will see what happens after the commercial break. Stay with us.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And here we go, team. We're back, and we are with Yao Miao crushing that uphill coming out of the Martigny station. She started that climb all the way to Col de la Forclaz, and that climb is just going to get harder and harder and steeper and steeper. And so for those joining us right now, this has been a bit of a race happen. Like race fact, 2 of the top women were stuck at a train tracks. The train was going, the barriers were down, and they were stuck for God knows how long. It looked like 30, 40 seconds. That created a bit of confusion, but the decisions, as said, as because this is a French part of Valais in Switzerland and going into France, c'est la vie. This is how it is, and they're gonna just have to deal with this. And look at this, Jolene Shipgeno is catching up now with Yao Miao on that climb. And so they're going to possibly open up an even greater gap on Sarah and Judith Wider, who were both stuck behind those train barriers. So I would say thank you for being. Oh, well, maybe not full screen.
Yeah, no, they don't want to see my face. We want to see this battle between these amazing athletes here. But she's going past. Yeah, Mark. I've been Mark. I will always be Mark, actually, but from Sunto. And it's been a pleasure to be with you both, and obviously the UTMB crowd and everyone messaging there. We're down in the village, so pop on down if you want to come and say hello, got any questions. And yeah, wishing everybody's training and races for the rest of the year ahead out there watching it. Keep it up, good work, and yeah, happy trails and everything.
Beauty.
Thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
Wow, and now do we have Jolene surging into the lead as we are saying goodbye to Mark? This is exciting. Another interesting fact: the top 10 men who came through Martigny were 4 minutes apart between first and 10th. Whereas
nothing.
Yep, for the top 10 women, it was 8 minutes, which is also not a lot.
And so now our shorter distance and climbing specialist, although she can run downhill really well, Jolene Shipgeno has now taken the lead on that gradual climb. She's making her climbing strength count and is now putting an attack on her team partner, Yao Miao, both runners for Team Salomon. And in the meantime, just ticking away, looking like he's on the Sunday stroll. Jim Walmsley leading the OCC. And it will be very interesting to see how far Petter Engdahl now is from Jim. If he's managed, as the grade gets steeper and steeper, this technically should suit Petter a little more. But again, on that whole long part that was like kind of runnable steel section, I think just like Jolene, Jim's opened up a bit of a gap.
So the question is, the strength that Jim has potentially on the climbs here, or on the flats. Sorry, the strength that Jim has on the flats, is that bigger than the strength that Petter has on the climbs? Because yep, we're going to be looking now at this long climb, which will suit Petter, but it ends with a flat section. It ends with a long flat section.
Oh man, and look at this. They're really going at each other. Yao Miao chose to pass again Jolene, and now it's getting steep, so Jolene keeps running. Yao Miao transition into a power hike. It doesn't look like these two are working together at all.
No, this is really exciting. There's no even acknowledgement of the other person. They are in their own race, in their own heads. I mean, obviously they know the other one is there, but they are just not even willing to acknowledge their presence.
Go, like, come with me or something. Nope. And look at this. Riweda is now closing on Petter Engdahl, and there's no sight of Jim. I'm trying to get perspective, but no, that flat is green, so there's no need to go on the side for me. Oh, interesting. Petter Engdahl just picked up a lot of water from that little river. It means that it is hot already. It is getting hot on that climb, and he's trying to cool off the engines. And so the time he's taking here is lost maybe like a few meters on Rui, but this is time well spent. You want to make sure you never overheat. And as much as it is counterintuitive, we had that feeling earlier this morning that it was extremely hot, even though it was humid.
But you know, if you know the course well, which would be tricky because we're on the alternate course. If you know the course well and you're coming up to an aid station and you've still got water in your bottles, then maybe you make that strategic decision to keep pushing forward because you know there's a river up ahead. Who knows? But that would take some pretty intense local training and course knowledge to be able to plan for what the alternative course would be.
And as much as usually you're pretty safe drinking from the water trough, like you do not want to drink from those creeks.
But you know, Martin, it's only, quote unquote, only a 50K race. So even if you're going to drink bad water, there's a good chance it's not going to hit you until tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah,
and then, you know,
you're putting a massive dent. Like, this is going to be your season ender.
I think I would go for it. Why not? Risk a little Giardia in order to get the win.
And here's the opportunity to give a shout out to John Onifa Stingray, who just got passed by Yao Miao. Really kind runner who has been coming to the UTMB World Series final for many years now and was making good use of his poles on that climb.
And looking at the chat, we have someone named Stomach Island actually support the idea that taking from streams is better than an aid station. And I think the name is quite apt if we're talking about about this choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of conversation as well about whether people would go faster with poles or without poles. You know, on a as we were saying earlier in the broadcast, on a 50K race, which is relatively quite short, yes, still an ultra, poles might be good for some, but particularly for the elites, the speed that they're going at, they're not necessarily going to be better for you overall, because they could help you on the climb, but dealing with them, faffing around with them on the descent, having them bounce around.
I mean, it boils down to training, really.
Yep.
Like, just the same way you would choose a belt over a pack, depending if the military equipment allows. Like, it's not too much whether you use poles. If you're comfortable with them, like within 30 seconds, you can have them folded and put in the quiver, and that's the end of the story. So that could actually be super beneficial. And we've seen this in other races at the 50K distance at Val d'Aran.
Yep.
Correct. It was even less than 50K. It was like 45 or something. And then Nadir Maguire won the race, and he was using poles big time on all the big climbs. So again, Nadir being like a mentoring person, ski mentoring. So for him, poles is just a natural motion and an easy way to save his legs on those big climbs, maintaining the speed, which then plays out in the later stages. So as short, air quote, as short as 45Ks, you could make good use of poles if you feel like this is going to be helping you, and you've trained a lot, you're comfortable like putting them away and pull them out in a matter of literally 30 seconds.
I think the training part is the key, because there's really quite a cultural difference in use of poles between the Europeans and the Americans, I would say. I don't know where maybe the South Americans or those coming from Asia fall into that category, but we do tend to see a difference where Americans just don't use poles as much. I remember when I'm Canadian, came over to the European side, everyone used poles, and it just hadn't even occurred to me because I hadn't used them. That was quite some time ago.
Wow.
But I've heard quite a few of the Americans coming into the races, talking on podcasts about how they just haven't used poles in training, so they're going into these races without the poles, which you can get away with in OCC, but once we're jumping up to CCC and UTMB, it is rough. I think Hayden Hawks is probably the most well-known for not using poles.
Yeah, well, and he still got away with the win at CCC without poles.
I think he's changing up his strategy. Yeah,
he is. So here, Ikram is, could she be in 5th? Right behind Judith and Sarah.
She was 6th going through Martigny. It was Maud and Matthew.
Oh, yep, that's right.
That was in 5th. But Ikram, I remember she was commentating on. We were both commentating on her performance at Val d'Aremba UTMB earlier this year at the beginning of July. She was running the 50K race and came in third. She's also just come off of Sierre-Zinal, where she was 29th, which is still respectable, particularly in that race. But certainly not as well as she's done in Sierre-Zinal in previous years.
And it's interesting here on those images. We saw Jim like power hiking, so obviously that last part all the way through to Col de la Forclaz is extremely steep, but it's rare. So I was just like really questioning, oh, is something happening with Jim? And now I see him run again. I'm like, okay, no, he's back in. He was just taking a moment. But you can see here on the profile, they're nowhere near done with that extremely steep climb. It's going to be another 3 Ks of climbing before they get to Col de la Forclaz and drop down into that kind of punchy, short but punchy descent into Trion.
Yep. And you can see that they use the different color grading when they show that profile on the screen to show the steepness of the climb. And we are in the red at the moment. Jim now over 31K into the race, so he's over halfway done. But to me, there's still the toughest parts of the race ahead. You've got the bulk of the climb. You've got the very fast end part of the race. So while we might be halfway through in distance, I do not think we are halfway through in terms of effort. And then following on the left-hand side of the screen, Jolene Chepingango.
Yeah, and it looks like she's opened a bit of a gap.
She is fierce. Looks like her pack is almost falling off.
Yes. Even the pack can't keep up.
You know, she doesn't care. I think one of her shoes could fall off right now, and she would still keep going at the same pace.
Yeah. She's on a mission, and so we've seen on shorter races that she was educated when it came to drinking and fueling, because for me that is the biggest hurdle for her today. Like this is the her longer race, but for sure in training she's doing the volume that probably physically will get her the ability to cover that distance, but it's everything that comes with it. It's just like the pace management. Is she pushing too hard on that climb while there's still, as you were saying, a lot of challenges still ahead, and is she fueling accordingly? Because again, on a 30K race, you can finish with a deficit, no problem. It's not gonna bother you. Like it's gonna affect your recovery, but you don't care about recovery when you're racing. But now in a 60K race, that's a whole lot more time spent on your feet, and if you miss too many opportunities to eat, or if you don't take enough calories in these early times, that's going to come back to bite you.
You're right. I think this race is going to be probably 2 hours longer than her longest race. And especially when it comes at the end, when she is going to have to be fast. She is going to need that fuel in her. Now, we haven't seen what she's taking in terms of fuel because the cameras haven't been there. I don't know if she's doing gels and carbohydrates through her drink. But I assume that she's being advised well. Do you know, does she have a coach?
So Julien Lyon is the person managing the whole Minimally Runners group over in Kenya. And he's helping them to train. But there was also, to my understanding, Adrien Séguret, who's also well known. He is the person who does the selection for the French national team for trail running.
Wow. Interesting.
And a well-known coach in France, and he had been asked to work with that team. So I know that remotely. He's done this in the past with female Kenyan athletes who were like something ridiculous. I can't remember the time, so I'm not gonna give you the wrong information. But he's got experience coaching Kenyans. Let's say. And there we go. On that climb, so it is usually a bit of a different climb. So that climb, I'm guessing those times are taken from the OCC. And there we go on the KOM. So that's 7.17 Ks and just over 1,000-meter climb. So that's a bit of a more runnable VK. Kevin Vermeulen did this in 2024 and indeed was during the MCC. And he was leading from the first kilometers and eventually dropped down before the Lavanché. And Clémentine Geoffrey, our 2023 Trail World Champion, got also this KOM in 2023 during MCC, and she did win the women's race that year. Thanks again, Heath, backing us up with all the good data to share with you all. It is a team effort, also behind the screen.
I am just so interested in her focus. Jolene is just really putting it all out there.
Yeah, she looks like she's working hard.
Yeah.
And again, we're still within her, I want to say, comfort zone. 26 Ks, that's like Serginal, 32 Ks. Mont Blanc Marathon, I mean, all the way through to Mont Blanc Marathon, she ended up like pulling it off. And wow, okay, well, Yao Miao is just behind. She is just there. So I don't know if she closed the gap or if we didn't see Yao Miao because we didn't have a clear sight right behind Jolene. But as much as Jolene is looking like she's working hard, Yao Miao is closing.
And, you know, I don't see Jolene looking behind her once. Again, it's what we saw when they were running together. It's like the other one doesn't exist. They just don't even want to acknowledge the other one is there because they are so into their own race.
But look at this. Give me your opinion. It looks like Yao Miao is working hard. Like, to an extent, it's like, is this sustainable? Like, she's head down.
She's not looking like she's running super smoothly. She's looking at her feet more than I would expect, like hunched over more than I would anticipate.
Okay, so that's not just me.
No.
And I'm like, wow, this is bold to be in that state because, I mean, if anybody can hurt, that's Yao Miao. She is an absolute savage on race day and will go all out. But man, this is early. And behind, if Judith and Sarah haven't lost hope in catching these two, it's gonna be an interesting battle. We're gonna see changes. That's my call, at least.
But you can see she's moving well compared to the other men. She is picking up paces. Let's see what happens after the commercial break. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back following the women at the top of the OCC, the 61-kilometer alternate course, which was changed due to the weather. We can see Jolene Chepgengo, at the leading the women's field, followed by Yao Miao. Oh, we have a bit of conversation in the chat about whether her form, we were commenting on whether it meant that she was struggling. Some are saying actually that's how she looks normally. We'll have to see how this plays out in terms of speed and ranking. And in third, we have Judith Wieder, who was second in this race last year and has had a really strong 2025. So many had predicted that Judith would actually be the women's leader in this course. It's still possible, of course, but at the moment she is sitting in third.
Yeah, I still believe Judith can pull it off because I still believe Judith can pull it off indeed because she does not give up mentally, and we've seen that when she won Mont Blanc Marathon. She was second to. Oh, I'm blanking right now. I ran to come back to the desk. Madalena Florea. And she was like, nope, this win is mine. And she just found the resources within herself to just put on another surge and catch up and take the win. So if she puts her mind to it, I think she can do what it takes to reel them in.
But we just saw on the screen, assuming that was accurate, that there is quite a gap now between Yao Miao and Jolene at the front, and then Judith in the third. So she will have a bit of ground to cover, I think. Not impossible.
Allez, come on.
And interesting, we have in the chat people saying in Hungary, just like in China, you say the last name first before the first name.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. But that's why we are saying Yao Miao. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Are there any other countries out there where you say the last name first? We'd be interested to know. It would definitely help us on the commentary side. Jolene looks to be moving really well. There's Yao Miao.
Yes.
Head down again.
The battle is on between these two. It's insane. They're not giving anything to each other.
But you can see now Yao Miao is definitely looking ahead, seeing how far in front Jolene is. Jolene is not looking behind her.
And so this is the road that goes up from Martigny to Col de la Forclaz, which is like a famous col. And so they're going to go on the outside of that big switchback on the road and stay on the single track, and it's going to get steep. This is probably where we saw Jim earlier.
Look at this.
Yes.
Ooh.
Brutal. And Jolene does not walk any steps. She is running it all.
I'm nervous for her. This is an incredible pace, but I really don't want to see her burn up later on in the course.
Oh, thanks, Wawawa, Japan and Korea as well. Family name and then given name.
Cool.
Thanks for sharing that. So yeah, it's actually more spread out than. Oh, that looks like a slow motion.
It did look like a slow motion. We have
our power hiking, our two Swiss runner, and even like look, Maud Matisse seems like she's gonna make a pass on Judith.
Now, Maud is interesting because some had named her as a potential one to watch here, but the last race of this type that she did was quite some time ago. I think she said herself in 2011. But she was fourth a few weeks ago in Sierre-Zinal, second at ETC last year, which is the newest, I think, of the UTMB races.
Yes.
Yep. Experience Trail Courmayeur, the 15-kilometer race in Courmayeur that happens early in the week.
Short and punchy.
Oh, yes.
If you think like, oh yeah, that's the short race. There was a lot of people who actually did that. It's like, oh, it's a short race. I want to participate in a UTMB race, but it packs a punch and it's an insane climb and really brutal descents. And then, as we know, Courmayeur is almost always sunny, and it was extremely hot, and a lot of runners suffered from the heat.
It was. It has a cutoff time of 4 hours and 30 minutes, which seems like a lot for a 15K race, but it really did cut a lot of people out. And there's Ikram coming up on that same road that we just saw, third and fourth. She's moving very well.
Team 26, il y a les filles qui vont remplir de l'eau.
Okay.
Oh, and we can hear a bit of pressure in that pipe. and I believe we can give a shout out to our cam runner, because I recognized the bit of a Spanish accent. It is Jan Margaret who's offering us those images.
Now, this is actually a visual representation of drinking water out of a fire hose. You might feel like that sitting listening to the commentary as we are spewing all sorts of information your way. But we are seeing our top two women literally drinking water out of a fire hose.
Yep, that's exactly what it seems like. Interesting, like Joylene left earlier, but she was looking back almost like, oh, okay, is she coming with me? And for the first time, there is maybe a sign of, okay, them working together, waiting for one another. Here we go, we are now higher up in the clouds with our men's leader, Jim Walmsley, still crushing it. And we're most likely getting close to now Col de la Forclaz. And kudos to our cam runner who's sticking with Jim as well.
That is not easy.
Yeah, I can only envision, the few nights before doing a draw, who's gonna get the top men's on that climb amongst the cam runners. Like, oh no!
It's been carbo loading for the last 7 days.
There you go, Riweda. Where is our friend Ri? Is he? So we're being told he's in third, so most likely still behind Peter Engdahl.
Non, c'est le troisième.
So that would mean that our Canadian would have fallen down to fourth.
And then the cam runner told us that Peter was indeed ahead, but not that far ahead. And then we had comments that says, like, there should be a camera runner race too. Yeah, those camera runners do partake in races, and they're very often on podiums of these races. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bit more quiet than what we see during UTMB, but this is the one and only Col de la Forclaz that Jim is going over at this point. Still in Switzerland. Swiss on the Swiss part. And now very shortly, it's actually a change, because usually they were going around by the road and back, and now they're going up and over.
And you can see Jim looks like he's running pretty easily, but when you look at the spectators who are running alongside him, they are booting it. It's like an optical illusion when you watch really accomplished, elite, technically perfect runners. It doesn't look like they're moving as fast as they are. And you don't notice until you have the extraordinary runners.
Yes. Struggling and not being able to keep up for over 100 meters.
Yeah.
But so, yeah, that's interesting to note, because, and maybe this is a question for our race office, because we saw Jim going up and over that hill where usually they were all going around alongside the road and then back onto that trail that he's on right now. So I wonder if this is just the MCC course, or if now that is the one and only route going over Col de la Forclaz, which is then going to be the same for CCC and UTMB. Because we had Jim in front, and we saw him looking left and right, and he's like, oh, where am I going? What's going on? Because this is new, and this is not something you would actually like pick up on the course profile such a small little change in the course. And just a heads up for all the cam runners out there, you got to be very careful about what you're doing, because we do have official teams that are there to cover the race, as well as our team of live broadcasters. But there seem to be also a lot of other people, and so please be mindful of the runners, and if you want to capture images, make sure you do not put our runners in jeopardy.
I think this is the challenge, as this is becoming much more of a spectator sport than it ever used to be. We have so many people that want to get a piece of the action, but it's becoming a bit of a crowded space.
So there we go. So we still haven't had eyes on Petter, so that's interesting. But we got the confirmation from my cam runner. He knew, he had been there, he had seen him go through.
Okay, and here now we know that the split between first and third, so between Jim and Rui, is about 700 meters. So Petter is somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in between. Although that 700 meter can seem big, but because Jim has been running fast on flat for a long time and Rui was still going up at a slower pace, this is going to shrink as soon as they get to both the descent, especially Rui being a very solid downhill runner. I don't think he's going to do much damage by pushing hard, and my guess at least is that there's going to be much less than 700 meters when they get into the Trion station.
Quite a moody view there going up Col de la Forclaz.
It's good to see already people out cheering for all the runners.
Okay, there we can see the split. And that col there is at 1,528 meters. So as soon as they go over the top, they do have that short downhill before they hit a flat again. But I'm putting this part as a blip in the one long climb from Martigny up to Col de Baume.
And so with that descent, it's gonna be interesting to see who can possibly come back a little bit in the rankings. We're talking about Luo Tao from China. Christian Minojo also very strong on anything technical. Rui. Anže Vitek, I think he's going to still be waiting for the Col de Balme to try and play his cards. And here again, we see Yao Miao taking water, cooling himself down. So despite the clouds and the fog, it must still be quite warm. It says 12 degrees Celsius here in Chamonix, but it can't be 12 degrees where they are right now, because the way they're trying to cool themselves down, we saw Petter do that earlier as well. Yeah, it's got to feel like much hotter. And it's interesting, again, Joeline was looking back because Yao Miao stopped to use water from that tap. And Joeline was looking back, trying to understand what the situation was.
And we can see on the screen here, we have Yao Miao, we have Joeline, we have Maud, Ikram.
Yeah, so, I mean,
we don't know.
Would be somewhere in there. Just like Petter was a bit of a ghost runner at Col de la Forclaz.
True. Joeline is keeping up a very steady pace on this climb. Again, it does give us a good frame of reference to see her going quite quickly past some of the men. Back to Yao Miao.
Seems to be working hard again, as you were saying.
Yeah, she doesn't look symmetrical at the moment, actually.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. We were talking about him, and there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Petter Engdahl on that descent into Trion. And this is where he can let loose a little bit and being comfortable. But I don't feel like he's pushing at all. He's just letting gravity do the work and still looking after himself on that section, I reckon. He's not recklessly going down.
It's tricky to make that transition. They've been climbing for quite some time. They have a short descent and then they have to go immediately, back into flat fast and then climb again. So maybe he's just not going to push it too hard on this because he knows he's got a really long descent coming up.
Yeah. And so as we're back with Yao Miao on her way to Col de la Forclaz, currently sitting in second position, we do have a quick video recap of Yao Miao's win at last year's OCC. And as you can see, the weather was slightly different.
Win and course record holder. She is still the only woman to have run this course in under 6 hours.
Yeah. So again, if you're only joining us now, you can see that the weather conditions today forced the organization to change the course, alter the course, and therefore there's 3 more kilometers in a very different course. So we won't be able to compare the runners' times today with any previous edition. And you were talking about references and indicators to gauge how fast those runners are going. And the fact that our cam runner got dropped on that little section, it was like, okay, so maybe I'm saying it just looks so smooth that it doesn't look like he's working hard, but he's moving. And he might know that this might be his shot at possibly closing the gap on Jim a little bit.
Now it says on the bottom of the screen the top men and the top women, but it's not quite accurate at this point.
Oh,
that is close.
That is so low.
Yeah.
Is it?
Still a bit fuzzy, so I can't tell.
The way he was sending it, I'm like, that can only be our Chinese runner from Team Terex, absolutely going like a madman. Just the way he did actually. It was 2 or 3 years ago. So he was in the lead at that point. He ended up falling back into 8th.
Yeah, so we can see here, I was saying at the bottom, it's saying who the top men and women are, but it's not quite accurate because that's based on previous clocks through the checkpoint. We don't know where Sam Hendry is, the Canadian who was up at the top, but now we believe has dropped back.
So my bad, that was Rui Weda going all out. I didn't see the golden shorts that are his staple. Once again, like Rui Weda, he's got his own line of clothing for trail running. And those golden shorts are the indication when you see him from the back. It's like, that is Rui. And I didn't see that as he was blasting through the descent. And so, again, going across Col de la Forclaz, there was 700 meters between Jim in the lead and Rui Weda. And so we'll see how that goes because oh, wow. So, yeah, it is a quick descent because now
we're already in Trion.
Yeah, Peter is in Trion. And he's going to go across the road.
That iconic pink church.
Yep. And so we should have... Yep. Jim Walmsley has gone through Trion in 2:35.25 elapsed. So it's almost 2 minutes now. So Peter's not even going to see him at all.
So at this point... the runners at Trion have done just over 32 kilometers and 2,088 meters of climbing. That is out of 3,400 meters of climb in total in the race for this alternate course.
All right, Jim is out on the road.
And he's really opened up his stride. This is where we'll see him start to pull away.
Yes, I have the feeling that he would have had someone on his team in Trion and would have been like, okay, Jim, this is it. This is where they are. This is how far back. If you want to make move now, you're out of sight, out of mind, and they won't try to chase. Even though that is a long straight line, so you could be seen. So what do we get? It's Coke. Coke is going down in the flask with Peter Engdahl, chasing hard. But you can see they're going across the aid station and out, as opposed to CCC and UTMB, where they're doing an out and back into the aid station. So there, it's harder to know who's ahead of you.
Yep.
But I believe he would have been told as well the split with Jim.
Jim seems quite relaxed. He was just saying hi to someone he obviously knew, a spectator.
It is good to see him in control. And there we go. Rueda coming into the Trion aid station in third. Let's see what he takes at the aid station.
There's a question in the chat about these little tags that you're seeing on the backs of the packs. It's not just for gear check. I think that often it has the actual chip in it.
Chip. Yes.
Yep. So that is what clocks the timing as they cross the timing barrier, so that we know exactly what time they're coming in and out of checkpoints, and of course across the finish line.
And it doubles up with the bib, so there's an extra tag, and also that tag is delivered when they've come through and done the gear check.
Yep. We've got lots of support for Bhutan in the chat. Which runners do we have from Bhutan?
I don't know.
Let's take a look.
But I know somebody turned recently 60 and offered himself a bike packing trip to Bhutan.
Ooh. Yes. We've got 2 runners from Bhutan on in the male division, and no runners yet from the female division. So lots of support for our 2 Bhutanese runners.
And look at this. David Norris from Team On Running from the USA, the runner from Alaska, is now in third. He's left the aid station ahead of Rui Weda, and he's one of the runners who can run downhill like an animal. He's won Mount Marathon, if you're familiar with that race, extremely short race. I think it's like 5K or something, 5 miles, extremely short, punchy climb, and then it's basically see who can survive the downhill back into town in Stewart, Alaska. That takes place on 4th of July, and yeah, he made the best out of that punchy descent into Trion to close and actually pass Rueda coming out of the aid station and now running in third, ladies and gentlemen. We also saw in the aid station a quick glimpse of Christian Minoggio from Italy, and so yeah, the race is on.
That is really exciting. I'm just looking at his background, and he does have some good race performances, but he was 23rd at OCC last year. So this is a pretty huge step up. And 13th at the 46-kilometer Broken Arrow race in June.
Allez, vamos, André. Allez. Come on. Allez, team, allez. Super. Bravo.
And we are continuing to follow Jim in the OCC race. He is moving incredibly well, really smooth. And really going to start to pull away from the others. Every time he has a flat section, we see him surge ahead.
Good, Jim. You're doing great.
Yeah, he's just solid on that kind of terrain. Hey, consistent.
Now turning off back onto the trails.
Oh, and that climb is a monster. Runners have nightmares about that climb.
And back on the women's side with Yao Miao.
So we were being told as well that, like, yeah, when Yao Miao was getting to before Col de la Forclaz, when she was getting out of Martigny, apparently she was asking for water.
Okay.
Hence why she stopped together with Joylene. But then again, it looks like she was overheating a little bit. So hopefully she can recover after she had enough water and cool herself down. And there we go, our second place in the male. Pettering down, and I'm gonna leave you in good hands with Steph and our next guest.
And I am super excited to welcome our next guest. Let's see how we can get on. Oh, losing a bit of the connection there, so I won't be able to put us on the screen. Here we go. There we go. Now you can see us on the screen. We need to update the names at the bottom. This is Stephanie from me, and then we have Manon Whitaker. Welcome.
Hi, thanks. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Now, you are in the team on the UTMB side, on the corporate social responsibility team. Is that right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about what you do with UTMB.
So I have many aspects, but the major ones are one focused on the environment and what are we doing on the ground, on the field, to help the race take place in all these mountains and respect the people who are working on the territory. The second aspect is adaptive athletes, so we have a whole politic to help adaptive athletes come to the races and enjoy the run as much as everyone else, and a big focus on Team Adaptive, who are well represented today on UCC.
Yes, now let's talk a little bit more about Team Adaptive, because this is the second year for the Team Adaptive. So for those of our listeners or viewers who aren't so well aware, who are the adaptive runners, and what are we seeing in its second year that's new perhaps in 2025?
So adaptive runners of Team Adaptive, so you said it well, the team was created last year. So this year in 2025, some of them were already in the team, about half of them, and are racing on a different race, perhaps a bigger race if they started with MCC, for example. And the idea of the team is to put forward people running with a disability, whether you can see the disability, if it's physical, or whether you don't see it. And that's what we're trying to show, is that these people, they just want to come out running. They want to enjoy the party as much as everyone else and be out on the tracks running in the mountains. And we want to say, okay, at UTMB it is possible to come and run. We are so happy to have you in these races, and we want to inspire other people who maybe are just watching behind the TV and say, okay, maybe me next year, I want to go and do that. And the new things, from 2025. So there's a bit bigger team. Last year there were 12. This year there are 14 on every different race except TDS. And this year we decided to do a mentor action between elite athletes and adaptive athletes. So each athlete from Team Adaptive are paired up with an elite athlete, and the idea is just to create some contact and some exchange, and that they are able to share their experience. It's not like the elite athlete is going to explain everything to the adaptive athlete. It's really two people on the same level having different experiences and sharing that, and to bring it into a bigger adventure. It started with UTMB, but we would like them to continue this adventure like beyond.
And are the mentors with the adaptive athletes, are they in the or the pair, the elite person who's paired with the adaptive athletes, are they in the same race together necessarily?
No, most of them aren't.
Okay.
They can be on different races. We pair them up before this week of the event, so they've been in contact over the summer. If they were not too far geographically, they probably met up or went for some runs or even did some different races together. The idea during the event is that they are there to exchange, and some of them are going to come and support an athlete, whether it's today on OCC, some elite athletes are going to be following the team adaptive, and vice versa on the other races.
Now, just as we're talking, I want to call out what we're seeing on the race side. In third women now, we have Maud Mathis. So this is quite interesting that she has surged ahead. So now she is chasing Yao Miao. And also Jolene. Now, we said earlier in the broadcast that Maud was a bit of a dark horse. She had been named by some as someone to watch because we weren't sure how she would do. She hasn't done this type of race in quite some time, but she was fourth at Sierre Zinal a few weeks ago, and she was second at the ETC race last year. So maybe a surprise for some, but certainly not for others who had their eyes on her. We've also seen a shakeup on the men's side. If you're just joining us, Jim is still in the lead, but David Norris has come into third, which is really exciting because frankly he wasn't on my radar for this race. So going back to the type of work that you do, you were also talking about your work around the environment, and I know really in improving, to reduce our impact on the environment from these races is at the heart of UTMB's commitments. So how does this actually translate into logistics, into how the races are planned, how they're run out, how the communication goes with runners? What are you doing with UTMB around the environmental sustainability aspect?
So if we want to talk on ground, because we've got some great images going on, what we do is we're trying to work mostly with all the cities and councils around the territory to define, okay, what are the areas where we have more impact, and try and find those areas and to say, okay, what can we do to reduce the impact on that section? So typically on the course, there will be different things. There's some special marking, some special signs, and then there's some communication given to the runners when they go and get the bibs. So on the tracks, for example, on the side, we can have areas where we keep people on the same track, and we put like some strings or some cords along each side to make sure that runners don't go off onto the edges. It's areas where we often ask people to not overtake, wait till it's a bit more large so that you can have less impact on the vegetation that's all around. And then when we communicate to the runners at the bibs, we have different messages. So it being like on those areas that we can see here, the corners, please don't cut the corners, because then we can create different tracks. And the aim is not to come and create new tracks, it's to stay on the ones that are existent. Then there's a huge thing with all the paper and waste. Over the years, it's with the different communication efforts, and we've seen there's less and less waste on the tracks. Mostly what we see, it's like opening of gels or bars, but they're like really tiny things. It's not always voluntary. It's just like you're in a race and it's wet, sticky, or they're really tiny little things. And so we try and say, okay, let's have think about it a bit more when we're trying to put everything away, make sure it all goes in the different pockets. But what we have is at UTMB, we have an environmental ambassador team that go on the field. They follow the tracks of every races before and after the race. So before, they're going to put all the signs and make sure they cut off all the sections that we don't want to impact. and then after the race they will go and they will clean all the areas, so they are able to collect these little things so that hopefully after we pass there's visually in any way less knowledge of a huge event has passed by here, we don't want to leave anything behind.
And one would hope that as the years go on, we won't even need a team to go by and clean up, because us as runners, we will all make sure to be more mindful. I would hope that no one is purposely littering things on the ground, but as you say, sometimes if you're just doing things quickly, you might not realize that something has fallen out.
Yeah.
So it's important to have the team come by, not just for the environment, but also to keep the relationship with the locals.
Exactly.
No one wants a big race to come in and then for the local trails to be littered afterwards.
Right.
So really important work. And that thing that you mentioned about putting up the string to make sure that people aren't going off the course, that's important, of course, not just for the competition, but as you say, for the environment, to make sure we're not building or multiple tracks through the vegetation. I certainly see that on a lot of the trails around Chamonix.
Yeah.
Some of the tracks that I normally go on, I can see now are being preserved in that way.
Yeah, there's a lot of different natural areas also around, and just keeping in mind that these places are used by many other people the rest of the year. This week we are so happy to have everyone on the courses, but we also need to remember that there's people using these tracks the rest of the year. It's not just us around, but year after year we see that there's a lot less trash on after the course. So I think now people are pretty aware and do their best to not let anything fall on the ground.
And now we can see on the screen the lead women coming through. We have had Jolene go through Trian at 2 hours, 54 minutes, 55 seconds. Yao Mao is now there, chasing her down, filling up on water. We've been discussing with Martin that it really seems that Yao Mao is taking in or looking for quite a bit of water along the course. So she's either staying very well hydrated or sweating a lot.
It's still pretty hot out there, even.
Yeah.
The weather seems pretty humid, but
it's deceiving.
Yeah.
It's very deceiving. It looks like a cold, miserable day where you wouldn't necessarily need a lot of liquid.
The sweat is still pretty high. It's pretty good here on the aid station. We also aim to reduce the amount of plastic, and so there's a soda stream dispositive to make sure we don't have any plastic like bottles anymore. So that's a different kind of actions that we have on also the aid stations to have less plastic around, and the runners also have their little either flask or a little cup that they can reuse.
And now we can see Jolene is taking a bit more time at the aid station to really fuel up. She has now dropped back to second because Yao Mao has gotten through the aid station at Trian in a faster time. So the race is still on between first and second. We were guessing. It looked like Yao Mao was struggling going up some of those climbs, but she certainly looks a lot more comfortable on the flatter ground, I have to say. Now, jumping back a little bit more to your work, we've been talking about preservation of the trails. What happens during the rest of the year outside of this specific race, the logistics of this race? Are there broader projects around the areas where UTMB is operating? What happens outside of these few days where we are concentrated on the runners?
There's some stuff going on all year round. It's not just while the cameras are showing. So I was telling earlier, we work with the local counties and the councils, etc. The idea is to say, okay, these paths are used by like hikers, people on bikes the rest of the year, and they don't always have all the time to restore different tracks that needs to be restored, even for security or for reducing impact, or areas that have had climatic weather conditions that have degraded the different tracks. And so with UTMB we work with the Environmental Commission, which we have from the association Les Amis de l'UTMB. And we work with them to say, okay, which areas could we help? Because we are able to have people on the terrain, volunteers or people from UTMB group, to dedicate moments during, we try and focus from spring to autumn, periods where on the tracks it's accessible, and there's not too much snow, so we're able to do some work. So then we decide, okay, where do we go and what needs doing? So is it like make sure the track is well canalized? Is it putting some bridges somewhere to go over and protect vegetation that's all around? Maybe putting steps down, or creating some areas where the water from the rain can not go on the track but cut through, so that it's less impact on the different tracks. So that's what we do the rest of the year also, helping to maintain the different tracks in a good situation.
Oh, look at that. We have Yao Miao and Jolene running together now. This is so exciting. They keep leapfrogging back and forth.
She was looking for her when she came out of the aid station, like, oh, she's gone. She
Jolene.
did a good race, catching her up. It was good.
Jolene was not willing to sit back and let Yao Miao stay in the lead for too long at all. And they are being chased down as well by Maud Mathis. So all from Switzerland. She came through Trion at about 3.5 minutes, just over 3.5 minutes behind Yao Miao.
She's put on a huge pace because she's overtaken, but there's already a few meters gone in between now.
Yeah, she took more time to fuel up, to take in some liquid at the aid station, but she is looking incredibly strong.
On the flat section, I don't know what the speed is, but it's looking good.
It's faster than either one of us, I think would be able to run.
Level. I can hold for maybe 10 seconds.
You and me both. You and me both. And I'll be keeping an eye on seeing when Sarah Alonso comes through, but as well as Judith Wieder. But it looks like both of them have... Oh, no, I stand corrected. There we go. We had... The algorithm was showing that Judith would come into the aid station later, but she has clocked through Trion less than 2 minutes behind Maud. So she's not out of the game by any means. It looks like she's going to be trying to move through here very quickly.
Oh yeah, she's not wasting any time.
Nope. Judith, again, she was second last year and has had an incredibly strong 2025 with a second place at Zagama, second at the Mont Blanc Marathon. She is a mom, as is Jolene. And Judith trains on a small hill near her home. But she is very focused. I think a lot of people going into the race had predicted that Judith would be on top. So the fact that she's sitting in fourth, I know she's probably not going to be happy with that.
Fair enough. And we were talking this morning, we saw on the live the adaptive athletes we were talking about earlier. There was Paul and Frank that were on the same shot, and people were commenting didn't understand if Frank was the guide of Paul, and actually they're two different athletes. They're both part of Team Adaptive. Frank is autistic, and he runs with a little teddy bear. So it's the thing he carries around all the time with him. He has them on the different races. He has them in his day-to-day life, and I think it's something that reassures him. And Frank is pretty impressive. He runs really quickly. Adaptive athletes, they're allowed to have a guide. And last year he was on MCC, his guide, and he went much faster than his guide, and he overtook him, and this guide couldn't follow him anymore, so he finished the race without his guide.
I really want to come back to that, but just want to pick up on what is on our screen, which is Sarah Alonso. Absolutely booting it.
She's looking determined.
Yeah. We saw her try to cool off a little bit at the water fountain there coming through Trion. So she clocked in at 3 hours, 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So exactly 2 minutes behind Judith. Both of them look like they're really keen to make their spots back up. If I were Maud, I would not be getting too comfortable. But that's going back to talking about team adaptive. You know, as you say, you know, not all disabilities are visible.
Exactly, yeah.
And so there might be some runners that have some kind of a disability, but it might not be obvious to the rest of us.
So Frank, he's autistic. It's not completely visible, but he has a little teddy, so that's how we can see him along the way. And then for another example, we have Fanny. She's running on UTMB this year. And she's missing half of her lung.
Oh wow!
So physically you cannot see anything with her, but so her respiratory system is fairly diminished. So
that's just an absolutely incredible initiative, and one that I think we all hope to see grow in the years to come. Yeah. You know, as we are watching Sarah Alonso, a 5th place woman in the OCC race, we are coming up to a commercial break. So stay tuned and stick with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. And we are back at the OCC, the first of the UTMB finals. This is the 50-kilometer category race. We are running an alternate course today because of the weather. And I have to say, I'm pleasantly surprised it has held up. The weather forecast was looking pretty nasty. That's why we had a race start 2 hours later than it was supposed to be, as we had a downpour overnight and this morning. But the rain seems to be holding it off, and it's actually quite hot hot and humid, relatively speaking. Even though it says the temperature in Chamonix at least is 12 degrees, it feels much warmer. Well, I want to thank you for coming on air with us, telling us more about your work, about what UTMB is doing on the environmental side, on the team adaptive side, on helping to keep these trails beautiful and usable, to make sure that our impact as runners on the environment is as low as possible. So really thank you for sharing with us.
Yeah, enjoy the race and keep following Team Adaptive, 4 of the athletes on their way.
Absolutely.
Hopefully they make all the track and we see them in Chamonix.
For sure. We can't wait. Thanks so much. And now we're back to the beautiful imagery we see. We saw on an earlier slot, some of the clouds parting, and that we could get a little glimpse of the beautiful mountain ranges around Chamonix Valley. As that's we come for the competition, but we also come for the views. And so on the men's and women's side, we've been seeing a shakeup over the last hour or so. Now on the screen, it is Judith Wieder, who we were speaking about, that many had thought that she was going to be going, winning this race, going into first, given the strength of her background, the fact that she was second at this race last year. She is currently running in fourth, but you can tell from the way she's running, from the look on her face, that she is still going for it and really hoping to climb back at least into the top 3. Whether she can catch Yao Miao, who at least from the last we saw was in second, and Jolene Chepgano in first, remains to be seen. I think it would be tough, but it's not over yet.
Hey, Stephanie Case. Yeah. So welcome back. I am back, but I was just kind of sat next to the two of you for the last couple of hours, obviously enjoying listening to all the commentary, enjoying the folks in the chat. And as you can see now, this is the gang. They've made their way up to the Col de Balme. And this is where we're going to get our next time check. And so kind of give you an update what's coming up in the next couple of hours. So we're now close to 1:30 local time here in Chamonix. So in the next 10 minutes, our race leader is due here at the Col de Balme. That's kilometer 38. So still 23K to go, most of it downhill. And then we're expecting our first female in here at around about 2 p.m. And then fast forward to Chamonix, around about 3:30 today will be our first male, and around about 4 p.m. will be our first female. So that's kind of for those people wondering, and those people maybe just joining new, what's going on there. And so right now, this is back down in Trion. Yeah, I was just looking for the pink church.
I was looking for the pink church. I think it is pink back there, but we can't see it on the screen.
Murky. The good news is, from some of the friends up on the Col de Balme, the cloud is lifting, as was the forecast in the middle of the day. Yep, I'm on the screen right now.
That's Sarah Alonso.
Yeah, that is not Judith. So Sarah Alonso, 5th place into Trion. So our top 5 through Trion. And I was actually just looking at the time gaps there. So I think our
top... about 7.5 minutes, I think, between first and fifth. Jolene in first, Sarah in fifth. If my math is correct, about 7.5 minutes in between the two of them on the spread.
And the top 10, so Jim Wormsley on the screen now, nearly at the top of the climb. Top 10 men through Trion were 7 minutes apart. So, and I can give you a quick update. We had Jim Wormsley, Petter Engdahl, Rui Wader, David Norris, Christian Minoggio, Andre Vitek, Christian Jones moving up there from the UK, Sam Hendry, we've already talked about Sam, or you've already been talking about Sam. Luca Del Pero is moving up, as is Luo Tao. So we have, historically, the top of the Col de Balme is most of the winners are normally leading through the top of this historically in the OCC. So let's see if Jim is still feeling good, as now he's got, from the top of the checkpoint, it's a 23-kilometer sprint back to Chamonix.
That just hurts to even say.
100%.
So you're saying the split between first and 10th was 7-8 minutes?
7-8 minutes down at the bottom here of this climb.
And we know that at the checkpoint previous to that, it was 4 minutes. So it's definitely spreading a little bit.
Yeah, and what we can say, the top 10, both last year, the top 10 males and the top 10 females at the finish line had a time spread of 20 minutes.
Okay.
So that is how tight it is, and that's why things like running through the aid station, the gamble of not taking water, etc., time is going to be key in terms of dictating where you sit in that top 10 at the very end.
It's so interesting because 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you could see, runners taking their time, even sitting down. It is not possible to cut any corners in these races. There is no wiggle room, particularly in a 50-kilometer category race. Every second counts. The competition level is just that high.
Yeah, we're just showing on the screen right now. This is the Strava segment that Jim is almost done with. It's just under 6K, 900 meters of climbing from Trion up to the Col de Baume, just below the 1,000 we had from Martigny up to the Col de la Forclaz. So Noé Rogier claimed the KOM from the MCC back in 2023 for the males. And we also saw, as we saw on the previous climb, Clémentine Geoffrey. She also took the QOM on this climb back in the 2023 MCC. And there you go on the screen right now. You could see from the visual where Jim is, and now it's become a bit of an inversion. Jim's above the clouds in more ways than one.
Very good, very good. Is about 36 kilometers into this race. There's still quite a long chunk to go, but I have a feeling once he hits the flat, he is going to fly.
And just some people asking why Jim gone down to the 50K race this year. So Jim's race representing the United States in the World Championships at the end of September. And Jim's also, he didn't take the start this year at Western States. So this is building up and he's looking pretty good right now. And here we go. We're assuming this is runner number 2. Could this be David Norris? What's the number on there? No, David is 6115.
David Norris was in third.
Yes.
Petter was in second.
Could it be? Oh, no, that's 6. Ooh.
That is second place.
Christian Jones. So
that is a bit of a mix-up here. Okay, Christian Jones is one that we had mentioned at the top of the broadcast. This is a UK athlete. It was named as a dark horse by Danny Moreno, who I think was 6th female in this race last year. And we had predicted that because UK athletes tend to be very good at running in this type of weather, this type of terrain, just rainy, muddy environment, that he would do quite well. Christian was first, won the 50-kilometer category race at Ultra Trail Snowdonia earlier this year, which is quite a technical, gnarly race. So it could be that he's made up a lot of ground on this climb. I don't know how he is on flat.
No, but Christian Jones, he's represented Team GB across lots of different sports, running sports over the year, and he was 7th down in Trion. So we're kind of talking about kind of the rabbit and the hare kind of tactics here in terms of going out hard, pacing yourself, and so Christian Jones, wow, awesome. But you know what? I think at the top of this climb, because we were talking about this, this year being whoever's in it, and that's going to be probably, there you go, there is David Norris. So wow, and coming up now, moving a little bit quicker. I think that might be, is that Ruby, who you've been following earlier?
I think that's Christian. I believe that's Christian Manogio.
Ah, right, okay.
Yep.
Wow, so there is some moving and shaking going on at the top of what historically has been the crux of the OCC, and the race leader at the top of this, Eli Hemming, last year in the men's race, went on to win that. So Yao Miao went on to win in the women's race. So, wow, it's moving and shaking here at the top of the Col de Balme.
This is exciting. Christian Manogio has had an incredibly strong 2025. 6 races. Out of those, all of them were podiums. 4 of them were wins, including first at Monte Rosa 100 kilometer, which he won by almost an hour. He's really good at sky races, so this part of the course is going to favor him.
Yeah, a lot of excitement from the in the lead up to this race. We had 4 really strong Italians lining up in the elite category. We've lost 2 of them, Nadir Magay and Davide Manini didn't start, but we have Luca Del Pero, we have Christian Minoggio, and so and then we've got Jim Wormsley. So Jim is doing what Jim does, and I guess we don't know yet. We're going to find out really soon, folks, in terms of time gaps at the top. And as we say, it's rolling. This next section is kind of like, it's kind of wiggling all around. It doesn't just go straight down the valley down towards Argentier, but then once we hit Argentier, it's very much rolling. And here we go. Here's the aid station. There's no support crew in this race, so none of Jim's his people can be out on the course, but they can't offer any aid. So that's what we're seeing right now on the screen. But this is exciting, everyone.
Yeah, and thanks for the extra intel in the chat. I must admit I wasn't as up to date on Christian Jones. Because he wasn't on my radar as being potentially near the top, even though some had named him as a dark horse. And I said I wasn't sure how he was on the flat. And someone in the chat has clarified that Christian Jones has a 2:17 marathon time. So I can safely say now that he should be pretty fast on that flat. Thank you so much for that intel.
Okay, we were talking a lot about the Battle of the Brits that's going to happen in the men's race in the UTMB on Friday evening. We got 4 in the mix there. There's Petter Engdahl as well. So we had 7-minute gap at the bottom of this climb between our top 10 men. We will soon, as you can see from the graphic at the top left of your screen, you can see where they are. So there we go, 38 kilometers.
Ooh. And Petter has now dropped down to 5th.
Yeah, but you've seen how close all the others are. So 38K is the top of this climb. So Petter is just under 2K to the checkpoint. We know obviously Jim is much closer. But this is great.
This is really exciting.
And this is... if I think back 10 years ago, UTMB Live, we literally had fixed cameras in the aid stations. So we were making all of the other ups. And now we get to see the passes. We get to see the highs and the lows of all the runners. And I think as all of us as runners ourselves, we can appreciate both of those kind of sentiments and feelings. So yeah, so there we go. Petter Engdahl working his way up the climb. Actually, Petter was my... pick for the win today. I was kind of going with the claggy weather, maybe work in his favor. But there we go, gang. Our graphics team. There we go. There's Petter. And I believe, have we got a time for Jim yet up to the top of the checkpoint?
Not yet. Jim is going to go through Col de Balme imminently, so I am just waiting and refreshing the screen to see when he will come over the top at just over 2,200 meters.
But the big news for all of you just tuning in is that we got a bit of a shake-up behind Jim. So Jim's holding on to number 1 spot, but it's all kicking off behind Jim. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place. Our top leaders in the women's race, we'll get a visual on them soon as well. We're expecting our race leader, so Joylene now is our race leader, so they're due in 25. Joylene is going to be up here in about 25 minutes. Big crowd braving the elements, and they're heading up to the top of this climb. Oh, here we go. This is the Andre Wittek. So
indeed,
a lot of our friends in the chat who were kind of super excited talking about Andre early this morning. And he is also known for his speed on the flat. So it's all happening here. Super excited.
Yeah, we've been following him, commentated on races he's done in the UTMB World Series throughout the year, and particularly at Tenerife. He was the winner at the 100-kilometer race at Tenerife earlier this year, and second at the Mozart 100, which is quite a fast course. And we know, again, that he is fast on flat. So we've got a 2:18 marathon runner with Andrzej Witek, and then we have a 2:17 marathon runner with Christian Jones from the UK. So that's interesting.
No. And here we go. The drones are in action. What you can also see is the folks with the ponchos on, the backpacks, probably doing the 10-day hike around the Mont Blanc, the TMB. And yeah, we've seen a lot of them out on the course the last couple of weeks. Bucket lists for many people. So there's other opportunities. If you don't feel like running this, you could be the support crew for one of the runners. That's a great experience. Or alternatively, take the 10-day epic hike instead.
It puts it in context. You know, we have the top men running this UTMB race in under 20 hours, top women 22 hours. Most people do it in 10 days.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to say was they're depending on the races this year, we've got the MCC. If you were looking up this climb, the MCC did a slightly different climb to the left to reach the Col de Balme. The UTMB will do a slightly further right climb that actually doesn't take them to Col de Balme. It brings them over to Les Ceps and then down to Vallecines. And so the OCC updated course this year is going the middle route, if you like, of those 3 ascents up to the Col de Balme.
I think the weather is giving us the right kind of anticipation, moody atmosphere as we're coming near the top.
So yeah, here we go, people. Christian Jones, Jim Wormsley, Christian Minocho.
Jim, 37 kilometers in to this alternate course.
Actually, I think that was the last image we saw there. I think that was Luca Del Perro, 6009. Someone else we talked about earlier as a potential strong runner. Pushed Francesco Puppi all the way with the 50K at Lavaredo this year. Francesco just over 4 hours for that 50K. We're expecting this one to be around about 5.5 hours. But this is an unknown course, so we're that's our best guess, our organizers' prediction right now.
And Luca's interesting, super strong sky runner, but actually when he was a kid, he was a basketball player. And it wasn't until he started running at about 14 years old that he got into the sport, did a bit of mountain biking before really coming to mountain running in from 2019. Ooh, we saw Jim looking behind him.
Yep. And by the way, Andrzej Witek is also a 2:18 marathon runner.
Yep.
So
that's why I was drawing the comparison between Andrzej and
Christian Jones.
They're 1 minute apart in terms of their marathon time.
Yeah. No. This is it's almost like everything so far was a warm up for what's about to come. So, top of Col de Balme, 38 kilometers elapsed, 23K until Chamonix.
And we'll have to see what the split is coming in. We will see some imagery of Jim's finish of UTMB in 2023. Now we know last year, I was actually in Courmayeur with Martin when Jim dropped out of UTMB at the aid station. It was a pretty epic moment, actually. We were saying earlier in the broadcast, the whole mood, everyone got quiet when Jim came in because they knew that was going to be a difficult moment for him, just out of respect. But in better times, he finished UTMB 2023, winning. There he is with his partner, Jess.
Yep, breaking the U.S. male hoodoo in the UTMB, because we know how well the female athletes have. And actually this year in the UTMB Friday evening, Courtney Dauwalter. Can Courtney complete a 6-year run for US female athletes, or is Ruth Croft going to have something to say about that? Or would Abby Hall maybe continue that run for the US as well? So there's a lot of things, but we're not going to go to UTMB yet. We've got two other incredible races to look forward to. Jim Wormsley, welcome to the Col de Balme.
He has clocked in at 3 hours, 27 minutes, and 10 seconds. And let's see who clocks in. How far behind are they? The race is on. There is just so much going on over these 3 days. We were talking about the races coming up ahead. Today, we are here with you on the live stream covering the top 10 men and women. And of course, if you have a contact who is in the race, you can take a look at the fixed cameras that are at the checkpoints to try to see if you can catch them. Tomorrow, we will be covering the CCC and also the start of UTMB. And on Saturday, we will be continuing with the UTMB finals. We are coming up to a commercial break. Please stay with us, and we will continue to bring all of the excitement after this break.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the OCC 61 kilometers, 3,500 meters of positive elevation. We are now, we're within 23 kilometers of the finish line in Chamonix for the front of the men's race. We have on our right hand side Jim Wormsley and on our left hand side Martin Gafuri, Christian Jones.
Yes, I saw that even though I wasn't with you all. Chris Jones caught up. Insane, and he's looking really good and smooth at the minute. Yeah. And knowing, like, I'm sure you guys talked about it, but his road marathon time, like, he's gonna have wheels for the finish.
Yep. And actually, one thing we didn't communicate before the break was the time gap between Jim and Christian Jones. 1 minute.
Wow, that is nothing.
No. So now we are in the Clag, as it were, here. So obviously, coming from Manchester, this is a nice sunny day here in Manchester on the trails right now. So Christian Jones kind of on the roll here. Christian Jones in second, and then we're keeping an eye out for third. Christian Minojo, 1 minute behind these two.
That was also a really solid comeback.
Petter Engdahl in fourth. Andre Vitek is there now. So,
but I don't know. Maybe they had it wrong on the screen, but they were putting them 5th and 6th.
And then we've got Luca Del Pero. So you know what? Jim is not going to have it all his way on this 23K rolling descent back down to Chamonix.
Yeah, although as soon as we're down in the valley floor, this is going to be Jim's territory. As much as, as we were saying, Chris Jones, 217 marathoner, Andre Vitek, 218. So these gentlemen have wheels, but so does Jim.
Oh, yeah. And, first job, you've got to catch him. Second job, you've got to
drop
get
him.
past him. Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
because who knows? Maybe he's just cruising and he's just waiting. He knows he's got another gear to crank if needed. But at this point, he's just rolling into Le Tour.
And then one of the funny things you're talking to a lot of the elite athletes is catching somebody's one thing. Then once you pass them, you've got to put the
you put on surge.
You've got to put the surge, and that's like, oh no. So we still have a lot of stuff to kind of keep an eye out here as Jim is kind of heading down below the what would be the ski area of kind of the top of Le Tour in the winter.
Yeah. So they're still like on that little single track that will kind of wind around a little bit on the kind of gentle slope. It gets steeper at times, and then they're going to get to Col des Posettes, and then they're going to go left on the left-hand side as they're well, I mean, clearly you can't see it, but there's the Chamonix Valley on the left-hand side right here. And then they're going to be cruising into Le Tour on switchbacks that are going to get steeper and steeper for that very last part of the descent.
Yeah, the good news for the runners that are going to be starting the CCC and UTMB, I think we're expecting better weather conditions, but colder. So they've already called the cold weather kit for the runners for the next 2 days, so the CCC and UTMB. Here we go. This is Christian. We think.
Yeah, it is. But you can see it's, although he might have been looking at a way to...
Can see there's a bit of wind up there as well. You can see the flag markers. So that was the forecast. But it's warm and it's humid.
Yes. And that's the feedback I was getting when I was off live. That when she was on her way up to Col de la Forclaz, Yao Miao was begging for water. She was hot, like overheating because of that like big effort on that climb.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of runners would have been surprised because you see the rain forecast, it's going to be in a cloud, so you wouldn't assume that it's going to be warm, but it is extremely warm indeed. And we saw many runners at aid stations even putting water over themselves to try and cool them down. We saw Sarah Alonso do that. Yep.
And what I can tell you is at the top of the Col de Balme, we have the top 10 men now. Adam Peterman has moved into the top 10. So we're talking about Adam for the first time today.
Sorry, I'm cutting you, but Antonio Martinez Perez is also starting the remontada.
Yep. So we got the 7-minute time gap between Jim and Adam Peterman. 7 minutes.
7
between
minutes for
the first and the 10th. They're the top for our male athletes. So that is nothing. And in terms of expectation of our race leader to the Col de Balme, so Joylene, we're about 10 minutes away, so we would expect to have a visual of our first runner in the women's race quite soon,
and see if that is still indeed Joylene, or if things have been shaken up, because knowing how steep that climb is, whenever it was getting steep, as much as she looked a bit shattered, Yao Miao was catching up.
Yeah, we could see Yao Miao working, as she does. It looks very industrial.
Yeah. And there we go. Speaking of which, there she is, ladies and gentlemen. Joylene Chepngeno is on her way to cresting at the Col de Balme. And there's no sight of Yao Miao behind her. She's opened up a substantial gap. This is it. This might be the move that is going to take Jolene Chepngeno to the win of OCC. She would be the first African runner to claim the win here at OCC. We know she can handle 42 kilometers that she did at the Mont-Blanc Marathon, but this is the next step. This is 61 kilometers and 3,400 meters of elevation gain. This is new territory for Jolene Chepngeno, but so far she is doing absolutely brilliantly. I am a bit surprised about this curve here. Because I think she's way further than that. I think she's way closer to the top of the Col de Balme.
Yeah, maybe that's a graphic for the climb rather than the.
Usually they put the runner in the right position,
that
so
didn't
it
make
might
sense.
just be a bit of a mistake. Let's.
Yeah, Steph was just giving me. We just mentioned Adam Peterman for the first time today.
Yes.
So Adam, we're just reading his notes. So Adam said he was super excited to race Jim Walmsley for the first time, but he was also looking forward to locking horns with Petter Engdahl. They've had a couple of ding dongs in the past. So yeah. So Adam Peterman from Montana, he's in the top 10 now. So that's Jim Walmsley, David Norris, and Adam Peterman now. So we've got some of the US athletes in there. So yeah, Jim, and then Christian Jones second, and Christian Minojo in third.
Yeah, what a comeback from Christian Minojo. 41 years young. And absolutely crushing it. Like he's probably one of the best transition from sub-marathon distance all the way through to like that kind of 50, 60K race distance. We saw him at Monte Rosa absolutely crush it. He was hours ahead of second place. And it's good to see that he still has the fitness, and that's definitely going to be a very solid team members for World Champs for Italy. In the meantime, I mean, look at this. Jolene Chepngeno is attacking the hill big time. And actually, you know what? Maybe we were wrong, and the graphics were right. Like, she looks like she still has a bit to climb.
Just under 2K, so 38K is the top of the Col de Balme. So yeah, our prediction was giving us about another 10 minutes for Jolene to hit.
Yeah. So once again, graphics guys in the studio are right, and we're just talking shit.
Yeah, and that's what we're paid to do, though.
Exactly. We're entertainers.
Don't let the truth, Martin, get in the way of a damn good story.
Damn good story indeed. All right. Chris Jones not trying to avoid those puddles anymore. They are soaked. The rain is falling down, and Christian is probably grinning because of this. Before the race, he was actually talking to Antoine, who is overlooking the whole live stream, and he was saying, it's awesome. The weather is going to be shite, and this is exactly what I want. Yeah. He was stoked. And so now it is happening. This is his forte. This is where Chris shined as well. Like one at Kulamanen, which is infamous for being horrendous weather, arc of attrition. What's the
Snowdonia?
Snowdonia. Thank you very much. That's the one I was after. So, you know, this is gonna, even if he is not fully aware of it, this is kind of the race settings where he does well.
Yeah, and I guess HOKA are going to be quite happy right now. They've got Jim
first
and Christian in second, and then second and third, both athletes named Christian. So yeah, that's it. There we go. We're kind of random now, but there you go. So yeah, Christian Jones, Jim Walmsley, Christian Jones, Christian Minojo, Petter Engdahl, Andre Wittek, Luca Del Perro, David Norris, Ezekiel Ruto. We haven't talked about Ezekiel for a while. Antonio Martinez Perez, and then Adam Peterman. That is...
wow.
Okay. Yeah, and then Adam Peterman wrapping up our top 10 of the men at the top of the Col de Balme.
So it's good to see those names creeping up in the top 10. Like I'm thinking Luca Del Perro and Antonio Martinez Perez, as well as Andre Wittek. These gentlemen know the course, they know how to play their cards, and they are extremely strong finishers. So they would not have gotten excited too early in the race. They were tucked in, nice within the limits, and now they're going to play their cards. And so we can't possibly expect expect many more passes in that top 10 and see the cards reshuffled.
Yeah, I saw some footage the other day of that final climb up to La Flégère last year where Francesco Puppi passed Antonio Martinez Perez. The good news for AMP this year is they don't need to go up there. They're going to go straight down the valley, down to Chamonix. So, so he still has a chance to move up. Second place twice before and third place. So that's Antonio Martinez Perez. We're just getting notification as well, everybody, that our first team in the PTL, they left Chamonix on Monday morning. They've been out and about in some horrific weather. They are about to come into Chamonix quite soon, so we may well get a visual on the screen of all that. Here we go, everybody. This is Yao Miao, second place. So Team Salomon 1 and 2 on the climb in the women's race as well. There we go. Jolene and Yao Miao working their way up this climb. Jolene 1.6k from the checkpoint at Col de Balme.
And showing no sign of fatigue. She is doing so well. Along, moving really well on that climb, still running at it. And I'm glad to see, oh, there we go. I think this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Our top finisher, we're going to hear the bells. Those are not cowbells. Those are little ones that are specific. They are the staple of PTL, of the Petite Trotte à Léon. And everybody is looking around that corner. Imagine that 78 hours. Wow. There in a team of 203.
Yeah, the PTL was originally created after the first few years of UTMB for runners who'd already done the UTMB looking for a new challenge.
And once again, the Gapiou brothers are taking it home. They have mastered this race and this distance. And as much as they were racing together in Monte Rosa, actually one of them had to drop out, I think, and we're a bit worried because we knew they were training for this race, but it looks like it has no incidents. And once again, look at this, shaking his head, 78 hours together. Imagine. Amazing. You already have the bond of being brothers, of sharing the same blood, but when you do this kind of achievement as a team, ladies and gentlemen, this is something out of this world. This is so unique. And that brings back...
I just have to come in briefly. I was supposed to be on break, but I love these brothers. Jules Henry was, I raced against him in Tour de Glacier, so a 450-kilometer race, and he is not just an incredible runner, but also an incredible sportsman. He is the kind of guy who will wait for the other runners at the finish line. He will go back on course and cheer other runners after he's won, after he's finished. He just really incredible spirit, and they spend their life in the mountains. They really spend their life in the mountains. The bond between them is incredible, and I really like what they bring to the sport and to the community.
Yeah.
So just checking on the screen, in terms of total 313 kilometers, and wait for this, 25,000 meters of climbing.
2.5 times more than what you get at UTMB.
Exactly. So the PTL, the original concept was, after a few years of the UTMB, the runners were going, hey, I need a new challenge. So they came up with what is, if you translate it, is called the short walk. And the idea of the name came from Léon, from the cake shop in Champ Lac. And so the Petite Trotte de Léon and à Léon or de Léon?
À Léon.
À Léon. And so 25,000 meters of climbing, 300 kilometers. Well done to the boys.
Yeah, it will most likely be hours ahead of the rest of the team. They are in a league of their own, these two gentlemen.
Incredible.
And so here we're seeing a soon-to-be pass? Because Christian Minojo here, look at that.
Yeah.
Christian Minojo coming into second place in the OCC, ladies and gentlemen. He's crept up and passed right there. Chris Jones, who's now in third place. The battle is on because I don't know Christian Minojo's time on the flat, but the way he's moving right now is definitely one notch above Chris.
Yeah.
Well done. I am guilty of having underestimated Christian Minojo, even though we followed his amazing performance at Monte Rosa, and he was miles ahead of his competition. But this is a whole new level for Christian Minojo, who, you know, used to be in shorter races in skyrunning and now moved up extremely successfully.
Yeah, and there you can see there all the way this section of the course, all the way down to Argentier. Argentier will be at kilometer 50. And so, yeah, so Jim, we're expecting Jim down there in just over 20 minutes. The question is, will Jim be there first or will it be Christian Minojo?
That is a good question. There you go. Just as we talk about Jim, here he is on his images, and he's bouncing off the trail.
Looking good.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at his watch, things are just clicking for Jim. He was prepared, and we knew, even though, you know, for what we're used to seeing, he's stepping down in distance, but he's got his preparation for Worlds is working obviously extremely well. And he now has the speed that he takes. And look at him. Look at him. This is a really technical section right there. And he made extremely quick way of it. Didn't seem to be challenged. And in a matter of a few steps, was just out of there.
So a good sign about how the legs are feeling after already covering so much distance. So we got 42K on there. Our trackers implying that the finish line is just under 59K. So
yeah. Sometimes it depends. I think this is based on the GPS that they have received, but again, the official numbers that we've been told is 61K. So a bit of discrepancy here, but we know the course. So as much as we don't really know I mean, we're not certain of the exact distance, we'll know exactly where they are, and we'll be able to anticipate that.
And any moment now, I'm expecting a split screen so that we can see our race leaders at the top of the Col de Balme. Both Joylene and Yao Miao are imminent, as they say in the timing.
As we've seen on the images, Joylene is far ahead of Yao Miao. There's at least 200 meters, which would translate into like 30-40 seconds at this point.
Here we go, gang. Here we have another Strava segment for you. So this is from the Col de Balme down to Le Tour. Oh, you've got that there. We've got there you've got the notes, Martin. I'll let you call this one.
Yeah, especially because it's written in French. So Clément Géniaud was the fastest person up the in the descent between Col de Balme and Le Tour. It was this week during the MCC, and he clocked third place. This young man is coming from Gex, and he now lives in Chamonix. So he probably knew that descent pretty well. He is a coach as well as a cam runner. So he definitely knew that course. And then it was Blunwen Eleu, who had the queen of the mountain between Col de Balme and Le Tour, and he was also this year, thanks to a very daring descent, and she finished in 5th place at MCC this year.
Yep, I expect to see some, based on the weather today, some good crowds, and here we go. This looks like the top of the Col de Balme, our race leader now, and she has gone through in time elapsed 3 hours, 50 minutes and 1 second.
You see still no sign of Yao Miao.
No, so that's Joylene. Team Salomon, the Milimani runners. So that's Joylene through the top of that climb.
And there she is. Okay, so that she's not that far back, but I just wonder if she was going to be able to catch sights of...
in terms of distance, about 800 meters still to the summit. in terms of distance, not elevation. There we go. Jolene is, like Jim, our race leaders are both looking good. Calderbaum, race leader, is normally like last year. Eli Hemming and Yao Miao coming through the top there. Went on to win.
Even though that's a quite a different course,
100%
profile for the finish. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that in that race configuration and the way they both looked, they're going to be hard to challenge.
Yep. But maybe
nothing done until it's done.
No, Christian Minogue's going, hold my Prosecco.
I'm coming.
Yeah, so let's see. Here we go. Yao Miao is at the top as well. We can give you a time check in a second.
Both her flasks are empty as she sucked every little inch of water that was in there, and she's got them out, so she's hoping to refill. She is most likely still needing for water.
Yep, still waiting for a time check for Yao Miao's the gap from Jolene to Yao Miao there at the top of the Calderbaum. And we got it now, so it is 2 minutes. So that's a 2 minute gap. So that's the question. Who's got the fresher legs for the final 23K? Here we go, Jim now lower down, getting closer to Le Tour. So Le Tour, and then carrying on to the next time check, which will be actually at Argentière. So with the weather today, I expect a huge crowd down there in Argentière. Easy to get to, and an easy place to take shelter. $16K to the finish line. So yeah, and then we're also all eyes now on the third place female coming up to Calderbaum. Is it going to be Maud Matisse, Judith Vida? So both Swiss. One athlete that we haven't talked about, but has moved up into the conversation from Canada. So Stephanie Case is already getting her Canadian flag out now. So we have. So yeah, Elisa Marin is in 5th place. And then we've got Ida Amelie Robsam from Norway. Ikram Rasala, we've talked about Ikram a few more times today. Rosa Lara Feliu from Spain. And then wrapping up our top 10 in the women's race down in Trion, we had Camilla Maliano. So yeah, so you were just looking at Elisa's. Elisa's been doing most of her running last year and this year in Canada. We can see that she was down at the Canyons race last year, coming 4th. So yeah, so that's Elisa Marin moving into the conversation. Top 10. Let's see how that kind of. Well, we're waiting for the time check at the top for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Here we go. That is quite clearly the indisputable style of Yao Miao on the left and Jolene on the right hand side. So Jolene Chepengeno.
That's very deceiving, hey? Like it was we really felt like Yao Miao had cooked herself, and that she was gonna fall back. But I mean, it would be hard for anyone to keep up with Jolene at this point. But Yao Miao is still holding on to 2nd, and knowing that you get the likes of Maud Matisse, Judith Vider, and Sarah Alonso behind her, she's still holding them back at that point.
Yeah, so Maud Matisse has come through the checkpoint now as well. So we've got a 2 minute gap, 1st to 2nd, and now between 2nd Yao Miao and 3rd place Maud Matisse from Switzerland. There we go, and there's the actual physical distance on the ground.
Yep.
Half a kilometer, 500 meters.
It's really not that much.
No. So Yao Miao is not going to give up her OCC title without a fight.
A really good fight indeed.
And there we go, gang. You can see on the screen there, that's our first 2 through the Col de Balme, all the way down in the valley. There's Argentière. There's the last 2 checkpoints, Le Lavager, and then finally into Chamonix at the finish line.
Yeah. As soon as they get to the bottom in Le Tour, then they're gonna transition on that left side of the valley.
Yep.
For a wee while, and this is a cheeky part as well. It's just a little, very quite similar to the rolling part that we had going into Martigny. It's not all downhill, so you will be able to use gravity for this whole part, but then you're gonna have to actually switch it on and be able to push, and this is where whoever has nailed nutrition will be able to keep pushing, and whoever has kind of fallen behind a little bit might struggle.
Yeah, there's also I think that's a cross-country track in the window. There's a couple of little
Cross-country skiing, correct?
Yes. A couple of sneaky climbs on that. So no, I remember those for the winter. But yeah, and actually going back to the early days of the UTMB, the course used to go that way before they added in the Col de Monte climb in 2009.
It was 2009, and then from Col de Monte they were going up.
La Flégère.
No. Remember before that they were going up to. I'm losing it now.
We'll come back after the break.
Yes, quick commercial break coming up, and it's good to see Judith Wider back in the game as well. She's on her way to Col de Balme, which would mean she might have actually passed Maud Matisse. We'll see that after the break. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Hey gang, and welcome back to live coverage of the OCC 2025. Our race leader, Jim Wormsley, working his way down the descent here to Le Tour, and then on to Argentier, and then on to Chamonix. So Martin and I just did the fastest lasagna transition ever in the aid station. And here we are. Look at the crowds. This is good. Wow.
The crowds have come in to cheer on for Jim. That's going to be fuel on the fire.
Yeah.
This man is absolutely killing it right now and doesn't look like he's prepared to give up that first spot. During the advert, we saw Jim stop through the tour. This is an area that he knows well. And he stopped at the water trough and filled up his soft flask there. So smart move. This is why he's holding it in his hand. He's optimized everything, even taking advantage of kind of the things that are available along the way. This is totally accepted in the rules. You can use whatever aid as long as you're taking it yourself. So that water is totally legit, and it was an extremely smart move from Jim Walmsley. You can hear it still. They are it's like now ringing the megaphones.
Yeah, the wilderness of the course is pretty much over now. You're back down into the Chamonix Valley.
Oh yeah.
And while we watched Jim as well, so we saw that Judith Vida has crossed over the Col de Balme. So our top 4 female athletes now through the Judith is 4 minutes behind Maud. Maud is 3 minutes behind Yao Miao, and Yao Miao is 2 minutes behind Joylene. So all to play for. Here we go. This is Christian Jones.
Chris Jones, yes, looking back. So is he fading maybe a little bit? And he already saw Christian Minogio pass him. Oh no, we're saying it's second on the screen. Did he pass Christian Minogio again?
Yeah. So here we are.
This is Christian and then Chris Jones. So
then the car park here in Latour.
Yeah, and is this where the water trough is going to be, where Jim stopped just earlier? So yes, it looks as though
he had a bit of a regroup.
Yes, Chris Jones responded to Christian Minogio's attack and claimed his second spot back.
And we were just talking off camera as well, is that this is where Katie Scheider was staying last year in this area. So we saw Katie out cheering the runners. Here we go. This is Sara Alonso. We're now starting to recognize our runners and their style. Sara Alonso, 5th place athlete, coming up to the top of the Col de Balme. 4 hours elapsed in the OCC.
And another 4 minutes back from Judith Wieder.
Est-ce que tu m'as entendu? Est-ce que tu voulais chercher le deuxième?
Yeah, somebody in the chat was just checking, is it Col de Balme? And no, Col de Balme. But yes,
B-A-L-M-E.
Not B-U-M.
Yeah. No.
But,
fair question.
Yeah, no, it is. So there we go. This is the split screen now. So Christian Jones has gone back, and I'll have my second place back. And so Christian Jones.
It is still raining, so it is still my day.
Yeah, and then it's essentially we had all the noise of the crowd, and then it's like, and here we are back at gym where all is calm and we're just moving and we're pacing. And with conversation the other day, Tom Evans talking about, kind of like data analysis and kind of like structuring your run all the way through. So Jim has looked like he's pacing himself very well. And now you've got the time gap. We saw Jim here a few minutes ago where Christian Jones is right now. Good effort from the crowds.
Yes, they are good. And you have the megaphones, people dressed up, blowing bubbles. That's what we like to see. But I'm very curious because when Christian Minogio made the pass, like that was a pretty sharp pass.
Yeah.
And now there's no sign of it.
No.
I hope he didn't take a wrong turn somewhere or anything happened to. No, I mean seriously, because I really don't understand that. Because again, Christian Minogio is coming from skyrunning. He was the skyrunning European champion ahead of Manuel Merias.
Yeah.
We're talking like absolute legends on technical and especially on downhill. So Christian Minogio should have, on paper, stayed ahead of Chris Jones. Not that I want to take anything away from Chris Jones, but I have my reasons to really wonder what happened to Il Minogio.
Yeah. Well, stay tuned on that one, people.
Yeah. We'll stay on top of it. Hopefully, we get a bit more info ASAP.
So Sara Alonso, we just saw Sara crossing the top of the Col de Balme, and Sara's gap between her and 12 minutes between Sara and Joylene. So that's the spread at the front of the women's race. It was way closer at the front of the men's race because we saw a real shake up on that climb coming up. So so Jim was up there. Andre Wittek, who was in 5th place, was 4 minutes behind Jim. So Jim's aware because he's probably can hear the crowds as well now, so that's why we saw him looking down at the top of that. So Jim's aware of that, and Jim 44, top 10, 7 minutes all the way back to Adam Peterman in 10th place. So
and seeing how some of these gentlemen in the top 10 can close, I think we're in for a hell of a finish.
And if we go as we always do, let's looking outside the top 10. Who's got a chance to move in there? So Sam Hendry's just outside the top 10. Samuel Ponce is in there. Rui Ueda now has dropped back into the top 20. We've got Dimas Obaya from Spain. We've got Claudio Castan from Spain. Nicola Benavides from Chile, so our first Chileno out there on the course. Clovis Chavarro.
Tao Luo.
Yeah.
I mean, Luo Tao, sorry.
Luo Tao, yeah, he's in 18th now. We got Bogdan Damian, and then Michael Cade. Is that Cade Michael? Yeah, so there you go. So that's our top 19. There we go. And here we are.
Look at that. Back with Yao Miao, and she is fueling, trying to keep up with her second place at the moment. Maud Matisse is chasing. Only 2 minutes and 20 seconds back at Col de Balme. And if Maud is in good shape, and she will be able to run and possibly come in sight of Yao Miao.
And yeah, reminder on the right-hand side of the screen now, some of Yao Miao's results. Winner, the current champion of OCC from 2024.
And her first place earlier this summer in Val d'Aran was pretty solid. They were neck to neck with Sylvia Norskar.
Yep.
And she just grinded slowly, and she was just a notch above Sylvia, but Sylvia is also world class on that distance, and so it was a really good performance for Yao Miao. So she's still on top of it. It's just like it looks like her legs, like just by the look she runs and a bit hunched forward, it looks like her legs are sore and stiff, but
she's been like that since the beginning. So we know now that it's her style.
Yeah.
She also. Based on the extension of the COVID, the pandemic, so we didn't really see her on the international circuit for 2 or 3 years, and so yeah. So, but here she is, still chasing down second place.
And there we go. We're back with Chris Jones. So according to the studio, still in second place and waiting to have a bit of information on Christian Minoggio. And on this aerial shot, we have a quick commercial break coming up, seeing the goat coming down the hill and looking back, a bit worried. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Hey gang, welcome back. I know you're big fans of the commercial break, but you also have to watch the live coverage as well. So yeah, here we are at the front end of the OCC, just under 60-kilometer race today. Yao Miao, second place. What I can tell you is that we're also tracking Joylene. She's just ahead, about 2 or 3 minutes ahead of Yao Miao on the descent now down to Argentier. In the race lead of the men's, we have Jim Wormsley, and actually while we were on the break we also got a visual of Christian Minoggio, and we were wondering where he was, so we sense that maybe Christian Minoggio is second and then maybe that's Christian Jones.
Oh yeah, well, hang on. No, that's Andrzej Witek, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Christian Minoggio had a cap on.
Wow.
And that speed, ladies and gentlemen, belongs to Poland.
Wow.
As I've learned over the years now, Polska Grum is how you say it. I don't know exactly what it means, but this is what we're going to see in the chat in a few seconds.
Wow, poor old Christian Jones. He's like, Christian Minoggio passes him, I see him off, and then it's like, who's this guy? So no, so it's all going off here. Jim Wormsley about to land into Argentier. Argentier, 50 minutes, Argentier, 50 minutes away from the finish line in Chamonix, 5-0.
50.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow. But, you know.
And we knew it. We had called it, and then all the people in Poland knew what it was about. And actually, during the quick commercial break, I was actually talking with Ye Drake from King Runner Ultra.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, no, Andrzej is in good shape. But he's done a 30K run a couple of days ago.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
No tapering.
Yeah.
For this man at all.
But yeah, all of a sudden Poland is going wild in the chat, and I'm sure there's going to be some Polish flag gifts any second now as well, cheering on Andrzej Witek. So
there we go.
Yep, we've got Jim Wormsley, Andrzej Witek, Christian Jones, and then we believe it's Christian Minoggio. That's your top four?
Yeah.
Hey. Here we go. This is Jim arriving into Argentier. And yeah, Jim, the prediction in terms of 2:36 local time. So Jim just inside that time, so moving incredibly well. And he is probably also hearing people behind him. So Jim, big deep breath, plan the aid station, and then
hey, but he is he's done with the letting go. Like he is cranking it, he's attacking. That right, ladies and gentlemen, is the one we saw in Chianti when he was running with the purpose of leaving behind. And see, he doesn't know how much speed he's got. He's keep looking back, expecting runners to come back, but he's in the safe. Like he's got over. What is he looking for?
What's that? Yeah.
That's sparkling water. Gotta be careful. Eau pétillante.
I just talked to somebody, passing on some info, grab the water. Wow. Here we go. That is how close.
But so see, Christian Minoggio was still in second.
So this is Christian. Wow.
Yeah, but this is not who we saw because Christian still has his cap.
Yeah.
So Christian was always in second. So that's what the assumption were, and we were right.
So yeah, they've got the timing there. So Christian, in terms of timing, so that was literally 10 seconds. So we've got a bit of a delay going on here in the time. But yeah, Christian, second place.
Wait. Did no. I'm receiving mixed messages here. we're going silent.
Yeah.
We're being told that Christian has taken the lead, but that's not possible.
There was a 10-second time gap in Argentier, and we saw Jim looking around. I don't know if Christian just was in and out, didn't take anything. So yeah, we didn't see the pass.
So we didn't see the pass, but this is what we're being told, ladies and gentlemen, from Italy, representing Team Fuga Kailas, Christian Christian Minacho, at 41 years young, is leading the OCC.
Wow.
And just made the pass on Jim Walmsley. What is going on? The world is not ready for it.
I was looking at Christian beforehand. I think this is his first time racing here. Have you seen him race here before, Martin?
I think he has.
Right. But yeah, just looking at his race results. So he won at Monte Rosa.
Oh yeah, and in style.
Yeah,
like
by a long way.
Yep.
But yeah, here we go. This could be our new race leader. Oh, this is our new race leader, without question now.
No, you're right. You're right, Keith. Like the only races he was doing over in France were Pyramenta d'été, which is a skyrunning stage race, 3 days in Arèche, Beaufort, where François is from. I mean, is leaving now. Sorry, is from, and Jim lives half the year.
Yeah.
Holy moly! Look at this.
Yeah. So
make some noise.
So our Italian colleagues in the other studio, we can't hear them. They're too far away. But
blown out, and like the hands would be up in the air, shaking everywhere. Ah!
So now we're just looking back just to see what's the gap between him and the other athletes. So let's see if there's anyone else that's coming to. No. So that is Andre.
Yeah, it's Andre Vitek.
Wow. So we're going to give you a time. This is exceptional stuff with less than 45 minutes now till our finish in Chamonix. New race leader. I'll give you the time gap between those. So
and now we have Chris Jones coming into the aid station as well.
Wow. So Andre was 3 minutes behind Christian and Jim into Le Tour. So yeah, this is, there's no relaxing now. This is full gas all the way to Chamonix. One more time check, l'Avanchère, and then we take them into Chamonix. Christian Jones, 4th place. Christian Jones is 4 minutes behind Christian Minojo and Jim into the aid station. So
this is how much he's lost on that descent.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. This is
speaking of the raindrops.
That was Andre. We haven't seen Jim, so we've seen third, we've seen first, and we didn't see what happened to Jim.
Yeah, he was just filling up his water, and somebody in the chat said like, yeah, he saw a Christian just past Jim at the aid station on the right, and that's probably why he was looking around. I was like, oh, what's going on?
But you know, Jim normally in a UTMB aid station likes to, he's not the fastest one through the aid station.
And I gotta give you oh no, the gifts have not gone up all the way just yet. But yeah, you guys are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you all for your contribution in the chat.
Did you notice when you put up the screen then you were listed as Stephanie? It said Stephanie and Keith.
Well, that's an upgrade in my world.
Well said, Martin. Good one. Yeah, good call.
And as you said, everything is still up for grabs. Andre Vitek has a 2:18 road marathon time. Chris Jones could not accept his current situation and would want to creep up again. In the meantime, Peter Engdahl, has he gone through Argentina? Yes, he has as well, and so has Luca Del Pero. Italia.
This is getting
Squadra Italia is in the house.
My goodness.
And
wow.
that was someone. Oh yeah. Here's the replay, and whoop, here goes Christian Minojo.
That's why we didn't see it. Wow.
Cheeky.
Wow. So, wow.
Extremely well played, and it means like Christian Minojo went all out on that descent again. I was just telling you, like the fact that you can beat Manuel Merias at the European Champs of Skyrunning to take the win there, you have insane skills on anything steep, technical, and down. And this is what Christian did to close the gap on Jim and just pass him right at the perfect moment.
So, all of our wonderful audience, our top 6 male athletes through Argentier, the time gap 5 minutes. So everything to play for in the next 45 to 50 minutes. That's how long we think it's going to take to get them to the finish line here in Chamonix. So yeah, this is super exciting.
And again, that's going to be like, it's not fully flat, but that's going to be definitely the flattest section with a bit of downhill, a bit of a few climbs still up in there.
Yep. And as we're obviously at the front of the men's race right now, we're also expecting Joylene. Chepengano, Joylene should be down here into Argentière in about 15 minutes.
And we're being told as well that Ezequiel Ruto might be making moves as well. Let's go back. Yes, 8th position, and he's ahead of Antonio Martinez. Just on, he still hasn't come through Argentière though. David Norris was behind Luca Del Pero, just a minute 10 before. This is indeed an insane race to watch, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Full of surprises, and we've been delighted to see the battle at the front. And here on the side of your screen, it's actually not accurate anymore because Christian Minojo has made the move on Jim Walmsley at the aid station, and he's not looking back at all, Keith.
No, and that was one of those sneaky little climbs, and he just made it up there. We're also hearing now 6th place in the women's race, moved up from Norway, Ida Amelie Robsam.
Drew, we saw her at the very beginning.
Yeah, so she's moved up now, so 6th spot there in the women's race. So, yeah, all of that climbing, and it's coming down to a kind of downhill rolling finish all the way down into Chamonix.
And here you can see using his arm to balance himself as much as possible.
He is flying. Less than 9K, you see it on the screen right now, less than 9 kilometers to the finish line. This is Andre Vitek, 3rd place.
9Ks to the finish. It's going to be a close call.
Oh.
It's going to be a very close call. But then, again, talking with Jedrzejk, they were up at Col de Balme, and Jedrzejk told them like, I want to push too hard. I don't want to murder myself before Worlds. And then he saw the other guy in front. He's like, oh no, I'm getting this guy. And so now, if he realizes that he's possibly creeping up on Jim, he will absolutely go full throttle, and well, he'll recover in the meantime for Worlds.
There's a lot of twists and turns in this forest, and so you're not, I guess
you don't never get
you're wanting a visual of that will spur you on, but yeah, this is great. This is so good. And you know, we talked about this, how stacked the field was both for the men and the women, and it's delivering.
Yeah, what a race so far, ladies and gentlemen. And we appreciate all of you being there. I think the whole of Poland is on the chat. I can't even pronounce any of the comments at the minute.
Let's hope they're nice.
Oh, they're always nice.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Also, after what we've announced, people are cheering for Ida.
I'm going to give you a quick update now on our top 10 women because they've all gone through the Col de Balme.
There we go. That's going to be a good one. Let's go, Keith.
Yeah, so Joylene Chepengano, our race leader. Yao Miao 2nd. Maud Matisse in 3rd.
How far back? Can you give us the split?
Yeah. So our race leader at the 2 minutes. 2nd to 3rd was 3 minutes. Yao Miao to Maud Matisse. 4 minutes between Maud and Judith Tida.
Still 4 minutes. Hasn't changed on the descent.
No. Sarah Alonso in 5th. She was 4 minutes down. Then we had Ida Amelie Robson. We already talked about her.
Yep. Rosa Lara coming back as well.
Yeah. Then we've got Rosa Lara Feliu, Elisa Marine from Canada. We already called her out shortly. Ikram Rasala, and then wrapping up that. First time we talked about it, our 2nd Canadian in the top 10. So
Jasmine Lowther.
Jasmine Lowther. So 24 minutes is our spread first 10 in the women's race. So yeah, we will have a visual of Joylene quite soon back in Argentière.
And in the meantime, we're just seeing Anje Vitek going up that hill that we saw Christian Minojo not so long ago. And knowing that Jim is smack in the middle of that.
Yeah.
Look at him go. He's opening up now. That reminds me of Istria, that race where him and Stian Angermund were together neck and neck, and we're pushing on the up and pushing on the down. Man, I mean, Anje is such a complete runner. He can run really strong on the up, really fast on the flat. Again, 2:18 road marathon PB. And as you could see, he can also let loose on the downhill. But this man, ladies and gentlemen, that you have on the right-hand side of your screen, Christian Minoggio, is on a different world today. He is cruising, and again, like it takes a lot of effort to go up those little climbs, and he's just going through them like they're nothing.
Yeah, this is very much rolling terrain, and it's good or bad depending on how the legs are feeling right now. So L'Avanchère is about 6 kilometers from the finish line in Chamonix. So we are expecting our race leaders into Chamonix. Yep, there we go. 8.2k until the finish line here in Chamonix. So yeah, less than probably 40 minutes now.
We're getting close.
Oh yeah,
we're getting awfully close, and there we go.
As we promised, at the front of the women's race, coming down now into Argentière, 15 kilometers from the finish line, we have the Kenyan Joylene Chepngeno, our race leader, being chased down by her Salomon teammate Yao Miao, the current champion from last year, both from Team Salomon.
Well, at that point, I gotta say, like, she still looks extremely good.
Great.
Like, her stride has not changed one bit. She's still going at this kind of regular pace, super strong, but doesn't look like she's overreaching, doesn't look like she's suffering. And so, yeah, I mean, this is what they do with the Millimani runners. Like, they learn a lot. They train on the trails. They train for the up, for the down. And as we saw again at CEST now, when Joylene took the second win in a row, like, she was fueling. She was doing the right things. So here she's being told.
And Martin, I believe we're right in thinking this is going to be Joylene's longest race to date.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And also, you know, we're thinking of What did you hear?
I think that was Victor, the team manager for Salomon.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay, they're together. and this is Vincent Viet. So you get the two Salomon team managers sticking there. And I think they were telling her to take off the headband.
Ah.
Maybe there wasn't Salomon on the headband and they weren't happy about this.
They've already sold out on the website, so take it off because we don't want people trying to buy it.
No, but it was a different brand on it, so it's like, all right.
Yeah. Okay, so Joylene Chepngeno, this is going to be her longest race, flying the flag for Super Mums out on the course this year.
Indeed.
Yeah. And we got some good intel about Christian Minoggio as well. So Christian Minoggio, he's a dam keeper in the high valleys in the Piedmont and kind of close to Aosta. He spends a week up there. He doesn't train, but he's using that as his altitude training and 1 week down when he comes to train. So his race calendar is organized around managing the dam. So 1 week on the dam, and 1 week away from the dam. So interesting. There's and yet we can confirm this is his first time racing in Germany.
Yeah. You had called it, and by checking, the only races he had done in France were Pierre Mentalité. Yeah. And so actually, I can add a few things from Albert Jorquera, who's listening and always contributing to the live. He's born in Canobbio in the Piemonte region at the border with Switzerland, and he's been running since 2008. So he's definitely got experience under his belt, and he is, as I was telling you, the European champion of Sky Ultra. The 70k and 4,300 meters of elevation gain, and that ahead of I'm losing his name now. Bamboo poles.
It'll come back to you in a while, Martin. Martin had his birthday yesterday, so if you want to wish Martin happy birthday in the chat.
No.
So obviously that's so Yao Miao probably still around. We saw the two Salomon boys there, so probably the gap's still around about 2 minutes, I would say. Yep. So it's not over. It's incredible how that gap has remained consistent all the way through, despite two very, very different styles of racing or running. Yeah.
Manuel Merias. There we go.
Oh, there you go. You've already called him out many times already today.
Yes, a little bit, yes.
Yeah. So, gang, I know you're big fans of the ad breaks, so we're just about to have one. But when we come back after the ad break, we're going to take you all the way through to Chamonix, the front of the men's and the women's races here at the OCC.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the 2025 UTMB World Series Finals. We're at the business end of this first of the three races, so the OCC, just short of 60K. We're loving a lot of the chat, some great chat about the ad break, so thank you for entertaining us and making us feel like we're loved at home. Martin's just having a moment just because it's too much excitement at the front of the men's race. So we have Stephanie Case back in the house.
I am back, and it was so exciting when I was off air. I really couldn't even take a moment to go away from the screens to go to the bathroom. So I am ramped up and ready to come back. Let's give you a bit of a recap of where we're at, because there's been a lot of change up on particularly on the men's side. So in first, we now have Christian Manogio, part of the Italian group that we knew would be chasing down Jim, and he has succeeded. So Jim Walmsley is now in second. We saw a bit of a recap about how his head turned as we saw Christian surge past him at the last aid station while he was filling up his bottles. Then we have Andrzej Witek from Poland, our 2:18 marathon runner, who is going to be fast on this last part of the course, followed by Christian Jones and then Petter Engel. On the women's side, Jolene is still flying. We can see her on our screen from Kenya. She is just had an incredible race. We weren't sure what she would show us today because this is her longest race ever, but we know that she can run on hills like this, and it was just a question of whether some of the technical bits might hold her up, or whether doing a race that's 1 or 2 hours longer than her previously longest race would prove a challenge. So far, not so much. Then we have Yao Miao in second, and followed by Maud Mattis from Switzerland, and then Judith Wader, and then we have in fifth Sarah Alonso.
So yeah, so big kind of thanks for the recap. Stephanie, for everyone at home, and even for me, just to keep us all grounded. So we've got Jorleen now, any moment, arriving into the aid station down in Argentière. At the same time, we're about 2 or 3 minutes away from Christian Minojo hitting the final checkpoints at Le Lavanchère, and then it's full speed ahead all the way into Chamonix. So that is where we're at the business end of the first of our 3 races that we're covering live. So the OCC, followed by tomorrow's CCC, and then we roll into the big loop of the Mont Blanc on Friday evening at 5:45 p.m. the UTMB. So and Yao Miao, she really, the gap has been around about 2 minutes now for a long period of time. She's not given up. Very industrial, very different style to Jorleen, but she is definitely in the mix. And yeah, this is going to be a really interesting and exciting finish, both in the men's and the women's race.
Absolutely. An interesting question in the chat. Thanks for raising it. What place is Jolene in overall? She is in 28th place. Now, we can usually see the women get closer to the top 10 when we have the longer distance races, but quite difficult to do over a 50-kilometer category race. And just to recap, if you're just joining us, we are on an alternate course today for the OCC. So we can't compare times to previous years. But watching second place woman, Yao Miao, she is the only woman to have run under 6 hours on this course. She is the previous winner and the course record holder on the regular course.
Yep, and then at the front of the men's race, Christian Minojo now is through the final checkpoint. He is within 16, 17 minutes, so he's going to be in about 3:15 to Chamonix, so he's through, and we'll give you an update on the other timings of our race leaders. Is Jim in second place? Is Andre Vitek catching him? What about Christian Jones? What about Petter Engdahl? That's your top 5 into Argentière. So yeah, so it is all happening. We had last year top 10 men and top 10 women at the finish line were separated both by 20 minutes. So in this particular short race, it's not over till it's over.
Yep, we have Jim actually coming about 1 minute and 20 seconds behind Christian through Lavanchère. So there, Christian has been able to put some distance in between them. Now on this alternate course, they go from Lavanchère down a tiny bit to Les Bois, which is a really beautiful area of Chamonix Valley, right in front of the Drew. It's actually where Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom had bought a place during COVID.
Oh,
but yes, a little bit of gossip, but they've sold it. They have sold it to a hockey player. So then they come down through Les Bois, and then it's flat all the way to Chamonix.
Don't worry, gang. We will be having the camera crew at the front of the men's race as soon as possible. But for now, you're just going to have to enjoy the front of the women's race. Jorleen Chepengeno, Team Salomon, the Milamani runners, on her way now down into Argentière. And the crowd, as is always the case, when the first woman comes into the aid stations, the volume just goes up that little bit more. So La Prima Donna. So yeah, Jorleen Chepengeno from Kenya is just on the outskirts here now of Argentière.
I can't believe how exciting this race has been, but it's we knew that there would be some mix-ups on this alternate course because it's quite different than what we were expecting. A bigger climb on that second climb, and now a very flat, fast end of the course. I think we might even still see some change-ups yet.
Yeah, and for all the Polish fraternity in the group, so Andre is now in third into Le Lavanchère, so he's just about 2 minutes behind Jim. This looks like that's in Argentière. Yep, in and out. So yeah, top 3. Christian Minojo, Jim Wormsley, Andre Vitek, Italy, USA and Poland on their way now into the finish line. So, yep, 12 or 13 minutes away. 15 minutes away. Here we go. That looks...
That's got to be Christian Jones.
No.
And he's
no. Because Christian's in the blue.
Yep.
Yep. Here we go. Argentière, welcome, our race leader. Those moody skies.
And here's where we'll get an updated split as soon as Jolene and Yao Miao pass through the checkpoint to see how much of a gap there is between them. At the last checkpoint, it was only a 2-minute gap.
Are we sending Martin down to the finish line to do the interviews? I guess we are, right?
That seems like a good idea to me.
Yeah, he's good at that. So and that's what he normally does. So here we go, our race leader. Whoops. Other side. There we go.
Come on, a bit of confusion. There's no time to mess up here.
Come on, gang. Let's help Joylene because Yao Miao is still in the mix.
You could tell she was looking behind her, now putting a bit of water over her head to cool down. But she knows that she's being chased down, and we are coming into the final stretch.
Yep, and while that, we've also got Christian Jones and Petter Engdahl together into the aid station, into the checkpoint at Le Lavanchère. So top 5 separated by 5 minutes in the men's race.
And this is an interesting piece of information. Actually wasn't on my radar. That Angers is also, like Jim, prepping for the World Champs.
And so is Christian Manodjo.
Oh, there we go. So we're going to see this all again in a few weeks.
Christian is racing the long trail, the 80K, at the World Championships. So, yeah, I think only the French of the European teams, I believe, and maybe the Brazilian teams are not allowed to race here and the World Champs. It's like a 30-day kind of ruling that they have. So, yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was the case for France, but wasn't sure about the other countries.
Is that Champ Lac? We're just being teased now. Guess the location. It kind of looks very Champ Lac, but there we go. So yeah, so let's see. Adam Peterman. Wow, Adam Peterman has moved up 4 spots since Argentière. So Adam Peterman up to 6th. Luca Del Perro in 7th. Wow, it is moving around so much. Here we go, but that's too sunny for today. No, yeah, that looks like a recording. We've obviously lost the signal. No, we're on a...
Nope, this is showing us a little bit...
We're on a break.
This is showing us a little bit of a film, actually, around Argentière.
Okay, sorry, missed that one.
Yep, no problem. So this was built, that building you see there, that church was built in 1920. And the cellar was used to hide Jewish families during the Nazi occupation of 1943 to 44, before being exfiltrated to nearby Switzerland. It has not been modified since its construction, and it's not even connected to electricity. I didn't know that was there.
No, and exfiltrated. There's a new word. There we go. Joylene Chepengano, our race leader. And as you see now, less than 10K or 10K to the finish line. And yeah, top 7 in the men's race now through the Lavanchère. So 10 minutes or so. Christian Manodjo, Jim Wormsley, Andre Wittek, Christian Jones, Petter Engdahl, Adam Peterman, Luca Del Perro. They are 6 minutes apart at the final checkpoint. And yep, 10 minutes away now, people, to celebrating our champion. Yao Miao into Argentière.
Okay,
wow.
That's when we'll get, we've got the updated split then. It's about 2.5 minutes.
Wow.
So at the previous checkpoint, it was 2 minutes. So now we've got 30 more seconds.
Right. Amazing.
But really that,
these
that's
two,
not so much.
These two have been pushing each other so hard since 10:15 this morning. So yeah, 4 hours and 44 minutes of endless pushing, dealing with the suffering, put it to one side and just going and going and going. Incredible.
All right, we're getting a bit of flack in the chat for our chat about the church, but hey guys, this is a beautiful area. We are concentrating on the runners, but we also want to give you a little bit of news about what the runners are running past. So if you're not in Chamonix Valley and you don't get the chance to see this stuff yourself, maybe we'll just give you a few little facts here and there.
We know that Christian Minojo is a huge fan of that church. And here we have now, everybody, our race leader. Our race leader has Jim Wormsley less than 90 seconds behind him. So, you know, Jim is still there. And really curious to know the gap.
What is happening?
And behind Jim, Andre Vitek. Behind Andre, Christian Jones. Behind Christian, Petter Engdahl. They are all in the mix. They are all in the mix. They are separated by 5 minutes. So,
it is really anyone's game here. And you know, we are talking about the tiniest of margins, right? A couple seconds lost filling up a water. But we're not even talking about the regular stuff that could happen, like a trip, a fall, you know, a slight, we saw Jolene kind of do a slightly wrong turn around the water fountain. These seem like really tiny things, but it could actually make a difference in the end.
Another, you know, a team that's been predominantly supporting runners from the Asia team, so Team Kailash Fuga, but now they've started to sponsor one or two Europeans. Christian, we've got Tom Jolly running in the UTMB coming up soon. So this is going to be a big day for them as a brand. There we go, Jim Wormsley, second place.
What do you guys think? Maybe we can start a poll in the chat. Are we going to see a sprint finish on the women's side or the men's side? What do you think? Maybe our team can help us with the polls in the chat.
Yeah, so it's kind of the question now. Italy, USA, or Poland?
Ooh. Nice to see 3 different nationalities competing. And also on the women's side, Kenya, China, Switzerland.
Yep. So yeah, so we've got Team Kailash Fuga leading, our title sponsor HOKA in second spot right now, and then from ASICS, Andre Vitek, Salomon leading 1-2 in the women's race currently, with Yao Miao and Joylene Chepmangano. But there we go. Christian can see.
Now I'm keeping
in the distance.
Indeed. And while we're watching the men, I'm keeping an eye on the tracker on the women, because I want to see who comes in next, Maud or Judith. And it could be either one of them, I think, coming in third behind Jolene and Yao Miao.
Yeah, Kenya, China, and then we've got 2 Swiss, Spain, Norway, Spain, Canada, Spain, Canada.
Yeah, that's right.
At the back end. Jim Wormsley, he can see Christian on that segment, is my guess. And this is it now. Who can open up the most?
Wow. We have about 3.5 kilometers to go. He is running through Les Bois. It's an incredibly flat section right next to the river. And wow, between that split screen, you can just see how close it is. I feel like we're in a road race.
Yeah, and this area here, this is, again, all the cross-country ski area in the winter. And
I am covered in goosebumps right now. This is incredibly exciting.
This is awesome. So, yeah, 3.4K to go, people.
Let's do it.
Christian Minojo, Jim Wormsley.
I mean, this is where all of the interval training, the speed work, this is where it's all coming.
Ooh, and
they are throwing it down.
Please, no cramps. Have I hydrated enough in the last 4 hours, 50 minutes? Jim's not giving this one up easy. He's not giving this one up.
This is a matter of seconds, not minutes, that we're talking about here.
Are you going to the finish line? Yeah, cool. Yeah, Jim is not giving this. This is not going to go down without a fight. Wow.
I'm going to put our faces on the screen because, oh, we're taking off. No one wants to see us.
It said Martin and Keith.
Oh. I just wanted everyone to see the excitement and not just hear it. There we are.
There's Andre Vitek. So it is on, people. We talked about it all week. Is this the one where we have a sprint finish at UTMB?
Okay, and now on the women's side, just to give an update of what's happening there, Judith has come in third.
Wow.
Through Argentière.
Okay, not surprising actually.
Followed by Maud.
Yeah. Like.
And they are like a minute apart between them.
Yeah, and Judith on this kind of terrain, she has wheels, she can definitely push, and she's got the distance as well in her legs, so it's good to see her come back. She must have gone through a massive low, and I'm not too sure what happened with Judith, but she looks like she's coming back, and it's good. But then now, all eyes on Jim Walmsley.
Is that Christian?
Christian is just ahead. I mean, we saw it on the screen. It was just 120 meters between them two.
Whoa. You can almost see Jim's got some laser focus on the target on the back of Christian's back.
Now the question is Christian all out, or does he still has ammo left in the right pocket to be able to fire back when Jim is possibly going to come close to him?
He is going to be feeling every muscle in his legs right now, firing, burning. There is no opportunity to hold anything back. He has got to put it all on the line. We are down to about 2.7 kilometers to go. That's nothing, but it's going to feel like something after 56 kilometers.
Chamonix, get ready.
Oh yeah, as Ludo would say, ici, c'est Chamonix. There we go. Oh, whoa. The gap is nothing.
What do you guys think? I feel like Jim is running faster, but it could just be an optical illusion from his style because he's so tall and striding so long.
No.
I think he's closing, but again, the question is, you were saying it, Keith. It's one thing to catch up, and then it's another thing to overtake.
Yeah,
and Christian will respond because clearly Jim right now is making a big effort to close that gap. Well, Christian at this point is, obviously trying to hold back, but I don't think he has gone all out just yet.
No.
You can see how close they are now. Jim is really catching up to Christian.
Yeah.
This is exciting. He is gaining on him. He is on the hunt.
Wow. This is so good. This is so good. So
I almost think that, like right now, Jim is slowing down. He's taking his time. He wants to make a clean pass with no chance to respond. I have the feeling he's just waiting there. I might be wrong, but he might just wait for a little bit. But he knows he's getting close as well, so he's going to have to actually pass at some point because he doesn't know Christian. They've never raced each other, so he doesn't know if Christian has a kick for the final. So he's not going to be able to risk it.
These two are both racing the world champs next month as well. Ooh.
They know each other now.
I know. And here goes Jim. It is hammer time. Oh, wow.
And this is it. Look at this. He's making the move now. That's the thing. It's one thing to catch up, and now he's making the pass.
Wow.
He's breaking the elastic band that Christian could have hoped to hold on to.
That was a nice tap on the back from Jim as he was going by. A little bit of an encouragement, but also potentially, hey, sorry, bud, I'm going to take this one.
Wow. So now is like, is where's Andre Vitek? So, our friends in the back, the flag, the Polish gifts are going wild. They're like, well, if Jim can catch him, what about Andre? So, what about Petter Engdahl? What about Christian Jones? This is... What a great start to UTMB, the third UTMB World Series Finals week here in Chamonix.
And let's not forget.
Do you forget?
Yes, I did forget. Too many things at once. Darn it.
Well,
and
Adam
Antonio
Peterman.
Martinez.
No, Adam Peterman has moved up to 6th at Argentière. So
there we go.
Yeah, Adam Peterman is on a charge now. So
in Argentière now, the downhill is over. So this is where some of them could have actually made a big difference. But now on the flat.
So Luca is behind. Luca, David Norris, Antonio Martinez Perez, and Ezekiel Ruto now split back play.
Look at the gap that Jim has opened up. This is over. That was the final move, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Walmsley is going to bring the title to America once again after Eli Hemming last year.
And you know, I gotta thank him for making it interesting for us. Everyone said before the race, it's in the bag for Jim. And we said, you know, a bunch of us did predict it's gonna be an Italian showdown. And what we have here is definitely the Italian trying to reach
I had my money on Nadir Maguet, another Italian, sadly, who's injured, but if he's listening, we'll say hi, greetings. But it takes more than to take down Jim Walmsley, and today he's shown again that regardless of the distance, he has the fitness, and when he toes the line, you can never rule him out.
No, and talking of Italian male athletes, I'm sure Francesco Puppi's at home right now, cheering on Christian and like going, okay, I've seen it's a good effort, but tomorrow. So Andre Vitek, so our friends from Poland, now we're just trying to work out. He is 2.2 kilometers out from the finish line now. So, well, has Christian's bubble burst, and will he drop down to third? I guess that's the big question now.
Andre catches sight of Christian, he will be able to kick.
Yeah.
Anjay is moving super well, and as we've said on this broadcast, a 2:18 marathon runner, so he will be really opening up and just burning it to the end.
Yeah, well, I want to see a freeze again of Jim's face when Christian flew past him in the aid station, because it was like, he just kind of like thought for a minute and went, okay.
Is this real?
Right, let me,
Okay, now Jim has just come down onto the final stretch. He's following the river. He will now be coming soon. You'll start to see the town of Chamonix coming up ahead. UTMB Village is just a few hundred meters in front of Jim. As he's coming along, we've now sent Martin to the finish line. We are getting that close. Look at that speed, 21.1 kilometers an hour. Jim is flying. We are 1 kilometer away from the finish. He's taking a quick look behind him to see, is Christian still there? No, he's got it. Christian is behind him, but the gap is too big at this point for Christian to catch up, especially the way that he is moving.
Yep, there we go. There's Christian Minocho now. We can see the Jim there on the left. There is Jim Walmsley, soon to be, now we believe, the OCC champion, former UTMB champion, former 4 times winner of the Western States, and this is a marker for the World Championships.
Yeah, I think we're pretty safe in calling it that Jim will be the OCC champion, with Christian right on his heels, but not close enough.
There we go, Jim, just checking. There we go. Yeah, there's the Alpina Hotel on the right. You would normally have a great view of the Mont Blanc directly ahead. We have the river, the Lave, on Jim's right. And yes, as you see now, 800 meters from the finishing arch, Jim Walmsley, Team HOKA. This is how close the finish is. Incredible. So good.
Well, this really speaks well to not only how exciting today is, how exciting the World Champs is going to be. You know, Jim has had a tough time with injuries, but after coming off of his win at Chianti, after coming off of a very hard VK that he won and set a course record on in Maribel just recently, he is now coming to win the OCC on this alternate course, 61 kilometers, 3,400 meters of climb. You know, Jim can run 100 milers, but he has proven today he can also really bring it home on the 50K category.
Yeah, and I want to, Christian gambled by not stopping and picking up any liquid in that aid station. It was an amazing move, and on another day it could have worked, but Jim was able to compose himself and go chase him down. But what a start of the week, and with the weather today, the crowds are all stuck in Chamonix. They're not on the mountains, and here we go around the Hotel Alpina, about to hang it round onto the final street and into downtown Chamonix.
And all of the crowds are waiting to welcome in these first runners of the OCC finals. First place, Jim Walmsley, coming to the finish, 13,000 euro cash prize and bragging rights for life. Let's see, he is coming through. This is a pretty good tune-up for the World Championships. And what an exciting day. It wasn't as clear of a slam dunk as we thought it would be.
Nope.
Let's ring those bells and bring Jim home.
Yeah, so 4 times winner of the Western States, 2023 legend of the UTMB, and now the 2025 champion of the OCC from the United States, Team HOKA. The crowd are going wild.
Jim Walmsley!
Whoa!
Comeback after his DNF last year. He can feel it. Oh, God, he fought for that hard.
Mission accomplished.
Way to go, Jim. Oh, yeah.
He looks like he enjoyed that even more than his UTMB victory. Wow. And there's his wife. Partner. Wife, yep. There you go, Jess, from Team HOKA. I think she's also around. Wow, look how close. Christian Minoccio. Wow, Italy.
You know, if you're going to come second to someone, coming second to Jim is not bad.
But, I mean, I will give you an official time now of the time gap at the finish line, because that's 15 seconds maybe. Amazing.
You know, I really feel like Jim enjoyed that. You can tell he worked hard.
And maybe that was a message to 1 or 2 people, but that was, yeah, that was something else. And we've got Martin down there, so here we go. 3rd spot now. Here's Andre Vitek coming in as well. So there you go. Official time for Jim, 5 hours and 35 seconds, 20 seconds ahead of Christian Minoccio.
Wow.
So yeah, 60.7 kilometers, 3,487 positive meters of climbing in that race.
And with Andrzej Witek coming in, he has a wealth of support from the Polish crowd. We've really seen Polish runners rising to the top of these UTMB World Series events. It's just incredible.
Well, sorry, Steph.
That's okay. He was the winner at the Tenerife 100K earlier this year, 2nd at Mozart 100, and now he's coming in to join Jim and join Christian as the top 3 at OCC. Seconds apart from one another. Jim going to do a little victory lap as Andrzej comes into the final bit of Chamonix into the crowds.
Jim, well, maybe he was more worked when he won the UTMB, so that's why, you know. But wow, that time, 5 hours.
Blistering.
That's exceptional.
Blistering time. Let's remember again, this was 61 kilometers with 3,400 meters of climbing.
Yeah.
And he did it in 5 hours. That's just, it's making me speechless for a minute.
What I can also tell you is the most successful nations at the OCC so far have been Norway and Spain, with 2 victories each. And now the US are up there as well. So Eli Hemming and Jim Walmsley. So the US are tied now for the men. In the women's, it's Spain with 3 victories.
Jim is really having a good time right now on the finish line.
Wow.
He needed this.
Good. Well, and Jim, wow. Excellent. I know that he's already going to be in the free trail kind of end of week show, so I can already hear Dylan somewhere already going, oh, it's going to be great. Kareth Arnold won the TDS the other night, so a 2nd victory for the US athletes this week at the UTMB World Series Finals.
Maybe Jim's going to just give up doing these 100-mile races and think, hey, I can still get the glory from a 50K and be home for dinner.
There we go. Andre Vitek, well done. 3rd place. And you know what? We wait for one finisher, and we are now going to get a whole train of runners coming in.
I called out Andrzej Witek in my prediction. I said it was going to be a showdown of the Italians, but I said keep an eye on Andrzej, and we were right.
Yeah. No, I'm loving Jim Walmsley 2.0. This is like, yeah, this is good. So he looked like and I guess, you know, when you talk to the athletes coming back from an injury, this is like, wow. So yeah.
It means that much more because it's hard fought, hard won.
Yeah.
You know, you have to think. You know, Jim is a guy who has course records. You know, he can perform like no one else. but it's hard work.
Yeah.
And when you have injuries, when you have setbacks, last year I saw him drop out of UTMB, and so you still have that feeling that you might not make it.
This is our 4th place finisher, Petter Engdahl from Sweden. So went on to Petter. And just reinforcing that, listening to Tom Evans the other day.
Yep.
Tom fell out of love with trail running, but now he works out how to fall back. Jim is in love with trail running right now. You can just see it in his body language. And it obviously helps if you win after an injury.
Yep.
But yeah, this is awesome. And
nothing for granted.
Christian Jones, people. Christian Jones should be in any moment now. There's Petter. We'll be happy with that. Top 4. Christian Jones due in any minute, as is Adam Peterman. Adam Peterman, Luca Del Perro, David Norris, Antonio. Here we go. This could well be Adam Peterman. No? That's Christian, sorry.
That's Christian?
That's Christian. So Christian did hang on to 4th place. Well done, Christian. So 2 HOKA athletes in the top 5. And Adam Peterman could be making it 3 in the top 6 shortly.
And you know, he was 6th place at OCC last year.
There we go. Here comes Adam.
There we go.
Peterman. So I think he will be also really happy with that today. Wow, well done.
I was speaking with Christian Jones a few days ago before the race, and I said, how are you feeling? Some people have kind of named you as
a dark
horse, and he said, nope, I don't want anyone naming me as a dark horse. I don't want to be on anyone's radar. I'm not saying a thing.
So, the challenge for Martin now is to find a moment when there's not finishers coming in to do an interview. But there we go, everybody. Your champions are top 3 male finishers at the OCC. Well done to Jim, to Christian, and to Andre. USA, Italy, and Poland.
What a race.
What a start to our week. That was awesome. Well done, gang. Thank you so much.
If that's foreshadowing what we are about to see in the other UTMB finals races, then I think we're in for a real treat.
Yeah. Wow, that time, 5 hours and 35 seconds. Amazing.
Absolutely incredible. Now, I want to check back in
on the women's race.
The women's race.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
I think you have a look at that. And here we go. Our next runner coming in. There's a high chance. Yep, this is Luca Del Perro from Italy. So well done to Luca. Just coming home now, and he is 5 hours 7 minutes. So 7 minutes. Last year was 20 minutes. Separating the top 10 in the men's race as it was in the women's race. So it's going to be way short. And here we come, our next runner coming in. That was that Antonio? Or was that David?
While we're trying to figure that out, just going back to I don't want us to forget about the women's side. Jolene has gone through the L'Avanche checkpoint. And we should be able to get an update very soon on Yao Miao, but I think the gap has widened from the previous checkpoint.
Wow.
Yeah. But we are expecting Yao Miao, then Edith Weider, then Maud Mathis, then Sarah Alonso.
Potentially.
Rounding out our top 5.
Our first ever Kenyan winner at UTMB?
I think so.
Yep.
I think so.
Oh, Martin's doing the interview.
But then, something happened by the aid station of Argentina. Can you walk us through that?
Du coup, le Guillaume, c'est fini là.
There wasn't water available in Martigny early, so I was ahead with Petter, and we went through, and there was no water there, so it was a bit of a surprise. I was kind of expecting to fill up 1 bottle before the climb.
Wow,
and when we got into Argentière, I was just looking for water, and there was sparkling water, there was cola, there was sports nutrition. I didn't see any water, so a little frustrated, and I think it was Christian. He just blew right past me, and Yeah, I mean, right out of the aid station, I heard 20 seconds, and then 2K later, then 1 minute, and then 3K later, 2 minutes. I'm like, oh my gosh. I think we played around a bit too much early, and guys who paced it really are going to blow our doors off. So, yeah, very worried at that point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring in Antonio Martinez.
And there we have Antonio Martinez Perez coming in. This guy has one of the best OCC records. He's been on the podium 3 times out of the 4 times that he's done OCC, and really a good finish here.
A lot of new faces, testing different skills, and yeah, maybe pretty lucky today that it didn't finish down La Flégère. Instead, I had a little bit of a road race at the end, and have some credentials of my own there.
So when you got up to him, we saw you wait for about 30 seconds and then make a clean, mean pass with a kind gesture, give a bit of a tap on the back, but you really made a push after that. Like, did you run scared until the end, or you felt like, okay, that was in the bag, and you could actually bring another win of OCC after what Eli Hemming has done last year?
No, I was looking back all the way through the shoot. Yeah, sorry, I was running past a lot of high fives, but yeah, I was definitely running scared all the way to the line, and it makes it very, very rewarding to have such competition and to get so much out of yourself. And I mean, no matter what happened, I knew I was just trying my hardest, and yeah, I had no regrets with that.
Well, thank you for again such a show. We enjoyed watching you guys, and you guys will see each other at the end of September once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up once again for our winner today, Team Walmsley.
Yeah, well done, Jim. That was wow. What a joy the last 5 hours have been for all of us. And so we're waiting for David Norris, should be our 9th place finisher, and then in theory it should be Ezekiel Ruto from Kenya should wrapping up our top 10 in the men's race. And as Stephanie's already said, we are not that far away from celebrating our winner in the women's race. Well, then David, he's in. David Norris, team on running.
Ci hai fatto sognare l'Italia praticamente fino a 1 chilometro dal traguardo. Stavi raggiungendo quello che
And on the women's side, we have the gap widening a little bit. Now we've had the top 3 women come through. So Jolene came through La Marche at 5:06, and then 2 minutes and 17 seconds behind was Yao Miao, and then in third, about 4 minutes behind Yao Miao was Judith Weider.
Ciao UTMB, ciao a tutti. Fino alla fine ci credevo davvero e lo sapevo, lo sentivo che prendeva ormai sul piano.
We can't translate the Italian, but you can get a lot out of the expressions.
Yeah, and then so less than 15 minutes, people, until we celebrate our female champion in the OCC. This was Christian on that climb up to the Col de Balme, passing Christian Jones.
Gosh, I can't wait if Jolene keeps the lead, which it's certainly, all signs are pointing to yes. If she keeps the lead, it's again a €13,000 prize money, and that she'll be able to take home, supporting her 2 kids. And really inspiring. I hope that this will start a bit more of a groundswell to seeing more women in particular from Kenya coming into these races.
Oh yeah, and I think we were all excited to see how Jolene got on this week. There was a question mark when the weather turned bad, but that was mere speculation as we see now.
When you win 3 times the Pierramenta ET in the few edition you race, because you were so happy, and today you cut the hair before. Is this probably the reason why you lost?
Forse hai ragione, dovevo tenerli che portavano fortuna e niente, ho cercato di limare il più possibile il peso che per essere più leggero e più brillante li ho tagliati prima. Però mi sa che era meglio che li lasciavo e li tagliavo dopo, mi porta sempre fortuna quando faccio così.
He said the next time he will keep the hair long until the next finish line to try to come back and che aspettiamo l'anno prossimo per provare ad avere questa rivincita. We wait for you next year for a revenge to Jim Worsley.
Adesso voglio provare a allungare, l'anno prossimo voglio provare la 100 e tra 2 anni fare magari la 170.
So it's coming man next year for CCC and in 2 years for UTMB. Congratulations, Christian. Bravo.
Ciao UTMB.
Yeah, that was a big thank you to Christian, because without Christian we wouldn't have had that epic race from Argentière down to the finish line here in Chamonix. So huge. Here we go. I think it sounds like Martin is going to talk to Andre now.
Okay.
There he is, a legend of Chamonix.
We're gonna go on with
the big cowbell.
Oui, non, mais non, mais je vois, c'est bon. C'est juste ça prend un petit peu de temps, mais elle va
third finisher today.
Yeah, lots of excitement at the finish line, and this is going to continue in the minutes and hours to come. You know, we are following the elites, but I do just want to point out how many people are in this race. You know, there's these 2 big climbs in the alternate course, and there are still 821 runners that are on that beginning part of the second climb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we had nearly 1,600 take the start this morning.
I've heard
Yep.
something from someone. I'm just
Here we go. Let's listen in.
Like leading up to this race, how many Ks did you run this week?
Yeah, many kilometers, because I prepared to the World Championship, and you know, I train normally in this week. So, but I have 3 days rest, so it's enough.
So you didn't give me a number still. So you were, like you say, you were training for the end of September. But then you saw runners, and when you got to Col de Balme, you saw someone in front of you. It's like, well, I'm still going to go and chase them. And then eventually you chased another one and another one. So did you really fully go into race mode anyway?
No, I was very surprised. I'm in Col de Balme, because I don't know, I don't focus in the road, and I'm sure we have 200 meters up more. And I ask Luca, is a Col de Balme? And say yes, it's a Col de Balme. So wow, I feel very good. So I push it a little more. And you know, good race is a race when you have fun, and I have fun today, so yeah.
That's the spirit. You had fun today, and all the fans were here to welcome. They said, Polska Gorum.
And as we're listening to Andrzej, we have Sam.
Hendry, who's been creeping up early on, had a really bold start.
There we go. Now, a little bit of background on Sam. Sam is actually a cross-country skier racing, often racing at the international levels when he started to break out into the Golden Trail scene. He was actually just finishing up his collegiate ski career at the University of Utah.
Yeah, I saw he had a good run last year at the Speed Goat 50K, and it was pretty much 5.5 hours, same kind of level of climbing as this year, so as this race. There you go, everybody. That is your top 5. Jim Wormsley, Christian Minoggio, Andre Witteg, Petter Engdahl, and Christian Jones. And as you see, 5 minutes and 15 seconds separating 5 runners after 5 hours of racing.
And yeah, we've had some questions in the chat. Where's the women's race? Here is the women's race. We have Jolene Chepgenyo, who is on her way towards the finish. We are expecting her in Chamonix at the finish line in about 9 minutes. She is still being chased down about 2.5 minutes behind by Yao Miao and then Judith Wieder.
So I know you're going to be big fans of this, so we're going to have a quick break, and then we'll come back. We are going to be following Jolene to the finish line.
See you then.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
And we are back following the lead women in the OCC UTMB finals. We are seeing now on our screen second woman, who is Yao Miao, chasing down our leader, Jolene Chepngango.
Surely, Steph, we're not going to get another pass in the last segment of the race. And here we go. This is Judith Vida in third place. So as well as Yao Miao chasing down Joylene, Judith is chasing down Yao Miao. So they're all pushing each other here to the finish line. Sorry.
I think there's too big of a gap between Judith and Yao Miao to really make that up. I think probably Jolene has this in the bag as well, as there was a couple minutes between them. But, you know, we can always hope for some kind of
We're all optimists when it comes to, there we go, and Judith just about to pass one of our male runners.
And there's 15 minutes now. We can see the top 5 women have come through L'Avancée. There's 15 minutes in between Jolene in first and Sarah Alonso in fifth. So quite exciting. We will expect Jolene to make it to the finish line in about 5 minutes. If you are in town, if you are in Chamonix, head towards that finish line. Let's show some support and encouragement for our female winners. Now, this is Judith coming in. This is now coming down into Les Bois. So this is the final last few meters of descent before she hits the stretch, which we can see Yao Miao on in Les Bois.
This is, Yao Miao's kind of really opening up her stride now. We've commented a lot today on felt like they speeded it up then, but we commented a lot on her kind of very authentic or it's very unique style today. But after 5.5 hours of racing, this is impressive. And this segment, you can probably see quite a long way ahead, as we saw with Jim and Christian.
Yeah. She is actually running, speaking of running style, she's running very smoothly, very strong. A lot of us were predicting that she would probably take home the win today. I hope she is still happy with a third, because the competition today has just been incredible. Judith, of course, got second place at the OCC race last year behind Yao Miao. But we have a new leader coming in towards Chamonix. I am just so excited and so happy for Jolene. She's got an incredible backstory, really coming from Kenya, supporting her 2 kids. and going through quite a few ups and downs in her path to becoming a runner. But once she started competing, wow, has she taken the trail running world by storm. You could see she was looking behind her there, trying to see if anyone was catching up. She's not.
She's having a look behind her
right
because,
now.
yeah, I mean, Jim did the same. It's human nature. So it's like, yeah, worst case scenario. Oh,
no.
Oh my goodness.
What's happening? No.
Oh, wow.
Come on, Jolene. She doesn't have far to go. We know this is the longest race that she's ever run, but she is just minutes from the finish line. She cannot stop.
Wow.
Oh.
Maybe stomach.
What is going on? That's
Yeah.
where we can see actually the algorithm, the tracker is off because they're predicting she'll come in 3 minutes, but we can see she's still got 2 kilometers.
Yeah.
So that is going to be quite a few more minutes than that. And
Oh
her
my
speed
goodness.
has really slowed down. Oh, I was hoping for a sprint finish, but not like this.
No, and if you now think of looking at Yao Miao's pace towards the end. No, what is, okay.
This is...
Deep breath, everybody.
This is going to be
Come on,
tight.
Jolene.
Let's give some good energy towards Jolene. She has tried so hard, and now she's just got to keep it together for another 2 kilometers. This is her longest race. Ooh, Yao Miao, she can smell the hunt.
But won't have any intel about what we just saw. So this is as much in hope and optimism and just closing out the race. But
she is gritting her teeth.
This is our champion from 2024, and literally going down. These two have been slugging it out all day. One more twist.
Keith,
no.
I should have gone to the bathroom in the last break because I am just about to lose it here. We saw such a race to the finish on the men's side, and it is going to be tight on the women's side.
And this is where it opens out. This is where Jim and Christian were. If there's going to be a visual from Yao Miao on Jolene, this will be it. 1.7K to go, people.
I'm stressed.
Yeah. Oh, and then you did. No. Wow. It's like,
it's all in the mix here, guys. It's all in the mix.
Like top 2 men racing at the finish line, hold our beer. We're going to go all 3. Surely not.
Well, you can see she's at 56 kilometers, so she is a ways back.
You did probably about 1K back on Yao Miao. So, okay, I was building that one up to be. But Jolene's been able to regroup. Oh, that's one of the male runners. I think, yeah.
Yeah, Judith is, I do not think she will be able to catch up. She's too far behind. But she's finishing strong, which will be at least hopefully a good way for her to end this race.
Yeah, so that's in front of Jolene. That's the male athlete that just passed her. Yeah. And,
Yeah, give us some gifts in the chat. I can see the stress of the race is shared by all of us.
We need to give Jolene a little bit of our positive vibes now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Woo-hoo. There we go. Jolene can see Chamonix now. There it is in the background. She's just about to hit the side of the river.
Yeah.
And there we go. And there it is.
She'll be coming up along. There's a skate park on the left. She'll make one little turn, and then she'll be on that final pedestrian strip that goes along the river right into town.
Yeah, let's send Jolene some positive vibes. Wow.
But what a close race.
Yeah, I was just looking, the gap between the first male and the first female last year was just over 40 minutes. This is going to be even closer. Wow, there's Yao Miao. There's Jolene. Think she's got it back together again.
She does.
Yeah. Wow.
As long as we don't see anything terribly dramatic, she should have this in the bag. But Yao Miao is moving.
Wow. Yeah. Oh. That is how close she is. Oh my goodness. This is
Jolene makes one more of those dramatic stops, then this could get quite dicey. What do you think? Let us know in the chat. Who is going to win? Will Jolene be able to pull this off? Is she down to her final percentage bar of her battery? How are we doing here? We can't see
Yao Miao.
Yao Miao behind.
Probably got a visual now, but Jolene.
This is a good drone shot.
Good stride, good drone shot. Do we see Yao Miao in the same drone shot? Ooh.
She's just got to keep it together for another few hundred meters.
5.5 hours of the highest caliber trail running. 900 meters to the finish line now, Jolene.
Let's do it. Here we go. Now we've got the overhead view of Jolene pushing it in these final few hundred meters towards the finish. She's now hitting the strip right along the river.
Where's the second camera with Yao Miao?
Let's see the drone shot looking back. I want to see that gap.
Well, even if you're caught now, this is not an easy place to overtake. So, but we'll open up shortly onto the streets of Chamonix. The River Lave looking on now. Jolene Chepengano, the Milimani runners, Team Salomon.
I'm going to call it. She's got it now.
Got it. She has. Yes, that was... I think she just wanted to get us on the edge of our seat, but yes.
Jolene Chepengano from Kenya. We think she will be the first woman from Kenya to win a UTMB series final.
Fantastic.
We can't say first African because we do have Tony McCann from South Africa.
We do. And I think also Elazine has probably won a couple of the ETC. He's won the ETC at some point, but yeah. But the key three races, the 50K, the OCC, the CCC, and the UTMB, I believe this is our first Kenyan champion.
Yep. Wow.
Yes.
I am going to lose it when she crosses the finish line because I think she's going to lose it. As she should.
Well, yeah, I hope she's okay. But yeah, she is bringing it home, flying the flag for the Super Mums.
Yeah, that's
We've already had a winner in the TDS, Kareth Arnold, winner, mom of the TDS.
She's bringing some mom strengths to this.
100%. And the crowd here now, La Prima Donna, the first female athlete in the OCC. 5 hours and 33 minutes.
Let's go, Jolene. We saw her focus. We saw her determination. We saw that grit. She wouldn't even, in the middle of that race, she wouldn't even acknowledge the other runners. And it wasn't until the end when she was checking behind her, making sure she was in the clear, that we could start to see that anxiousness come out.
Right. Are you ready, Chamonix?
It is time for her to celebrate.
Kenya, time to celebrate. There's got to be some Kenyan gifts in the chat right now. Come on, gang. We gave you a good battle there between Jolene and Yao Miao, and it looks like Kenya has come out on top.
Oh my goodness!
Well done.
Crowds.
The champion from Kenya, Jolene Chepengano. Well done.
No expression.
Left everything on the trail. Hours and 34 minutes. Incredible.
There we go. Now she can finally smile. Jolene has won. She is our new OCC champion.
Oh. Martin didn't see this, so he didn't see that. So he might not ask the question, but yeah, wow, what a finish.
It almost looked like it took a minute for her to realize that she had finished and that it was over. I think she was still in race mode when she crossed the line.
So good. So we're going to give you the official time there. So 5 hours, 34 minutes and 3 seconds. So 34 minutes behind Jim. That is some going. Well done. Team Salomon, the Milamani trail runners, and meow. That is close. It was.
Made up some time there.
Wow.
Meow, our defending champion, now second place. Oh, big hugs with Jolene. Now they are recognizing each other's presence. It was too competitive during the race, but now that they are across the finish line, it's all sportswomanship.
Wow, that was so close.
Do you know what I love about this? It's the women pushing other women. We definitely would not have seen performances from these two women the way that we saw today if they weren't really battling it out against one another.
Yep.
It takes the competition from other women to bring out the best in ourselves. That was awesome.
1 minute and 10 seconds, so 70 seconds separating our champions versus second by the finish line. Incredible.
So she really did make up some time there. She made up over a minute.
Yeah. But, and here we go. Judith Vida is already here on the finishing area as well. Judith in fourth. Maud Matisse, we're expecting Maud in about 4 minutes. And Sara Alonso is about 5 minutes behind Maud. That's going to be your top 5 into Chamonix. Slightly further behind, from Norway, Ida Amelie Robsam. 7th, Rosa Lara Feliu. Ikram Rasala in 8th. Elisa, we've got 2 Canadians, 9 and 10 right now. So Elisa Marin and Jasmine Lowther. They are our 9th and 10th female athletes, about 20 minutes away from the finish line here in Chamonix. And let's see if...
Judith should be coming through any minute now. She's also made up some time herself.
Yeah, she had a good finish. Camilla Maliano is just outside the top 10. So our 2 Canadian athletes better just keep an eye on that.
Gosh, both of these women were so serious during the competition. It's wonderful to see them break a bit and play with the crowds.
Yeah, no, and I remember Yao Miao, her breakout year here at UTMB was a long time ago now, and she was incredibly young when she kind of first took the race here.
She was the CCC winner in 2018.
Exactly.
And as we said at the top of the broadcast, one of only 4 women to win 2 UTMB finals.
Yeah, when she was 20 years old, she won her first 100K in 2016.
Wow.
And I think we also acknowledge that the Chinese athletes had a really steep learning curve in terms of going to the international races, and now Yao Miao is well established as an international runner, as is our champion, Jolene Chipengano. Here we go, Judith Vida from Switzerland, Team HOKA.
Oh, she's happy with that finish. Well, we really thought she might get in first, but this was not a bad race for her. This was an incredibly strong race. It's just the competition was that much tougher this time.
What a podium. Kenya, China, Switzerland.
Fantastic. And it looks like she's even got a little bit left in the tank, I have to say.
I would say so, yeah.
I wonder if she'll be replaying that race in her head, wondering if maybe she held back
for the World
earlier on. That's right.
Yep.
And there's our top 3 female finishers at the OCC. Smiles all around.
And a lot of cheering going on there, but I don't know if that was our 4th place athlete or just one of our top 20 male. There's Marta.
We can see a bit of kinesio tape on Judith's hamstring on the back. I wonder if that was bugging her. And here we have Maud
Maud and Sarah Alonso. Yep, that's our top 5 right there. And I know we were being asked, where did Joylene finish in the overall rankings? Joylene was 27th, and Yaomia was 29th. So they were both in the top 30 overall, obviously first and second there. We are expecting, for the UTMB, for example, when Courtney set the course record, or when Rory Bosio set the course record, they both, bit of symmetry there, top 7 overall.
Amazing.
So yeah, so Katie Scheid last year when she set the new fastest time was just outside the top 10. Yep. So yeah, we will definitely see our fastest females moving further up the overall as the distance goes longer.
Yep, exactly. The longer the distance, the closer the gap between male and female performances.
Yeah. I think Sarah Alonso's going to be happy after a little scare with the cow and the injuries. So. And if Sarah's going to be racing now at the World Champs as well, this is a good marker.
Yep.
And so I think she'll take great encouragement from this if you saw how worried she was after her injury. So no, well done to Sarah.
And just to recap on that, if you weren't with us earlier in the broadcast, Sarah had a freak accident with a cow when she was training, and she suffered a broken rib. So we weren't sure that she was actually even going to be able to start this race. And she announced a few weeks ago on her social media that she was going to be lining up. And as you say, I think a 5th place is incredibly impressive after what she's been through.
So yeah, so 4th and 5th working their way to the finish line, and we're going to start doing some cheeky kind of like heads up about what to look forward to for the rest of this week. We have tomorrow we have the CCC starting at 8:30 over in Courmayeur. Sorry, the coverage of the CCC starting at 8:30. We'll be starting it live, and then that will roll nicely into the afternoon. And Martin's doing the interview now, so I'm going to shut up.
And this was today her longest race after only coming into trail running for a year and a half. Last year, mid-August, she did her first trail race. She has an amazing history and children back home that she runs for. And so Joylene, today, that was your longest race, the big challenge to step up after your longest race was the Mont-Blanc Marathon. How did you feel during the race?
In the race, it was very hard for me, but I tried my best. So I was sharing a lot of pain, but I tried my best.
So you were feeling a lot of pain, and because those kilometers were unknown to you, but you still resisted, and we saw you stop towards the end. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, when I stopped it, it was like I'm not seeing the finishing line, so I was like had a hard time for me, and it was very long for me, so I thank God I finished well.
You did finish well indeed, and managed to hold on for the win. What do you want to say to your children back home that I'm sure are watching this?
Yeah, I want to say to my family, my mom and my children, they are proud of me for winning this race, and I'm happy. I will change my humble background, and also my children, in future, they will be good, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Once again, please make some noise for our winner, Joylene Chepkeno!
That was just so emotional to hear how she was talking about the race, the struggles that she faced, and hopefully, what this race will mean for others around her.
But yeah, what we love about the sport is they push each other hard on the course, but now they're all hanging out, they're buddies at the finish line, and yeah, that was what a race. And the good news is, I guess you're going to see a lot of this again at the World Championships at the end of September. So and throw in a few more French athletes that are not here because they're kind of committed to the World Champ. So yeah, a lot to look forward to at the end of September in the Pyrenees, as well as cheering our top 10 here. So our next runner, Maud, is imminent, as is Sarah Alonso.
Second place here Yao Miao, and she.
Oh, and now we have an interview with Yao Miao. Let's listen
It
in.
was a hard race last year. You took out the win, and so you're one of the 4 women who had 2 wins in the UTMB World Series with CCC. And today it looked like it was a hard day, but it sounds from the outside, from what we watched, that you ran with your heart.
I think this is probably more.
姚妙今天因为赛道改了，然后我们作为观众觉得你看起来跑得很艰难，但是我们也感觉你用心在跑，这是不是你真实的状态，还是说这只是外面看到你的状态？
So we are now watching Maud Mathis come in from Switzerland. She is our 4th place woman in the OCC. Now she is someone that I had highlighted as a potential dark horse. She was 4th at Sierre Zinal and 2nd at ETC last year. So from her UTMB index, not necessarily someone everyone was expecting, but she was on some people's radar.
I really tried my best today. I gave all my energy, and I couldn't have been doing better than what I delivered today. It was a super good start, and after that, at some kilometers, there was a lacking of water. So together with some other runners, we were looking for water, and we couldn't find. So eventually, we just drank the water from the mountain, so like the other runners. And that's during that period of time that I feel like I lost some energy, but I kept it to the end.
Okay, so that's answered the other question, because we saw indeed Yao Miao as well as Jolene drinking from taps on the sides, and we thought it was harder than expected. But so they missed, because it was a fontaine in Martigny, but a lot of athletes went through it. So I want to know, because she fought extremely hard, and she says she's pretty proud of it. Compared to the win last year, sometimes you say, like, if you win without a fight, it's less tasteful than a 2nd place fighting extremely hard and transcending yourself. So how does that feel compared to last year?
Okay. 去年大家都知道你是冠军，然后今年你是亚军，成绩也非常好。但是相比于去年的成绩，你今年是什么感受？
实际上今年的赛道改了以后，它的距离，我的手表显示差不多61公里，然后它的爬升有3900多米。其实，在成绩上我比去年快了将近20多分钟吧。
然后你感受怎么样？
我觉得，其实今年进步还蛮大的。 然后整个赛道跑起来比去年轻松很多。
So as you all know, there was a change for the course, and in total it was over 60 kilometers and about 3,900 according to her watch. But she thinks like even though she was the 2nd place this year, she was much quicker than last year. So based on her watch, she was 20 minutes quicker than last year, and she's happy with the result overall.
Perfect. We're super
that's
happy
interesting.
As well to see you in really good shape. And so one last word, what do you want to say to your team out there who was out there supporting you, your husband, Joshua, as well? What do you want to say to them?
你想对你的支持团队说些什么东西？
OK， 用英语。OK。OK， Okay, this is a charming competition that makes me constantly challenge myself. Yes, I think I've succeeded in the challenge. Now, I want to thank my sponsor, my coach, and every friend outside who waited for me. It's you gave me strength. And also, I want to thank my husband for his support and championship. Thanks again.
That was a really interesting interview with Yao Miao. I mean, because we are on an alternate course, we don't know exactly what the comparison is if we're just comparing times to what the original course is. But we can get some clues from the runners themselves. Yao Miao said even though she was the champion last year, and this year she is quote-unquote only second, that she feels like she ran faster, 20 minutes faster, she said, than she ran last year. And so she's happy with her performance.
Yep, and I think we saw the same. There we go. Here it comes.
Sarah loves her making a reference to the cow who attacked her.
So good. So good. Well done, Sarah. That's good. To have the presence of mind after 6 hours on the course to be laughing about the cow is good.
That is hilarious.
Well done, Sarah Alonso, 5th place into the finish line here.
Yep.
And what I can tell you is that now we're 5 minutes away from completing our top 10 in the women's race. So they are all charging now to the finish line. Yeah. Next in should be from Norway. Ida Amelie Robsam, Rosa Lara Feliu, Ikram Rasala, and then a couple of Canadians.
Lisa Marin. Exactly.
Lisa Marin and Jasmine Lowther. This is Laura. Rosa Lara Feliu, Team Compress Sport. So we don't know if I'm imagining ahead of her. So those people from Norway tuning in, so Ida should be ahead of her. It's my guess, but...
Now, Rosa was the one who had said before the race that when asked about her competition, she said there's going to be 15 to 20 of them. She knew that this was going to be a deep field, and she has done incredibly well in this race to be coming in 7th.
First time I saw that sign there that said last kilometre.
Ah, that's helpful.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Here we go. Martin's interviewing.
Judith.
Oh no, Silvana. It's Judith. Yep.
And
oh yeah.
The Swiss trains are always on time, so nobody looked at the schedule, but the train crossed, and you and Sarah were held back. What goes through your mind at this very moment?
I mean, it was really cool to run with all these girls already in the beginning. It's a tough course, so the downhill was suiting me well. But then, of course, it was flatter, it was more runnable, and that's kind of where the girls went off. I mean, I thought the Swiss trains would be on my side as a Swiss girl, but yeah, they were not this time, so I had to talk with SBB, the Swiss train crew. I will maybe find them in the end. But no, anyway, I mean, of course, it was some minutes, but I mean, you need to restart, and the girls were stronger on the uphill. I knew that in forehand. I knew it's gonna be hard to follow them, so I tried to find my rhythm, and that's why I also let Maud go, because she was just stronger on the uphill, and yeah, I kept on going.
Exactly, we saw Maud passing you, power hiking, and so we were wondering like if you were okay or if that was part of your strategy. So clearly that was in your plan. So when in your mind, knowing the course change, when did you feel like you were like, okay, I'm gonna switch things and start like pushing all the way to the finish?
Yeah, I mean, this course definitely suits me less good than the other one. It's less technical, it's more runnable, but I made the best out of it. And yeah, I mean, I knew in the downhill I need to put my all into one pot and try to do as good as possible. And yeah, I'm definitely happy how I finished this race. I even think I could take some time on the last uphill climbs, which is quite cool to know. So it's not that I'm that slow on the uphills. I've tried to manage my race good again, and I think I'm really proud and happy I could do that.
And we're also super proud of you and happy that you managed once again to be on the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, coming from Switzerland, your 3rd place in the OCC, Judith Wiener.
And while we were listening to the interview with Judith, we also had Ida Amelie Robsam from Norway finish in 5 hours, 52 minutes. And that is, what is the gap on that? How is my math?
I can give you that one. That is 18 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Between, if you're doing first two,
Yes.
there is 18 minutes. But we
Trying to do it in my head, but the wheels were moving slowly.
yeah, so that is Ida, Team HOKA athlete. So there we go. That's Ida Amelie Robson from Norway. As we already saw, already into the last kilometer was Rosa Lara Feliu from Spain. And also now, any minute, will be Ikram Rasala, another Spanish athlete. So Spain, 3 in the top 10, Sweden with 2 in the top 10, and potentially 2 Canadians.
Okay.
So yeah, Stephanie Case in the house. So yeah, while we wait for the next runners, a quick kind of heads up for tomorrow, you lovely people. If you've loved today, and why would you not? Tomorrow is an epic day. We're going to start the CCC over in Courmayeur. Live coverage from 8:30. Race starts at 9. We will roll into the start of the UTMB tomorrow evening. Early start, 5:45 p.m. And we will be cheering all of those. Here we go. Here's Rosa Lara Feliu from Spain, our 7th place athlete. Well done. Yes, Team Compress Sports. Home and dry.
She made a sign there saying, done, that's it.
Mission accomplished. And so, yeah, so tomorrow is an epic day. We'll be on live from 8:30 in the morning, and we'll be here till probably about midnight. Then, for all those insomniacs or people in the time zones, 2 a.m. in the morning, we will be over in Courmayeur for the race leaders. We will have Martin and Ida Sophie.
Actually, Ida Sophie has, because she dropped out of TDS, she has gone home to get an MRI.
Ah, okay. So
to be determined who will be there with Martin.
Yeah, there's Ikram Rasala. So that is the 3 Spanish athletes. So there we go, the finish line. Yeah, and then so we'll have Martin and somebody else in Courmayeur. And then our cameras are going to be over in Arnuva to pick up the leaders before they do the climb up to the Grand Col Ferret. And then Stephanie Case and myself will be back on about 6 a.m. Saturday morning, picking up the race leaders from the Grand Col Ferret all the way to the finish line in Chamonix. So we have so much trail running racing and inspiration and goosebumps and everything else to come our way. We're still going to be here for a short while. See if we can get these 2 Canadians home now.
Absolutely. Let's bring it home.
Oh, that looks good.
Now, she's my kind of racer because often that's all I can think about when I'm running is where is the pizza? And I want a hot pizza. I want gooey cheese.
So yeah, and a huge thank you to all of you wonderful folks in the chat for entertaining us, posting the gifts, asking all the right questions, and
feeding us some intel. We've gotten some really good intel from you guys. This is a team effort when it comes to commentating.
Yeah, we are nothing without our community in the chat. So and we know that grows over tomorrow and Saturday as we expand into the CCC and the UTMB. It's going to be cold for our runners, but I think the forecast is much kinder than we've had for these runners. Here we go, our next runner coming in. Congratulations, finisher in the OCC 6133.
Well, what a fantastic start to the UTMB finals.
Oh,
I was a bit worried today with the weather forecast, but the weather gods have been kind to us and kind to the runners.
The Bhutan flag.
Ah, there we go.
We've had a lot of chat with the Bhutanese today, so there we go. There are 2, I think you found 2 athletes that are running from Bhutan.
At least in the OCC.
Yeah. I think that was so yeah, Elisa Marin and Jasmine Lowther potentially our next 2 finishers from Canada, unless of course Camilla Maliano, who's the 11th, would like to challenge that. So yeah, the prize giving the cash prizes goes down to 10th place. So Camilla Maliano is also, so the next 3 athletes We've got 2 spots left in the top 10, and there are 3 athletes imminent. So.
And you know, we said at the top of the broadcast that if you go by the average UTMB index of the men and women of the top 25 across all of the UTMB World Series races, this was Dylan Bowman's team that pulled this out, I believe. OCC actually is supposed to be the most competitive just by the UTMB index out of all the finals. However, there's a lot of people talking about the women's race in the CCC.
Oh,
going to be the one to watch.
That field is stacked. It's got the winners of the last 3 CCC. So no, for me, that is going to be really exciting. And then all of the runners beyond those 3, that top 10 fight is going to be so exciting. We've also got people stepping up to the 100K. The Hemmings, both Eli and Tabor, they're stepping up there. And then we go to the UTMB itself. Open, we've obviously got legend Courtney back. We've also got the legend Francois Den, 4 times winner and 3 times winner with Francois and Courtney. So the options are huge. And as a UK guy, I kind of feel there's 4 Brits that could be in the top 10. So let's see. So much to look forward to on Friday and Saturday. And then we have the golden hour on Sunday when hundreds of the runners that have been out on the course for 2 hours kind of make their way back to Chamonix. So this is just almost like an appetizer of what's to come.
For sure. We don't know how the races are going to turn out, but we know we are going to be sitting on the edge of our seats. I'm bringing caffeine.
Yeah.
We will be with you throughout the entire day over the next 2 days.
And I think Jim and Christian kind of set a marker for the excitement and the suspense that's coming our way over the next 3 days. So now I'm getting, it does seem that Jasmine has passed Elisa somewhere close to the finish line. So we may see Jasmine Lowther coming now in 9th.
Any minute now.
So yeah, so the prize giving, or the prize purse across all the races here is almost $200,000 now. So HOKA have put a big chunk of money into the mixer to increase the prize pool. So what we've got in the OCC, a winner, 13,000 euros, second, 7.5K, 5K for third, 3.5 for fourth, 2.5 for fifth, 2K for sixth. We got 1,500 for seventh, and then 8, 9, and 10, you get 1,000 euros. And then we have a bigger prize purse, with same prize purse for the CCC, and we have a bigger purse. So the winner of the UTMB will be getting 20K for their fine efforts around the Mont Blanc. So that's what to expect. This looks like
that
Jasmine.
Looks like Jasmine.
Jasmine Lowther, Team Arc'teryx. Well done, Jasmine. That is good. Well done.
A nice finish for her, because she DNF'd at CCC last year, although she was 4th in 2022.
Yeah.
So now in the shorter distance, being able to get in the top 10 is a great result.
Huge. And
woo, that was close.
Oh, and that's actually
it says that she
I saw was that a French
Canadian
flag?
on the UTMB live website, but her bib had a French flag.
Yeah. So does that mean she's a French Canadian?
Oh, now we're getting controversial.
Okay, let's stay away from that one. But yeah, Jasmine Lowther, 6 hours and 2 minutes, and Elisa Marin, 6 hours and 3 minutes. Yeah, Jasmine beat Elisa by 23 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Well done.
And that rounds out our top 10 women in the OCC.
It's always nice to get the first race in the bag and iron out all the glitches and learn that our community is as awesome as ever in the chat. And with that said, Stephanie, I think you're going to get ready for a movie premiere this evening.
I am indeed. I have a film premiering tonight. It is an incredible event of women in trail. 3 documentaries focused on women. We've got one on Jasmine Paris as well, and her experience in the Barkley. So I'm pretty excited. I've got to switch out my official gear and get into something a little bit more swanky.
Right. Well, Stephanie, have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning for some more of this stuff. So everybody else at home, thank you very much. We're going to be sharing with you shortly a bit of a recap of the race. And yeah, so we will see you lovely people tomorrow. Yeah, what the good news is you can stay here, you can watch people coming to the finish line, and also your friends, if they're further down the field, there are fixed cameras in all of the aid stations, so you can look on the different chat. Here we go. If you're just joining us, this is what you missed from today.
So this was our OCC race recap. The rain held off for the start. It was a 2-hour delay on the start because of the weather going off at quite a quick pace from the beginning. We had the women all together in a pack. There were about 5 or 6 of them in a pack from the start.
Champ Lac, Little Canada, as they call it. Some athletes went through the aid station, some took water. For sure, the train's going to be on here. It has to be.
Oh, it has to be.
Yep. Here we go. This long descent all the way down to Martigny. We saw Rui Ueda from Japan mixing it up with the boys for a long time. Yao Miao, Peter Engdahl. And then this slog of a climb from Martigny, 1,000 meters.
And here we go.
Yes.
This is where Judith and Sarah got stuck behind a train, which held them back. We don't know exactly how long, but I think it was enough to...
Couple of minutes.
Yeah, to make a difference and for them to feel it as well mentally.
Yep, and at this stage, Jim was out and out in the lead and pulling away, it seemed. And Yao Miao and Joylene were slugging it out. They were not letting each other go.
And we saw the runners taking in quite a bit of water throughout the course, even though it looks somber, it looks cool. Everyone was really trying to cool themselves down and make sure they didn't get dehydrated. Yep.
But we also got a sense from the interviews that maybe they weren't picking up where the water spots were. So there was, so be curious to hear more about that later. Here we are now down in Trion, getting ready for the next climb, which was really going to shake up the front of the men's race.
Oh, yeah. Now, on this alternate course, we had the runners go from 500 meters, which is the lowest point in the course in Martigny, all the way up to 2,200 meters at Col de Baume. And there's Maud. Now, Yao Miao and Joylene really kept leapfrogging back and forth. Then we had Jolene in the lead. But as we will see in a minute, she had us worried right near the end that maybe something was wrong.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, it all was shaken up at the behind Jim in the men's race. So Christian Minoggio made his move. Christian Jones made his move. Peter Engdahl made his move. Andre Wittek made his move. And Jim could just hear there was some rumblings going on behind him.
This is where things really started to get exciting, where we started to see a mix-up in who was in the top 5, particularly on the men's side. This is where Jim, he couldn't find the water. You can see he's filling up with sparkling water, and that's when he was passed by Christian Minoggio.
Yeah, and Andre Wittek. So these 3, and then there was the pass. Oh, there was the nice, the tap on the back. Kind of like now TM Jim Wormsley.
Still looking behind him.
100%. Yeah.
What was that time split in the end? 20 seconds?
Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
I can confirm it. Yeah, 20 seconds.
Absolutely incredible. Whew, you can see Jim kind of breathe
Jim
a
was like
sigh of relief.
Walmsley 2.0.
Yeah.
And there's Andre with the Polish flag coming in third.
Gearing up for the World Champs in just a few weeks, as well as Jim and Christian.
Yep.
All three of them.
Oh, and then this got us scared. There she was, Joylene, stopping near the finish. And the chase was on. But she made it.
But Yao Miao did make up over a minute on that last bit. And we're welcoming back Martin from the finish line. He has come back into the studio for our final recap. Welcome back, Martin.
Thanks. Man, that finish line was crowded. I've never seen so many people.
Yeah.
To be honest. And it was good. Like I don't know if we had for how long we had images on Joylene, but after a while we had tears before the interview.
Oh, we never saw that.
Yeah, that was quite emotional.
But no, what a start to our UTMB World Series, kind of like triple header. So OCC in the bag for our elite athletes. There's still like nearly 1,400 people out on the course, so you'll be able to follow them both at the finishing arch and everywhere else. And there we go. This is a wrap up now. Our top 5 in the men. Jim Walmsley, Christian Minoggio, Andre Wittek, Petter Engdahl, and Christian Jones. And Stephanie, I think we're about to offer you the top 5 female athletes
And
as well.
just as a side note, not a single flag is the same once again.
Yep.
And 5 minutes and 15 seconds apart. I'm really just shaking my head still at how close this was.
And see the top one? 20 seconds.
Unreal.
20 seconds after 5 hours of racing.
And I got to talk with Petter Engdahl on the line, and he said, like, I ran better than last year. It was just incredible, the guys in front, how hard and how fast they went, because he was like, I'm super happy. Like, I gave everything I had. It just didn't have enough on the day.
Oh, no, this is the TDS.
Yeah, bit of a...
just
and
to catch us
we're
out.
just mixing things up. We've got the TDS rankings, which we haven't been following today, but that's another one of the races in this series where we have an American who won, Gareth Arnold, Ellen Dassey in second, and Elise Delanoy in third.
And
I think
side note about Elise, she's got the world record of the amount of vert in 24 hours.
No way. What was the vert?
Oh, I do not remember that. But what struck me is that she did it in north of France, where she's from, on a 60-meter hill.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a lot of laps.
They were just going up and down 60 meters at the time.
Wow.
So, yeah, she was super happy about this third place at TDS. And there we go.
Here we go. Our top 5 women in the OCC. We have Joylyn Chepgeno from Kenya in first. Absolutely groundbreaking in 5 hours, 34 minutes, followed by Yao Miao, who was our defending champion from last year, but who said that she actually ran better and faster this year from China, just 1 minute, 10 seconds behind Judith Wieder from Switzerland. She was second last year, in third this year. Really strong race. Looked like she had a bit left in the tank at the end, followed by her Swiss companion Maud Mattis, who came in fourth, and then Sarah Alonso surviving a cow attack earlier this summer.
Did you see the finish?
we did. We enjoyed that. That was good.
Coming in fifth.
Good
really strong performance from the women as well.
There we go, and here we got the aerial shot of the Valais in Switzerland, with the town of Martigny. And yeah, you can see on the interviews, a lot of them missed the water in Martigny. And that's why they were all begging for more on that climb. So interesting, you know.
We know it had to be there, but they missed it.
And this is actually where we had the fixed camera.
Yep.
It was straight on that, and we saw a lot of runners actually run past it. So yeah. Good reminder, like when you get to the aid station, like keep your eyes peeled right from the beginning, and especially if you're coming into the aid station going down, because you'll be coming very fast. And a lot of these athletes actually missed that that water point.
Well, we saw Jolene actually do a bit of a circle around one of the water points.
Was looking for water.
So we're about to break off. So we're going to see you tomorrow morning.
Yes.
8:30. CCC. It's going to be a day. It's going to be a day.
CCC right at this. Sorry, I'm blanking. I can't remember her name, but Team Homa, she's doing extremely well. Team, thank you so much for being with us.
See you tomorrow.
Bye. Steph and myself. What's her name? Ladies and gentlemen, the race is back on.
A place like no other.
Oh, insane.
Les meilleurs riders de la planète se sont donné rendez-vous.
Now that was intense.
C'est quand même incroyable. Hein.
Les souvenirs sont éternels.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Encore une arrivée, encore le bonheur, encore la joie, encore le pic magnifique de Chamonix-Mont-Blanc, OCC. España, Gabriel.
Gabriel Nadal, ¿por qué Crespi? Això no és massa andalús que diguéssim, eh? Enhorabuena. Molt bé, molt bé.
Notre ami Robert a fait 92 qui est l'âme, le cœur de cette course. On peut l'applaudir Robert, s'il vous plaît. À 92 ans. Juste incroyable. Presque 100 athlètes qui sont classés. Départ ce matin, 10h15 sur le côté de l'océan. Le plus fort au monde qui a porté gros, c'est Barclay. Et là, comme on arrive au féminin avec un joyeux sourire sur son magnifique visage. Dernier mètre de l'honneur. Welcome, bienvenido, Good job, Spain. Estelle. Estelle, very good job for you today. Bienvenido a la pena, España. Estelle ready for 14. Le 17e. Estelle. Good job. Et puis encore, n'hésitez pas à les applaudir sur le dernier virage vers la honneur. Good job for you at the finish line. Et là c'est Marie qui arrive. Avec son sourire.
Wow. What a day! On continue avec toutes les arrivées à cette Gabriela Ramporquet, Crespi, Estela Rochporquet, first South, that was for Spain, South Africa, and really, Marie Gonzalez qui vient d'arriver également pour la France. Bravo Marie! Bravo Marie! Trop bien! Voilà, là. C'est super les petits commentaires après la ligne d'arrivée. Shangare Belengran.
Encore une arrivée au féminin, juste incroyable. La beauté de son sourire. À la fin de ce voyage, on regarde qui va vers le ciel. C'est le magnifique ciel de Chamonix.
Quelle brochette féminine dans ces quelques dernières minutes. On a reçu beaucoup de monde. Et cette fois, c'était pour Mexico. Reina Isela Rivera Carrillo de Mexico.
Et entre Estelle et de la Mexico.
Enhorabuena.
C'est incroyable le nombre qu'il y a sur la base des photos. De regarder mieux le cœur qui bat. Ça, c'est vraiment la vie, c'est justement magnifique. Et là, c'est la France avec une très belle épreuve qui est portée aujourd'hui. Marie Goncalves, 18e de classement.
Fantastic finish also for Regan McCoy. We're still in the top 100. We're at 85 finishes, 86 finishers, 66 for the men and 20 for the women. We just closed the top 20 with Mexico. Le top 20 vient de le boucler pour les féminines avec l'arrivée de la Mexicaine. On est encore dans le top 186 finishers pour l'instant. Et voilà l'ambiance qui va continuer. Alors restez bien avec nous. Que no se vaya nadie. Ça va? Et tout est bien passé.
Encore le dernier virage. Encore le site pour lui.
Ah, il nous a fait un petit virage sur l'aile. Il arrive incroyablement près. Félicitations donc à Octave Dussard pour la France.
Octave Dussard qui va attaquer son épreuve. Presque 5e qui sont classés. Il y a encore une autre arrivée qui demande d'être applaudie, tout le monde le fait. Gardeshna Kim Schleiberg. Understands Deutschland, Germany. Go job, Kim.
Ja, das ist für Deutschland noch ein Finisher aus Deutschland mit Gegner Schreiber. Und 21 Frauen Jetzt am Ziel.
Sur le classement féminin, nous avons déjà maintenant 28 classés. Je rappelle demain le matin la remise des prix pour la OCC. Ce sera pour 11h30, 9h le départ, la CEST, côté développement des Sables du Mont-Blanc. Ça va aller, c'est le team Schreiber pour Adiastarex. Very good team. Encore donc des arrivées. Aujourd'hui c'est le tour de la OCC. Normalement la pluie qui va revenir vers 18h voire 19h. C'est un peu non, mais bon. La météo sera dit ça. Et puis on verra pour demain avec les départs. Normalement avec peut-être un peu de soleil sur le Val d'Orost, sur Courmayeur.
Et puis ça va continuer à arriver également du côté de la PTN.
On a deux équipes qui ont terminé sur la PTN.
Oui, absolument. Two teams already finished their PTL. You know, la petite trotte à l'élan, this unbelievable adventure all around the Mont Blanc, starting in Monday morning early, and many of them still on the way. Only two teams did finish so far. So imagine Monday all day, Monday night, Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, and for many of them Thursday night. And the last of them will arrive on Sunday. Unbelievable.
Ce voyage juste incroyable s'achèvera dimanche avec la remise des prix pour l'UTMB Final sur les 100 miles. Demain c'est le tour de la CCC de course extraordinaire.
Ouais, 7 jours pour les derniers, ça aura été 7 jours et 6 nuits autour de ce merveilleux massif du Mont-Blanc. Et dans des conditions qu'on peut se rappeler, parce qu'ici il a plu dans la nuit, la plupart on a la chance d'être bien au chaud. Et eux, eh bien, les bigouacs comme ils sont dans la montagne. Allez, ça arrive. On se prépare à recevoir Madeleine Leopold for the United States of America. Great Madeleine.
Madeleine Leopold, United of America. Nous avons presque 100 émissions classées. Encore une arrivée, encore un souvenir éternel dans l'âme de le cœur. Welcome, bienvenue. La fête de la course pour M. Damien Fouconnet. Bravo Damien, c'est le meilleur jeu de jeu. Bravo Damien. Session 27 minutes. Et puis, from Canada, Sarah Bergeron-Larouche, qui va terminer avec la 23e place pour Sarah Bergeron-Larouche. Le Canada, donc, dans l'étape qui a été gagnée par le Kenya féminin, United States of America, Malgré today in OCC. Shepengeno, Kenya, winner in OCC, the women race. Jim Wormsley, Team HOKA, winner in the man race, the dramatic final. The first place, United States of America, second Minoggio, Italy. L'Italia ha sognato, l'Italia poi chiude con una bellissima seconda piazza, nulla hanno potuto, quindi Jim Wormsley, che va in Minoggio del Piero. Bienvenido! Super competition for me, bienvenido! From China. Et puis encore, United States of America, Ashley Riasman. 24th place in women race, Ashley Riasman from USC. presque 6h30 depuis le départ de la course. Les délais seront là au cours de la nuit vers 1h15 pour être classés. Je rappelle donc pas de remise de aujourd'hui, mais demain pour la OCC à 11h30. À 9h le départ de la CEST depuis Courmayeur. Presque 17h du soir. Je rappelle déjà 2 équipes de la PFL. Bien sûr, ce public juste incroyable, énorme. Merci pour applaudir, pour être là. The finish line, approaching from Ireland, Malaki Kevin. L'Irlande est l'arrivée. Donc encore 2 courses qui vont partir, la CEST demain et l'UTMB toujours demain. La CEST va partir de Courmayeur à 9h15, 9h30, tandis qu'il y aura le grand départ, la photo de place réglementaire, l'église derrière les 1300, trailer au départ, ce sera pour 17h45. Demain soir, les arrivées de la CCC, et puis juste après midi, les arrivées de l'UTMB, ce sera pour samedi. Énorme de joie pour accueillir Gordon Fisher. Et voilà, from China, Yu Biao. Yu Biao from China. Yu Biao. Et le voilà, Yu Biao. Avec un message de paix. Yu Biao. Pour un monde avec la paix, avec les droits pour tous. Yu Biao. Thank you very much, Yu Biao. Le Chinois. Avec une pensée pour le monde qui souffre. Encore le dernier virage vers le bonheur. Après Yu Biao. Ligne d'arrivée pour Jack Boyce. Au Sud-Afrique. Un peu de calme ici sur la ligne de l'arrivée pour cette journée qui a vu Jim Wormsley se prendre avec le cœur, avec les jambes, avec la tête de la victoire. Jim a été à la tête de la course pour 45 km, puis il a passé deuxième avec l'attaque d'ici de la part de Minojo. Minojo était à la tête de la course juste pratiquement à l'entrée de la ville, et puis le turfer de Big Jim Wormsley. L'Andes, la fierté des drapeaux régionales.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Le tour des photos reste 5 glacés sur la OCC, Océan Champ Lac Chamonix. J'appelle son parcours de reprise, il est descendu sur l'Arténie. Et là, lui, il est super content de son boulot, de son travail. Espagne, David Alveyo.
Enhorabuena, David. Pasa la alfombra, vaya que estás. Vamos a parar el reloj. Enhorabuena. David Alveyo. Voilà, l'Espagne insulta, qui se félicite. Voilà, forcément, ils sont vus sur le parcours. On en parlait tout à l'heure, on est adversaire, on n'est pas ennemis. Et dès qu'on passe la ligne, on est tout simplement des fanas de trail. Allez, go. C'est pas fini. Let's go for United States. Andrew Newell. Good job.
Il vient donc de passer l'arrivée à Newell. Vous avez les uns après les autres. Et Newell est termine 6e de catégorie. Encore une fois, une magnifique journée de sport, de trail, d'amitié. Avec ses presque 100 finishers, d'une course exigeante, rapide et compliquée en même temps, comme la OCC. Sur la 11e édition. La première, c'était en 2014. On a fait l'histoire aujourd'hui avec Jim Walmsley, qui remporte la course masculin, avec Jolene Kipenyino qui gagne la course finale. Measured Day from Kenya and the United States of America. Et encore donc le public qui est juste magnifique, incroyable. Encore notre finisher qui nous s'annonce. Welcome finish line, bienvenue, benvenuti. The finish line, Vincent Lousteau et Elsa Smith. Vincent Lousteau pour le team Vibram, on le connaît bien. Allez Vincent, super comme d'habitude. Good job Vincent Lousteau. And the United States of America, Elsa Smith. Remporté les 129 finishers. Donc ils sont là, plus de 5 terminés. La magnifique arrivée au féminin. Avec Candice Ferton. Là voilà, pour l'équipe Bio Balance, Candice Ferton. Qui vient de terminer son épreuve. Bienvenue sur le Champ Lac, Candice Ferton. Des émotions très fortes dans le cœur de Candice. Merci Candice. Et puis c'est le tour de Laurent Ferroldi, de Noémie Vachon. Les voilà. Les Françaises de l'arrivée avec Candice Martin, avec Noémie Vachon, avec Laurent Ferroldi. Et là, il y a vraiment de pression dans le cœur. Il y a tout le cœur du monde pour le Cadiz. Cadiz Martin. Et puis encore, on a eu le plaisir d'accueillir vers l'arrivée, Benjamin de Rivière, Bing Bing Song, Terence Souza. Welcome on the finish line, good job. Incredible job, Terence Souza, Bing Bing Song, Simon Hatton vers l'arrivée. Et là, Terence. Et là, Benjamin Rivière. Et là, pour le team Kailas, Bing Bing Hong from China. Et là, les larmes dans le team des Chinois. Mais les larmes, ça peut même pour tous aujourd'hui. Hein. C'est juste magnifique la douceur qu'il y a là. Team Kailas. China! As you do in Torgeschan and Austaval and Zispik in Switzerland. Kailas team today second place, Kestan Minocho. Pour les interviews, il y a beaucoup d'arrivées maintenant au féminin avec Sion, Ibi, Simon Hatton, Kieran Souza. Et cette journée juste incroyable, le DJ Namarouane qui est là, par la porte de la fenêtre, qui regarde. Mesdames, Messieurs, n'hésitez pas à l'applaudir. Dernier virage vers le bonheur. Pour la France à l'arrivée, Madame Diane Racineux. Bravo Diane. Et là, il y a énormément de joie, de regard, d'amitié, de partage. Et là, mesdames, messieurs, on va lui faire un tonnerre d'applaudissements. Lui demande ça, nous on peut lui donner tout ça. Bienvenue sur Chamonix. Juste incroyable, monsieur Nicolas Boucher. Merci beaucoup Nicolas. C'est magnifique. Ouais, justement, on l'attendait vers 15h. Hein. Alors, Nicolas, justement, là, les copains, ils ont dit, bon, c'est pas mal, mais on l'attendait vers 15h. Il avait raison, hein. Il a tout coupé de la vie. Bravo. Et puis encore Chamonix qui applaudit, qui accueille et qui félicite l'arrivée de ces grands champions qui sont là. C'est le tour de Thomas Rollet. Thomas qui vient de terminer son épreuve. Et bon, c'est de la fatigue, mais c'est aussi du plaisir, c'est du partage. On regarde toujours un peu le ciel. Normalement, jusqu'à 19h, c'est bon, puis peut-être la pluie, mais on verra. Hein. On va prendre ce qui se passe, comme on dit. Merci à vous tous, mesdames, messieurs. Parce que vraiment, l'UTMB, c'est bien sûr, c'est des mises athlètes, mais c'est vous êtes tous surtout. Hein. Un public juste incroyable. On a vu des situations magnifiques aujourd'hui encore, avec le moment du monde en 6 au départ, plutôt que sur Champ Lac, sur Pian. Sur Argentia, c'était vraiment le mur humain qui accueillait. Ça, c'est juste génial. « 17h du soir, Donc 6h45 depuis le départ de la course sur la première vague. La première vague qui a pris le départ, c'était 10h15, 10h30 la deuxième, 10h45 la dernière vague de la OCC. Encore lui, encore nous tous ensemble. Oui, c'est ton moment, c'est la joie. Now Germany, Wagenfischland, Deutschland, Sonke Wegener. Sonke Family. C'est qu'est-ce que vous voulez?
Tout à fait d'accord sur l'émotion de l'unité.
Et là encore.
Bueno, México. Y entra, bueno, Carlos Baeza para México y entra Yongsi Shin for Korea.
Et là, c'est la perte de drapeau. Là, c'est le Mexico. Avec la joie empathique sur le visage de ces chiens qui arrivent de loin. Carlos Baeza.
La alegría, el orgullo de hacer esa foto aquí bajo el arco. Suenan campanas de alegría para México. Gracias también a todos los fans que están por aquí sonando campana, aplaudiendo. Ya lo he dicho antes, pero lo repito. El tren es un deporte solitario que no puedes hacer solo. Fíjate, es lo que tiene. Es lo que tiene. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Easy with the head. Attention à la tête. Le secouer. Ah, il est content, bébé. Il est content, bébé. Man, oh man, that's for Erika. Flowers. Sexana Jacob. Y Santiago Sánchez Huerta. Enhorabuena, Santiago. Mamma mía, qué bonito finish. Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Pero qué cosecha de niños, de bebés. Le plaisir de partager avec la famille, bien sûr, la Chine. Andrea, Papi Panel, Yoshikuan, Jordi, Franco Maena. Pour l'Espagne, para Bélgica, Vanessa Spinen. Pour la Belgique belge. Et pour la France, c'est Sylvain Lamarque qui arrive à son tour. Alors tout à l'heure, on a eu Ivana Colari, deuxième chez 40-44, mais attention, on rappelle, il y a eu 3 balles de départ pour le... Donc pour autant, le classement peut bouger, peut changer au fur et à mesure des arrivées. Vous avez toujours bien sûr la possibilité de regarder sur Live Trail et de confirmer un petit peu plus tard votre classement. 11h32 pour la remise des points. Enhorabuena, Adrià, Escribuela, Vicente. Mamma mia, Ivana Pitar Guerrero ha llegado también, igual que la Adrià, Escribuela Vicente. Mamma mia, vaya finish. Será por vídeo. Bueno. Correcta. Matej Novak, Clément Chiron et Thomas. Thomas Chiron et Vania Knops.
Great job, Ari. Well done. Ari, second. Ari, second in your category. Second, good job. June 1, yeah, big win. You second. Let's hear you, Chamonix, a big Chamonix roar. Nicolas from Italy, Forza Nicolas, superb. También desde Argentina, María Sol, Andrusetti. 36 posición para María Sol, con un tiempo de 6 horas 59 minutos. Enhorabuena, María, desde muy lejos, desde Argentina. Enhorabuena. Desde Mendoza. Let's hear it for our next finisher from Poland. Jacob, congratulations. You completed the 59 kilometers of the OCC. Marta, enhorabuena, Marta. Marta Pérez desde España. Felicidades. Marta Pérez, Marotto, 7 horas 1 minuto. What an incredible afternoon here at the finish line in Chamonix. The first day of our World Series finals as we welcome home from Australia, Steve Bushby. From New Zealand, Steve, one of the Kiwis. Well done, Steve, great job. From Canada, go, 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 Laurie Blue. La Canadienne, justement, magnifique épreuve pour elle. Canada. Je rappelle demain 11h30 la remise des prix, 9h du matin, départ de la CEST.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race,
and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe and warm. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Les arrivées aujourd'hui, encore une arrivée en ce qui concerne la OCC. Merci Chamonix. Come Argentina, Mauro Laureano Romero.
¡Vamos, vamos, Maurito! ¡Enhorabuena! Desde Argentina, otro corredor. Argentina está en la meta. ¡Felicidades!
C'est la joie, la fatigue. Ce voyage juste incroyable. Nous avons 5 stations masculins, 32 féminins. Et encore, une arrivée.
Jesse Dawson from Canada. Just look at her go.
Finish line, Jesse Collison from Canada, Argentina, Mauro Laureano. Welcome, go, the finish line. Mr. Zhang Yang. China people, Yang Zhang.
From China, Zhang Yang, 7 hours and 7 minutes. Well done, Zhang. Lenny Paula o Masa Casayas. Y desde la isla de La Palma, uno de los mejores corredores de su generación. Moana Lili Quérez está a punto de llegar. Ya llegó tan rápido. Enhorabuena, Moana. Perdón, estaba leyendo los resultados. Ya llegó, enhorabuena, Moana.
Encore des belles émotions, encore un seul lac dont on parle, c'est de l'amitié, du partage, la montagne. L'île de mémoire, on est sur la OCC. Buena línea izquierda, Lady Cara Mazakazayas. Espagnol. Poyatos and Flotats. On est à 160 finishers, 160 già traguardo. 116 in finish line. Welcome to finish line. Good job for you, Mr. Peng Tian from China. Tian Peng. Jean-Yves Ray. Le voilà à l'arrivée. Jean-Yves Ray qui a fait l'histoire cette course. Le voilà à l'arrivée. Jean-Yves, les équipes passe. La classe en reste. La classe en reste toujours. Jean-Yves a écrit l'histoire du UTMB. 20 ans après, il est là. La condition est meilleure.
From the United States of America, Eric Cordona, Christian Johnson. Well done, Christian. Christian, that's it. Top 10 in your category. Well done. 25 to 29 age group. That's the top 10 for Christian Johnson from the USA.
Et là, Coron arrive, une arrivée toute douce, avec cette petite magnifique. Bienvenue dans Xavier.
Podium as well for Jean-Yves Ray in the 55 to 59 age group.
Et puis c'était le tour de la Corée, from Korea, Mingo Khan, Korea people. On repasse les drapeaux nationaux. Et là, la Corée de Mingo.
From South Korea, Min Jo-gang has just crossed the finish line as well.
Nous avons déjà 120 classeurs masculins, plus de 48 de féminins, donc on s'approche des 200 classés. Encore une arrivée. Kylian Garçon. Sergio Rodriguez. Les Chimay. From New Zealand.
From New Zealand, one of the Kiwis, one of the All Blacks. Well done, Louis. And Sergio Rodriguez Marquez. Enhorabuena, Sergio. Tercero en su categoría. La categoría 50. Tercero. From Bhutan, Jigme Tenzin. Well done, guys. Great job. I think that's our first Bhutan runner. Well done, guys.
Beautiful day for Bhutan people. Finish line Bhutan, Jigme Tenzin dal Bhutan. Voyage juste extraordinaire. Pour nos amis qui a eu débutant. Skyway Chant.
A great day for Bhutan. Well done, superb, great to have you here. And we've got two more Bhutan runners out on the course.
Gonzalez. From the Netherlands, good job, David Klein. Il y a encore les Bhutans pour cette tonnerre d'applaudissements pour ce moment de rêve pour le Bhutan. Et puis encore un fiche qui s'annonce. Sébastien Champion. Un champion qui arrive parmi les champions. Seb Champion. Et puis encore notre manière vers l'arrivée. Après Sébastien Champion, c'est le Portugal. Jorge Costa.
Well done, Jorge. Good job. Well done. It's not often we see a Bhutan flag here. Congratulations to our team from Bhutan. Enhorabuena, desde España. Y Stefan de la France. Well done.
Stéphane Calfon, 7h18 ligne d'arrivée. Le voyage Capouche en départ ce matin, c'est 10h15. Donc on va entre les 7 et 8 heures à l'arrivée. C'est déjà redoutable cette performance. Nous avons 104 mètres cassés, 140,23 pour être précis. Les uns après les autres. Avec l'arrivée de Adrien Karen, Heinrich Belin pour Norwegen Wildmoser. Adrien avec ses petites, ils sont super contents de leur papa. Donc l'arrivée de Heinrich Belin, de Wildmoser from Norwegen, Adrien Karen. C'est le tour donc encore d'arrivée qui sont sur les 8 heures et demie. 7 heures pendant. Sur cette arrivée. Après cette course juste extraordinaire. Merci encore aux bénévoles sur le parcours. Caroline Bambou qui termine super bien. 50e place pour toi, Caroline Delors. Donc comme une arrivée toujours au féminin comme China Yin Yuan. China Yin Yuan. Avec l'arrivée de Yin Yuan pour la Chine. Denis 100 mètres. On va les applaudir. Sastan et Alexander Shelgonov and Maggie Salves.
Well done, Alexander. Good job. Great running. Well done. That is a happy runner from Portugal. Well, guys, who have we got over here? We've got the Beats to the Peaks crew from the UK. And guys, tell me who are we waiting for? Where's that from? What part? From London, the UK, it's the Alpine Run Project. From the streets to the peaks. Well done, guys, great job. We look forward to welcoming John home.
Good job, John Smiles and Bertie Salves, Portugal and Canada. Démonstration de côté de Denis Salves pour la CEST. Et la Champ Lac. Lighting Project. Good job, Julien and Thierry Esnard-Barr. Atmosphère toujours magnifique ici sur la strade de la Mété. Cette place qui demande lancera le tombé à 17h45.
Ian Ball from New Zealand, well done Ethan, 7 hours, 26 minutes. Alongside Julien Amand de la France, 7 hours, 26.
Bien sûr, je demande toujours d'avoir une collaborative avec ce travail de groupe, les photographes. Donc, s'il vous plaît, c'est toujours là, on puisse prendre des photos. On va dire aussi en anglais, s'il vous plaît, on laisse faire les photos.
Sven.
Là, c'est donc l'arrivée de Guillaume Bell, de Lucas Chaurin. Et pour l'Allemagne, comme finish line, Sven Koch Deutschland.
Great job. Desde España, José María, enhorabuena. Rich Gale there coming across the finish line, 7 hours, 25 minutes. Great run, Rich, well done. De la France, Cornetine. From China, Zhao Kia. South Korea, Kuo Lee. Well done, Kuho. Great job. Obi de la France, chapeau. Bon travail. Roberto de Italia, forza Roberto. Bravo, buddy. From the United States of America, well done, Kathleen. Caitlin Stan Dipper, 7 hours, 38 minutes. Kenyan Gal from Australia, and Danielle Stubai de la Suisse. Desde España, Oscar Sánchez Pedraza. Oscar Dussard de la France. Duarte Pires from Portugal. Well done, Duarte. From Germany, well done, Vilas. Great job. Vilas Hoops. As we welcome our next finisher, Julia Kim. Well done, Julia. Kazakhstan, from Kazakhstan, thank you. Well done, and mate, welcome you to the finish line. Well done, you're very welcome. From Sweden, Håkan. Håkan Baroff. I nästa stora väga, Diana Patricia Kajechima. From Ecuador, desde Ecuador, Diana Patricia Kajechima. Y de Colombia, Enrique Sánchez. Great to have you here, Yulina from Kazakhstan. And I think Yulina is our first winner from Kazakhstan. Y desde Argentina, Anastasia Botikova. Enhorabuena. Enhorabuena, Anastasia, ¿qué tal? Bien, contenta. Como tú, hermosa y dura. Enhorabuena. From Poland, Marta Lipnicka has just crossed the finish line. Gilberto Levoni from Italy's on the way. And Enorme Kel, enhorabuena. Muy buena carrera.
con Marlos 749, con España John Miguel de Zavala. Champ Lac in Chamonix, and Brazil, Junction, Leo Nascimento.
Two more happy finishers from Brazil and China, from all around the globe, here at the UTMB World Series Finals.
Le team médical qui va féliciter cette arrivée de triomphe. Bienvenue à Romain Pietzik pour le team médical UTMB avec lui Pablo Lopez Castro et Florencia Soledad Yurno.
Enhorabuena Pablo Lopez Castro y Florencia Soledad Yurno desde Argentina. Enhorabuena con lágrimas de felicidad desde muy lejos. Enhorabuena.
C'est le tour de Geneviève Saucy qui représente le Canada.
Well done. We've got an acrobat in the house.
Michel Ralph. Il y a Isaac Keys from Hongrie. Yann Michel pour la France.
Well done, Chris from the United States. Good job. And from Hungary, Istan Kiss.
C'est il tour di Paolo Ienialop per l'Italia, c'è una bellissima gara di Ilaria Zeni. Ilaria chiude con il tempo di 7,51 e 74esima Ilaria Zeni, poi per la Spagna Paolo Ienialop. Nous avons 250 classés environ. 262 pour être précis. Yogi. pour le team adaptive. Une histoire juste magnifique. Franck Darmien, le team adaptif. C'est juste incroyable. Le team adaptif est là. Ah, là c'est des choses qui touchent le cœur. Alors Franck, vraiment tu es le meilleur. Le team adaptif c'est juste incroyable. Je pense vraiment que c'est des émotions, c'est un partage, c'est une réussite. C'est un grand de la vie avec le cœur. Le team adaptif avec nous.
Buongiorno desde Argentina, bienvenido a la meta. Chapeau.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, je vous demande vraiment un instant d'attention. Là, il y a un message très très fort. Un message d'égalité, d'amitié, d'être tous dans le même rôle. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour le team Adaptiti! Simplement génial. Cette bande a vie un exemple. Merci au team adaptive qui fait partie de la grande famille UTMB HOKA 2025. Team adaptive. Et puis l'Argentine de Juan Casal de CEST. Argentina.
Dominic Kratz from Germany. Well done, Dominic. Elena Sánchez Garcia. Desde España. 8 in our category. Octava en su categoría. Enhorabuena, Elena. Here we go, Germany. Let's hear you one more time. Tom Copeland from the UK. From Portugal, Miguel Rece Silva. Coming home with his family. Well done.
Dernier mètre vers le bonheur. La joie, la famille, on se retrouve là. Comme Portugal. Miguel Rece Silva. From Germany, Pascal Burdick. Il est 250 classés sur la OCC. encore le nombre de définitif adaptif qui est là sur cette course et sur les autres courses. César pour Argentina. Là, vraiment, il y a tout un monde qui arrive. On parle seulement de l'Axe, l'amitié, c'est du sport. Avec Yannick Boel, avec Doulam Soren à Myanmar, avec Yuya Lombard. C'était dans Sud-Afrique, on était dans les montagnes de l'Himalaya. On était en France avec Yannick Boel. Et puis encore un jour à l'arrivée. Now Czech Republic, Eliska Seglova. Eliska Seglova. And Wyoming, David Baptista. Great Britain. And Finland.
Well done, David. David Baptista crossed to the finish line there with his young child. Enjoy your moment, David. Great job. That's a photograph for the mantelpiece. One for the living room.
E poi a nostra valle l'Italia, Matteo Stacchetti. Bellissima gara di Valdostano con il suo bimbo al traguardo Italia, Matteo Stacchetti, 200° assoluto al maschile, avec Matteo Stacchetti, Quentin Rollière et David Baptista. Donc les Valdostans à l'arrivée, le Val d'Ost nous attend demain pour le départ de la CEST. Ce sera pour 9h du matin. Je prends une photo d'une photo qui reste éternelle dans le cœur. Quentin Rollière, David Baptista, Matteo Stacchetti. Dans une course juste exigeante. D'un côté de l'autre des Alpes. Le départ di qui osserva una mamma felice, un papà che ha bollato, che piace suo figlio. Stacchetti e femmine sono 1000 emozioni, sono 3 generazioni a confronto. Et encore l'arrivée pour la France avec M. Jérôme qui est là. Et puis quel regard, l'apothéose, la joie, les yeux qui brillent. De côté de l'autre, Germany, Philippe. Et puis on va sur le côté de la planète presque avec Magnus from Sweden. Magnus Zverev, Magnus Spara, et Philippe Seger et Jérôme Corral. C'est vraiment juste incroyable tout ce qu'on va vivre ici, tout près de la ligne d'arrivée de l'UTMB 2025, avec le triomphe de l'Amérique au masculin, du Kenya au féminin, Jane Wormsley e Sebecchino au féminin, Minoccio Magnifico secondo al maschile. Lorsque nous sommes à 203 têtes classées. là pour faire le tour d'une photo. Et comme d'habitude, il y a énormément du monde qui est là. Merci aux bénévoles volontaires pour qui étaient là. Et là, encore Charlie qui applaudit. Kevin and Claudia Yaho. Claudia. Perso, je vous rappelle, demain le rendez-vous c'est sur Courmayeur pour les départ de la CEST. Ce sera pour 9h du matin. Chaque les 15 minutes, les 3 vagues de départ. Et puis encore le rendez-vous ici sur Place de l'Amitié pour le départ de la UTMB. Ce sera pour 17h45. China people. Merci l'arrivée de Yang Sui-Feng. Drapeau chinois. Et de Yingzi Zhuang. Donc les Chinois sont là. Avec les deux. Ils ont fait une sacrée course. Thank you very much from China people, Zhang and Zhuang. De plus en plus nombreux, les Chinois. Là, c'est Jérôme avec sa fille, avec un souvenir éternel qui bat dans le corps. Pour cette photo qui est l'échange de famille, le partage familial. Après les Chinois, l'Italia di Tommaso Pellicario. Tommaso Pellicario. Et là, les Chinois ensemble. Siamo sulle 8 e 6 minuti dalla partenza. Geile Sfuga, Jungs wird sein. La gioia della cinese che è appena finito. Jungs wird sein. L'Italia con Carmine Amendola, lui Tommaso Pellicario, Amendola Pellicario Amendola, 8:06 al traguardo. Ancora un esablissement, ancora China, Hinton. Et pour la Roumanie, Marius Mihai. Romania and China. Alors les Chinois sont tous là. Et puis encore lui.
Kintian from China. You're very welcome to the finish line. Alongside Yun Yu Zhang, 8 hours and 5 minutes. And Claudia Jaho from Albania. Just crossed the finish line there in 7 hours, 54 minutes. Ovett, a very famous running surname Bravo. Well done, Robert, from the US of A. And from Nigeria, Musa Adamu, on his way to the finish line. Well done, Musa. It's not often you see a Nigerian flag here. Well done. Good job. Marius from Romania, just here to finish line as well, alongside Lindsay from the US of A. Good job, Lindsay. San Fructuosa. Enhorabuena, Javi. De la France and from Portugal. Well done, guys. Jack Macy from the United States of America. Well done, Jack. Top 10 in your category, 7th place overall. Well done, Kerry. Congratulations to our next two finishers. Paul Zimmerman from the Netherlands and Jerome Lecanu de la France. From Luxembourg, my apologies, from Luxembourg. From the United States of America, welcome to us. Great job, Roman de la Suisse. OCC. Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Enhorabuena. Bienvenido aquí a casa. Muchas gracias. partie de la Suisse. Félicitez.
Guénon. De la féminine aujourd'hui. Nous avons presque 350 merci. Qui se sont remplacés avant de venir.
Well done, Alexi. Alexi from Great Britain, well done. Good job.
course sur OCC. multilingual Mont-Blanc. Utilizzano le schiere. Una soirée mondiale. OCC en février, la solution tomorrow. Vous avez la liste de 45 maintenant.
It's just gone past 7 p.m. and we're having a wonderful day here at the World Series Finals of UTMB Mont-Blanc 2025. And of course we have some incredible action over the next 48 hours to look forward to. We've got the CCC tomorrow. We're school from Portugal. Be proud of that road. Well done. Turkey.